Chapter 1811. Although Li Tai's capture by the Turkic spies was only a dream of Empress Jianghu, the ancients believed in ghosts and gods. In this era, people generally believed that dreams were the revelations of gods or the guidance of ghosts, foretelling something that would happen in the future. For example, King Wu dreamed that the three gods told him, "I must send you to suppress Yinzhou." King Wu believed that this was an order from the three gods. As expected, he sent troops to suppress Yinzhou. This was a direct explanation and self-possession. Another example was when Yin Gaozong dreamed of Fu Shuo and found Fu Shuo. Although he didn't know Fu Shuo's name in his dream, he saw Fu Shuo's appearance. He believed that if the heavens gave him such a person in his dream, he would definitely find such a person. In ancient times, there were specialized dream diviners, or dream interpreters. From this, it could be seen that the ancients valued dreams far more than modern people. As Li Tai's birth mother, Empress Jianghu's heart was connected to her son. Although Li Er didn't seem to care about her sudden dream, he couldn't help but worry. He knew that although there were 1,000 imperial guards following Li Tai north, and Li Tai's destination was in the Tang Empire, so it seemed unlikely that something would happen. However, Li Tai's group was in the open while the local forces were in the dark. As long as the enemy grasped the right opportunity, they might have a chance. Before entering Yanhuang College, Li Tai was one of Li Er's favorite sons. In the year since he entered Yanhuang College, Li Tai's outstanding performance in Yanhuang College had brought a lot of glory to Li Er. Li Er was naturally concerned about his safety. Therefore, it wasn't enough to send someone to ask about Li Tai's current situation. Li Er also directly sent a group of 100 riders to Taiyuan to secretly spy for Li Tai. Qi County, in a guest room of an inn, Li Tai, who had just finished breakfast, was going back to his room to pack up and prepare to follow the main group to the first destination of this trip, Taiyuan City. Suddenly, the telegraph rang. Beep 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 beep. Who is sending me a telegram? When Li Tai heard this, he stopped what he was doing. He quickly placed the telegraph machine on the table, took out a pen and paper, and began to record the code. "It's a telegram from the palace." After translating the message, Li Tai couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At first, he thought it was a telegram from Li Zishuan. Although he was slightly surprised, Li Tai's hands did not stop. He immediately replied with a string of codes. On the one hand, it was to confirm his identity. On the other hand, it was to ask the other party what the telegram was about. Beep 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 beep. Imperial City, Imperial Observatory. He's back. His Highness has replied. Zhao Song and another eunuch were eagerly waiting beside a telegraph. After waiting for a while, the telegraph finally rang. The eunuch could not help but exclaim excitedly. "Quick, see if it's His Highness who replied. Then, ask His Highness what's going on over there. Did he encounter any danger on the way?" Zhao Song could not help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as Li Tai replied, it meant that at least Li Tai was safe. From Li Er's tone earlier, he could roughly tell that Li Er was worried about Li Tai's current situation. While heaving a sigh of relief, Zhao Song could not help but urge the eunuch. "Yes. Supervisor." The eunuch quickly responded, then began to record and translate the message sent by Li Tai. After a while, the eunuch finished translating the code. As he sent the telegram to Li Tai, he replied to Zhao Song, "Supervisor Zhao, it is indeed His Highness Prince Wei on the other end of the telegraph. His Highness asked why we were contacting him. I am replying to him now." Zhao Song nodded and said, Good." After sending the message, they waited for about 15 minutes before the telegraph rang again. The eunuch skillfully translated the message, then stood up and replied to Zhao Song, "Supervisor, His Highness said that they are currently in Qi County town. They are expected to reach Taiyuan City this evening. His Highness also said that they did not encounter any danger along the way. He hopes that His Majesty and Her Highness will be at ease. This is the message sent by His Highness. I have translated it. Please take a look, Supervisor." After saying that, the eunuch handed Zhao Song a piece of paper. Zhao Song reached out and received it. Now that he had received a confirmation from Li Tai, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Zhao Song glanced at the contents of the paper, then said to the eunuch, "Tell Prince Wei that His Majesty hopes that he will be careful along the way. If he encounters any danger, he is to reply to the palace immediately." Of course, Li Er did not say this to Zhao Song. However, Zhao Song could guess what Li Er was thinking. Understood. The eunuch responded, then returned to his seat to send the message. Zhao Song kept the letter and instructed the eunuch, "Will return to Taiji Palace to report to His Majesty. We have to keep an eye on this telegraph machine day and night. If there's any news from Wei Wangdan, remember to inform us immediately, understand?" As the eunuch sent the message, he quickly nodded and replied, "Understood. I understand." Only then did Zhao Song leave, satisfied. Gamlu Palace. Your Majesty, Prince Wei sent news that they are currently in Qi County Town. They are expected to reach Taiyuan City this evening. His Highness also said that they did not encounter any danger along the way. He hopes that His Majesty and Her Highness will be at ease. This is the message sent by His Highness. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Zhao Song, who had just returned to Gamlu Palace from the Imperial Astronomer, immediately handed the translated message from Li Tai to Li Er. When Li Er heard this, he immediately put down the memorial in his hand and waved to Zhao Song, saying, "Present it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song naturally agreed, then walked in front of Li Er and handed him the message. Li Er reached out to take it and immediately opened it to read. The specific content of the message was naturally more than what Zhao Song had said. It included Li Tai's greetings to Li Er and Empress Jianghu, as well as what he had seen and heard along the way. However, the core meaning was similar to what Zhao Song had said just now. Soon, after Li Er finished reading, a smile appeared on his face. He handed the letter back to Zhao Song and instructed, "Send this letter to the Empress. She must be worried sick at this moment." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song took it with both hands, then turned around to make the arrangements. Qi County Town. After sending the telegram, Li Tai finally walked out of the room with his luggage. In fact, when he was sending the telegram, Iron Egg came in to rush him. However, seeing that he was sending the telegram, Iron Egg left without saying anything. Everyone from the academy was waiting for him in the carriage outside the inn. "I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting." Carrying the luggage, Li Tai jumped onto the carriage of Class 1 and saluted Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao. "It's okay. We didn't wait long. Since you're here, Qin Ke, let's set off." Qin Huayu shook his head, then lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, "Let's go." The carriage moved slowly. As usual, Dugu Axian led 2 of his personal guards and rode in front of the carriage to open the way. In the carriage, Iron Egg could not help but ask, "Qin Ke, I saw you sending a telegram just now. Was it from my master?" Although Li Zishuan had not personally taught Iron Egg martial arts for a long time, Iron Egg was still very respectful and concerned about this cheat master. Therefore, when he saw Li Tai sending a telegram to someone else, he subconsciously thought that it was from Li Zishuan. Hearing this, Qin Huayu and Meng Wenhao also looked over. This was the advantage of the telegraph in terms of confidentiality. Even if someone saw you sending a telegram, they would not know who you sent it to or what message you sent. If it was a phone call, the result would be different. Li Tai shook his head and said, "It's not from Yamacho. It's a telegram from the palace. Father and mother are worried about my safety and ordered the people from the Imperial Astronomer to send a telegram to ask about our current situation. They also want us to be careful." "Oh." Hearing this, Iron Egg was slightly disappointed. Qin Huayu frowned and said, "We've only left the academy for a few days. Why would His Majesty send a telegram to ask about us? Could it be that the situation in the north has changed?" Among the 4 of them, he was the oldest, so when it came to thinking about problems, he would naturally consider more comprehensively. Li Tai was stunned when he heard this, then he shook his head again and said, "This The telegram didn't mention it just now. The situation in the north shouldn't have changed, right? However, when he said this, he lacked some confidence. After a moment of silence, Iron Egg said, "No matter what, I feel that after we reach Taiyuan or Yunzhou, no one should act alone to avoid accidents. Although there are so many Imperial guards protecting us this time, if we are not careful, we will still give the enemy an opportunity to attack." Li Tai nodded and said, "Iron Egg, you're right. Then we'll do as you say. When we reach Taiyuan, I'll inform Mr. Mo Chui and our classmates." The group quickly left Qi County and arrived at the official road outside the city. Here, 1,000 Imperial guards were already waiting on the official road. The two sides met up and headed toward Taiyuan City. "How is it? Wang Tao, did Fei Ying send back any news?" Outside the carriage, Dugu Xian called in the deputy general and asked in a low voice. Yesterday, when they left Shihe County in Fan Province, Dugu Xian decided to send Dugu Fei Ying to lead a team of elites and sneak into Taiyuan City in plain clothes. They were to secretly investigate whether there were any hidden dangers in the city. It was better to nip them in the bud. The deputy general cupped his fists and said, "General, no messenger from General Fei Ying came back last night or this morning." "Okay. I got it." Dugu Xian patted his head. Even if Dugu Xian had sensed something amiss in Source Peak City, he wouldn't have been able to send news back so quickly. Based on the travel time, Dugu Fei Ying and the others should have only arrived at Source Peak City yesterday evening. Thinking of this, Dugu Xian ordered his deputy general. "When we're about to reach Taiyuan City, I'll lead 50 elite soldiers into the city with His Highness. You take the rest of the soldiers with this general's order and settle down in the camp of Taiyuan Subjugation House. If there's any situation, I'll send someone to inform you. If there's no time to inform, then use fireworks as a message." Dugu Xian understood that the power hidden in the dark was the most terrifying. He didn't want to expose all of his power in the open. Otherwise, the enemy would target his power in the open and make very specific plans. This would be very disadvantageous for them. In addition, the Curious Pavilion Workshop had invented fireworks last year before the New Year, making Yanhuang College the most beautiful boy on New Year's Eve. However, some people saw an additional value in the beautiful fireworks, and that was to send messages. Dugu Xian had brought a few fireworks produced by the Curious Pavilion Workshop this time. This general obeys. The deputy general cupped his fists. Chapter 1812. "How is it, Zhang Dafu? Did you find anything?" Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn, Yellow Room 4. A middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in, then closed the door behind him. A young man inside immediately came forward and asked anxiously. This young man was Dugu Fei Ying, and the middle-aged man was a soldier of the Imperial Army named Zhang Dafu. He was one of the 30 Imperial Army elites that had followed Dugu Fei Ying into Taiyuan City. Taiyuan was the place where the dragon rose. Li Yuan raised his army from Taiyuan in the past. Although the size of the city was not as big as Chang'an, it could still be considered the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Therefore, Taiyuan later became the northern capital of the Great Tang's three capitals. The three capitals of the Tang dynasty were respectively the western capital Chang'an, the eastern capital Luoyang, and the northern capital Taiyuan. As the largest inn in Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn could not be said to be small. Just the guest rooms alone numbered 1 to 200. Because of Taiyuan City's special geographical location, merchants traveling from the northern border to the central plains would usually pass through this place. As a result, Tongfu Inn's business was very good all year round. Dugu Fei Ying and the others had arrived at Taiyuan City around 5 in the afternoon yesterday. When they arrived at Tongfu Inn, there just happened to be several empty rooms, so Dugu Fei Ying arranged for them to stay there first. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, some Imperial Army experts with better lightness skills conducted a thorough investigation of the several hundred guest rooms in the inn. In the morning, Dugu Fei Ying had sent Zhang Dafu and several waiters to inquire about some information. At this time, Zhang Dafu had come to report the results to Dugu Fei Ying. Replying to General, according to this subordinate's investigation, a group of Turks indeed stayed at this inn the day before yesterday. This group's actions are very suspicious because they disguise themselves as Han people during the day. Others might not be able to see it, but I, Zhang Dafu, have fought Turks on the northern border before, so how could I not see it? This group seems to be led by a middle-aged man called Zhu Hongxing, but I reckon that this name is definitely fake. This Zhu Hongxing is currently staying in the Sky Room. According to the waiters of the inn, he usually goes out at 7 in the morning and only comes back in the afternoon. I've already had my brothers keep an eye on him. Zhu Hongxing? A Turk disguised as a Han? This Tongfu Inn is indeed fishy. De Feiying's eyes brightened. Hadn't he infiltrated Taiyuan City in advance to capture the Turkic spy? However, even he didn't expect that things would progress so smoothly. Since the waiter said that this Zhu Hongxing will go out around 7 a.m., then send 2 vigilant brothers who are good at Qinggong to follow him. See what he's going to do and who he's meeting, then report the information to me. After pondering for a while, De Feiying instructed Zhang Dafu. Although Zhu Hongxing was very suspicious, he did not have any direct evidence to prove that Zhu Hongxing was a spy sent by the Turks to Taiyuan City. To catch a thief, he still had to take the stolen goods. Yes. Zhang Dafu cupped his fists and accepted the order. Just as he was about to turn and leave, De Feiying called out, "Wait." Zhang Dafu turned around and saw De Feiying rubbing his chin and pondering for a moment. Then, he said, "Have 2 brothers keep an eye on Zhu Hongxing, then have the rest of the brothers scatter around the city. See if there are any other unfamiliar faces in Taiyuan City in recent days. Oh, ask the guards or beggars at the city gate. They should know." Tongfu Inn was only one of the main places that De Feiying was investigating. Out of caution, he also wanted to thoroughly investigate other places besides the inn. This was the task that his big brother had given him yesterday. On the other hand, from a personal point of view, he really did not want any accidents to happen to the people from Yanhuang College. This was because he still admired Li Zishuan very much. In terms of martial arts, Li Zishuan had taught him and his brother a lot. However, Taiyuan City was so big that it was impossible to thoroughly investigate the city in a short time. Even if he mobilized the power of the entire Taiyuan City government, it was still impossible. Therefore, De Feiying could only try his luck by asking the guards or beggars at the city gate for now. This general obeys. Zhang Dafu responded, then turned and left. Suddenly, only De Feiying was left in the room. Although everything that De Xianxia had asked him to do had been arranged, he still did not dare to be careless. This was because he also understood that the task of escorting the people from Yanhuang College was very important. There could not be any mistakes. He had to do his best to strangle all possible unknown risks in the cradle. For this reason, he had to be very careful. For every step he took, he had to look 10 steps ahead. If this was in the past, De Feiying would never do such a thing. In the past, under normal circumstances, he was only responsible for fighting. The one who was responsible for thinking was his big brother De Xianxia. Of course, if he encountered someone he could not defeat, his big brother De Xianxia would still have to take action. But now, De Xianxia could not protect him, so he could only rely on himself. After organizing all the clues in his mind, De Feiying frowned slightly. This was because he suddenly felt that the information he had obtained was too simple. Did he and De Xianxia overestimate the Turks, or was the information he had obtained so far only superficial? For a moment, De Feiying was in a dilemma. Forget it. Let's go out and take a look. Let's see what kind of background Zhu Hongxing has. After hesitating for a long time, De Feiying decided to go out and take a look himself. Although he had already ordered his subordinates to follow Zhu Hongxing, he still felt that it would be safer to go out personally. His intuition told him that the truth of the matter was not as simple as they thought. First elder, second elder invites you to the meeting hall for a chat. Taiyuan, Wang family ancestral residence, North Courtyard. Wang Binggang had just finished his breakfast and was about to go out and have tea with a few old friends. At this time, a servant walked in and bowed to him. He was already over 70 years old and had enjoyed all the riches in the world. Now, he had no desire for the worldly things of the aristocratic families. Nothing could arouse his interest, except for the divine tea that had become popular this year. The unique taste of the divine tea left him with endless aftertaste. Tasting a cup of tea was like tasting a part of his life, and he could not stop. Therefore, every few days, Wang Binggang would invite 2 or 3 old friends to have tea and chat. Putting aside his identity as the former head of the Wang family, Wang Binggang was a very approachable person. Second younger brother? Why is he looking for me? Wang Binggang frowned and could not help but ask. How would the manservant know about this? He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, replying to Grand Elder, this lowly one does not know. However, other than the second elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder are all present in the assembly hall. Even fifth elder is here? Wang Binggang raised his eyebrows. His fifth younger brother rarely interfered with the affairs of the family. It seemed that Wang Kuei had something important to discuss with him. All right. This old man knows. I will go over now. Wang Binggang waved his hand and said to the servant. Then this little one will go back and report. The servant bowed to Wang Binggang again, then turned and left. Could it be that second younger brother is still harping on the matter of Rinbiao marrying a commoner girl? Sigh, second younger brother is too stubborn. Looking at the back of the servant leaving, Wang Binggang stood on the spot and muttered to himself. It was no wonder that he would think so. The only major event that had happened in the Wang family recently was Wang Rinbiao's marriage. Moreover, because of this matter, the elders of the Wang family had been arguing non-stop for the past few days, which gave Wang Binggang quite a headache. Now that Wang Kuei had gathered all the elders together, in Wang Binggang's opinion, it was most likely about Wang Rinbiao's matter again. Sigh, it seems that I can't relax and drink tea for a day now. Wang Binggang shook his head and sighed helplessly, then walked toward the front yard. Although he did not want to go, he could not hide forever. He had to face what he had to face. As long as the elders did not reach a consensus on Wang Rinbiao's matter, he was afraid that he would not be able to rest for a day. Eldest brother is here. In the council chamber, Wang Kuei and the other 3 elders sat on both sides. The 3 elders were asking Wang Kuei why he had gathered them today when they heard footsteps outside the room. Then they saw Wang Binggang coming in with his hands behind his back. Everyone hurriedly stood up and saluted. Eldest brother. Anyway, Wang Binggang was the most prestigious person in the Wang family of Taiyuan. As the prime minister of the previous dynasty, the Wang family had prospered under his leadership in the Sui dynasty. At that time, it was a relatively prosperous period for the Wang family. Now that the family was declining, it showed how important Wang Binggang was to the Wang family in those days. Haha. We are all family. Why are you so polite? Wang Bing waved his hand and then sat down in the center seat. After everyone was seated, he looked at Wang Kuei and said, "Why did you call everyone here today?" That was what he thought. Second brother, why did you call everyone here today? After he finished speaking, everyone in the room turned their eyes to Wang Kuei. However, they all had the same guess in their hearts as Wang Binggang. Wang Kuei paused and stood up. Today, I have troubled you to come here because I want you to help me with something. Unexpectedly, today's Wang Kuei was not as aggressive as before. Instead, he was very humble. Everyone, including Wang Bing, was deeply surprised. Second younger brother, what are you talking about? We are all family. If you have something to say, just say it. We will help you if we can. Wang Bing did not know what Wang Kuei wanted to do, but he still had to be polite. The others echoed, that's right. Second elder brother, we are all family. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing this scene, Wang Kuei said slowly, in fact, this is not a difficult thing for you. You all know that my Hunger has been married for many years and has no children until now. Seeing that my second branch is about to die, I, as his father, am anxious in my heart. This old man wanted to let one of the clan's heirs be adopted by Hunger. But whose child isn't a treasure? This old man also understands that my brothers love their grandchildren. So after thinking about it, I feel that only the second son of you, Er's family is the most suitable. This child had committed a mistake and was imprisoned in the ancestral home. According to you, Er's intention, he was to be imprisoned for his entire life. Instead of that, it was better to let Hong adopt him, change his appearance, and start anew. In any case, as long as we old fellows don't say anything, outsiders won't know. Elder brother, what do you think? Chapter 18:13. Adopted. Wang Kuei wanted Wang Rini to be adopted by the second branch. In the meeting hall of the Wang family's ancestral mansion, everyone was shocked after hearing Wang Kuei's words. At first, they were like Wang Bing, thinking that Wang Kuei had called them here because of Wang Rinbiao. Therefore, after hearing Wang Kuei's intentions, everyone in the hall couldn't help but be stunned. Second brother, I can understand your feelings. The second branch has made a lot of contributions to the Wang family over the years, but I'm afraid that we can't make the decision to pass on benevolence and righteousness to the second branch. Wang Bing was also stunned, but when he recovered, he said, Second brother, you have to ask you, and Rini's opinion on this matter. Haha. Elder brother is right, second brother, you have to ask Rini and you, Er's opinion on giving Rini to the second branch. That's right. If both of them agree, it will be a good thing for the second branch and the Wang family. The other three elders held an indifferent attitude, watching the show from the sidelines. The one being adopted wasn't their grandson, so they weren't in a hurry. Of course, from a logical point of view, they were on Wang Kuei's side. Since the second branch didn't have a son for many years, Wang Kuei's request was reasonable. Hearing that, Wang Kuei smiled slightly and clasped his hands at everyone, saying, Her. Elder brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother, how could I not know what you said? I sent someone to Grievance Hall yesterday to ask Rini's opinion. This child is filial and can understand my pain of not having a grandson. He said he is willing to be adopted by the second branch. He will write a letter to you today. I'm sure you will understand the second branch's difficulties. But in the end, this matter still needs elder brother's approval. Elder brother won't be reluctant when the time comes, right? Wang Kuei's smile was really a smile with a knife hidden in it. From a personal point of view, no one would want their grandson to be adopted by others. Even if the grandson was disobedient and often made mistakes, he was still their grandson. However, if Wang Bing did not agree, he would definitely be known as a stingy and selfish person in the clan. Moreover, this was equivalent to publicly breaking off relations with the second branch. In the current unstable situation of the aristocratic clans, the Wang clan's elders wouldn't allow this to affect their unity. Adopted. Wang Kuei wanted Wang Rini to be adopted by the second branch. In the meeting hall of the Wang family's ancestral mansion, everyone was shocked after hearing Wang Kuei's words. At first, they were like Wang Bing, thinking that Wang Kuei had called them here because of Wang Rinbiao. Therefore, after hearing Wang Kuei's intentions, everyone in the hall couldn't help but be stunned. Second brother, I can understand your feelings. The second branch has also made a lot of contributions to the Wang family over the years, but I'm afraid that we can't make the decision to pass on benevolence and righteousness to the second branch. Wang Bing was also stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he said, Second brother, you have to ask for Er's opinion and Renyi's opinion on this matter. Haha. Elder brother is right. Second brother, you have to ask Rini and Er's opinion on giving Rini to the second branch. That's right, that's right. If both of them agree, it will be a good thing for the second branch and the Wang family. The other three elders held an indifferent attitude, watching the show from the sidelines. The one being adopted wasn't their grandson, so they weren't in a hurry. Of course, they were on Wang Kuei's side. The fact that the second branch had no children for many years was an indisputable fact. Wang Kuei's request was reasonable. Chapter 18:14. Master, when we return to the clan, second elder and the others will definitely use cousin's marriage to make things difficult for you. Has Master thought of a countermeasure? On the official road from Qi County to Taiyuan, a convoy was escorting a carriage northward. Princess Tong and looked at Wang Yu and asked. On the way from Qizhou to Taiyuan Prefecture, they had to pass through Qi County as well. However, unlike Li Tai's group from the Yanhuang Academy, Wang Yu's group did not travel too heavily. Instead, they traveled light and traveled much faster. Moreover, Wang Yu was in a hurry. Even if they stayed at an inn in the county at night, they still set off before dawn. If not for this, they might have run into the Yanhuang College group on the road. But even though they had been on the road, Princess Tong and did not show much fatigue. This was all thanks to the carriage they were riding in. This carriage was the one that Li Zishuan had sent to Wang Renbiao as a wedding gift on the day of his wedding. Last year, when Li Zishuan had just transmigrated, he had established the Curious Pavilion workshop. At the time, the Curious Pavilion's first luxury product was a new type of carriage. With its extremely small wool friction, outstanding shock-absorbing performance, and spacious interior, the Curious Pavilion's new carriage became an instant hit, quickly winning the favor of the upper echelons of the Great Tang. After that, with the establishment of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan's painstaking efforts to create a system of production, learning, and research gradually took shape. The Curious Pavilion workshop's technology and R&D capabilities gradually increased. Over the past year, the new carriage had not remained unchanged. Rather, it had been gradually improved as the Curious Pavilion workshop's technology improved. On the day of Wang Renbiao's wedding, the carriage that Li Zishuan had given him was the latest model from the workshop. Its flexibility and comfort were superior to all the current carriages. As a result, even though they had been in a hurry, Wang Yu and Princess Tong and did not feel much physical exhaustion. At most, they were mentally exhausted. Counting the days, we've already left Suizhou for more than 10 days. When we return to the ancestral home, we must act decisively. If second elder and the others object, your husband can only use his authority as the patriarch to suppress them. We can't continue to delay in Taiyuan. We have to hurry back to Suizhou. If we delay government affairs and His Majesty blames us, not only will this old man not be able to take the blame, the Wang clan will also not be able to take the blame. Hearing Princess Tong An's words, Wang Yu looked at the trees outside the window and pondered for a moment. Princess Tong An frowned and snorted, "Humph. Second elder, that stubborn old man, if you use the position of patriarch to pressure him, he will definitely say that you are unfilial. Moreover, second elder has quite a bit of prestige in the clan. Apart from father, the other 3 elders will most likely stand on his side." Haha. Madam, don't worry. Although the second elder is stubborn, it's not like there's no way to deal with him. Before leaving Qizhou, I heard a piece of news. Wang Yu chuckled and said mysteriously. News? What news? Princess Tong An could not help but ask. Seeing this, Wang Yu did not keep her in suspense. He said bluntly, although my cousin married a commoner this time, the Lu clan of Fanyang and the Li clan of Zhao County both sent important juniors from their clans to congratulate him. Madam, don't you find it strange? Princess Tong An was stunned when she heard this. After a moment, she nodded and said, this matter is indeed strange. My cousin is getting married now, and the wedding is simple. He did not send invitations to the Lu clan of Fanyang and the Li clan of Zhao County. However, they came uninvited and even brought expensive gifts. It's really hard to understand. Haha. Actually, madam, if you think about it carefully, you will understand. Wang Yu chuckled and said, in the 4th month of this year, during the Battle of Guan City, the Imperial Army directly destroyed the main forces of the Chui clan of Bowling, Chui clan of Qinghe, and Jing clan of Xingyang. Only 4 of the 7 great clans were left, and that included the imperial family. When this matter was revealed, the world was shocked. The old men of the Lu clan of Fanyang and the Li clan of Zhao County personally went to Chang, and to draw a clear line with the Chui and Jing clans to express their loyalty to His Majesty. After witnessing the power of the imperial power, how would these 2 clans dare to make any moves? Among the remaining 5 great clans, only our Wang clan of Taiyuan has the closest relationship with His Majesty. Although my cousin is marrying a commoner, the Fan and Lu clans sent their direct descendants to congratulate him personally. This is because my cousin is still the next head of the Wang clan, and they do not want to offend the Wang clan. As for the matter of Jingshu being the sworn sister of the Marquis of Yong, and they definitely did not know before coming to Qizhou. This is a pleasant surprise for them. This trip to Qizhou did not offend the Wang clan, but also indirectly sold the Marquis of Yong An's favor. It can be said that they killed two birds with one stone. Princess Tong and thought for a moment and said with a frown, Master's analysis seems to be reasonable. In the past, the Chui clan of Qinghe was the strongest among the 7 great clans. After the Battle of Guan City, the great clans all bowed their heads and pledged their loyalty to His Majesty. Whether it was true or not, the imperial court's strength is stronger than the great clans. This is an indisputable fact. However, Master said that Li Jingchu being the sworn sister of the Marquis of Yong, and was a pleasant surprise for Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian. Isn't this a bit too much? What ability does a mere Li Zishuan have to make the Lu and Li clans curry favor with him? As Li Er's aunt, Princess Tong, and believed that the great clans were afraid of the imperial power. However, she did not believe that Li Zishuan was a person that the Lu and Li clans would fight to curry favor with. Haha. Madam, you are wrong. Wang Yu chuckled and said, not long after we left the Qizhou yesterday, I received news that Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian had also left the Qizhou. Madam, can you guess where they are going? Princess Tong and replied without thinking, where else could they be going? They are definitely going back to Fanyang and Zhao County. That is not true. Wang Yu shook his head and said, at first, I also thought that the two of them were going home. However, I received news last night that they are going to Chang'an. When Wang Yu left Suizhou this time, other than the provincial governor's residence guards, he had also brought a portion of the Wang clan's secret guards. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to find out Lu Qingqing and Li Jingshuan's whereabouts. Chang'an. Even the elders of the Fan and Li clans do not dare to go to Chang'an easily. What are they going to do there? Princess Tong and was puzzled when she heard this. Wang Yu leaned against the sofa in the carriage and tapped his finger on the sofa's armrest. He smiled and said, I am guessing that they are not going to Chang'an City, but to Lantian County outside Chang'an City. Madam, don't forget that there is a donation gathering in Lantian County this afternoon. The person behind the scenes is the Marquis of Yong'an. Princess Tong and also knew about the donation gathering. She opened her mouth and said in surprise, Master, you are saying that the two of them are going to participate in the donation gathering? How is that possible? The money from the donation gathering will be sent to the imperial palace in the end. Wang Yu smiled faintly and said, why is that not possible? If Madam does not believe me, then just wait and see. By tomorrow morning at the latest, the news of the eldest sons of the Lu and Li clans participating in the donation gathering will reach Taiyuan. Princess Tong and was silent. Although Wang Yu's analysis was reasonable, she still found it hard to believe. Seeing this, Wang Yu continued, Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian participating in the donation gathering is not only giving face to the Marquis of Yong'an, but also showing their loyalty to His Majesty and the imperial court. This is killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, Madam, don't underestimate the Marquis of Yong'an. He is the wealthiest businessman in the world. His products are sold well in every province and county in the world. Even the carriage we are riding now comes from the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. Yuan compiles dictionaries and lowers the price of books. All the scholars in the world are grateful to him. In addition, he founded Yanhuang College and recruited talents from all over the world. Although the college was founded less than a year ago, it is already showing signs of greatness. Even the Turkic Khagan covets the knowledge of Yanhuang College and sent the imperial advisor to steal the books of the college. In time, the students of Yanhuang College will become the pillars of the country. Li Zishuan will have students all over the world. With such a deep foundation, who in the great Tang would dare to touch him? Even the Son of Heaven would have to be wary of him. Yu Wu is a disciple of spiritual master and backed by the celestial master path of Mount Longhu. According to Leng Yuyao, he is a grandmaster realm martial artist. There are few martial artists of the same age who can match him. Now that he is in the black armored army, if he gains military merits in the war with the Turkic Khaganate, he might even be promoted to a duke. In addition, half of the generals in the imperial court are on good terms with him. With Li Jing, Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old generals looking after him, who would dare to touch him? Furthermore, he was a marquis at the tender age of 20 and was even conferred the title of provincial governor of a province. Among the civil and military officials of the imperial court, apart from Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling, who else was more favored by the emperor than the Marquis of Yong'an? As long as he doesn't do anything foolish, he will definitely reach the top of the court and have a limitless future. Many people have underestimated his value. Those two brats from the Lu clan and Li clan have good eyes. Wang Yu could tell that Princess Tong and didn't place much importance on Li Zishuan, so he had patiently analyzed the situation to her. Seeing Wang Yu so serious, Princess Tong and couldn't help but turn grave. Before this, she had never imagined that Li Zishuan would be so outstanding, but after hearing Wang Yu's analysis, she had to admit that Li Zishuan was truly the most outstanding youth of the great Tang Empire's younger generation. Wang Yu's second point in particular made her tremble in fear. Once Yanhuang College matured, Li Zishuan's strength would rapidly increase. At that time, the Li clan behind Li Zishuan would become an existence on par with the 5 clans and 7 nobles. Who was more awesome, born into a great clan or creating one? Surely everyone knew the answer. Now I seem to understand why Master valued Li Zishuan so much. It seems like it's not a bad thing for cousin to make such a friend. After a long silence, Princess Tong sighed. Haha. That's naturally not a bad thing. On the contrary, it's a blessing for the Wang clan. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. His eyes flashed with determination as he said, "When we return to the ancestral home this time, your husband must protect cousin's status as the eldest son of the first wife. Even the brats from the Lu and Li clans can see the potential in the Marquis of Yong'an. This old man doesn't believe that the elders in the clan can't see it either. If second elder and the others remain stubborn, then your husband can only ask grandfather to step in." Chapter 18:15. The Tang dynasty's Taiyuan city was built on the foundation of Jinyang city. Although it was not as large as Chang'an city, the structure of the city was much more complicated. There were 27 city gates alone. According to legend, the ancient city of Jinyang was built by Dong Anyu during the spring and autumn period. In the records of the grand historian, it was said, Ji Bo attacked Wuxia Xianxia in Jinyang, and drew the water of Fen to flood the city. Northern Qi's emperor Wen Xian built the Daming Palace on the ruins of Jinyang city and expanded it into a city, calling it Daming City. The city was 40 feet tall and had a circumference of 4 li. There was another city north of Daming City. Eastern Wei's Emperor Shaojing built the Jinyang Palace there. During Emperor Wen's time, it was renamed New City. During Emperor Yang's time, he expanded the Jinyang Palace of Eastern Wei's Emperor Shaojing, and the city was also enlarged. The enlarged new city was 40 feet tall and had a circumference of 7 li. During the 16th year of Emperor Wen's reign, Emperor Wen built a Tsang city that was connected to the new city on the east side. This city was 40 feet tall and had a circumference of 8 li, forming 3 connected cities. This was the initial appearance of Taiyuan city during the Tang dynasty. However, during the Tang dynasty, Taiyuan city underwent 2 major expansions. The first was during the Zhongguan period, when Emperor Taizong appointed the famous general Li Xingli to guard Taiyuan. During this period, Li Zhili built an east city on the east bank of Fen River in the 11th year of Zhongguan's reign. The second was during Wu Zetian's reign, when Shui Shenqing built a central city on Fen River, connecting the east and west cities. Every year, there would be thousands of soldiers defending the border. At this point, Taiyuan's West City, East City, and Central City were combined into one, becoming the Great Tang's most important military barrier in the north. However, at this time, Taiyuan City did not have a West City, East City, or Central City. The main body of Taiyuan City was the West City of Taiyuan City, and the city was split into Taiyuan Prefecture City and Jinyang County. Taiyuan Prefecture City was also known as the Provincial City, and it was the core region of Taiyuan City. The provincial city contained 3 other cities, Daming City, New City, and Sung City. Jianghu County was the administrative center of Jianghu County, and it was located 2 li south of the prefecture city. Oh. Are you Boss Juya? Taiyuan Prefectural City, Great Brightness City, Market Square, Chu Family Ironware Shop. A slightly plump middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in. The shop's attendant went up to greet him. At first glance, the middle-aged man looked familiar. After carefully sizing him up for a while, he finally recognized the middle-aged man and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yes. Is your shopkeeper here today? I'm here for him. The middle-aged man nodded and asked the servant. He was speaking in Chinese. Although he was fluent, it sounded a little stiff. The manservant hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, yes. The shopkeeper is in the back hall. Boss Zhu Xia, please take a seat. This little one will go and report to him. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, and the servant turned and left. After waiting for about half a cup of tea's time, the servant walked out from the back hall and warmly said to the middle-aged man, Boss Juya, my shopkeeper invites you to the back hall for tea. This way please. After saying that, the servant made an inviting gesture. The middle-aged man nodded and stood up. That's good. Lead the way. Boss Juya, please wait a moment. The servant suddenly said. Then, he quickly walked to the front of the shop. First, he looked around. Then, he actually hung up a closed sign on the door and closed the shop. One must know that it was broad daylight now. It was not even noon yet. Most of the shops in the city had just opened for business. Boss Juya, please. After doing all that, the servant came in front of the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man looked at the servant approvingly and said, Good. The two of them, one in front and one behind, walked towards the back hall. Outside the ironware shop. General, not long after Zhu Hongxing went in, the ironware shop closed. It's only 7:30 in the morning. Most of the shops in the city have just opened. There must be something fishy going on. A man in martial arts clothes cupped his fist and said to Dugu Feiying. It turned out that the middle-aged man who entered the ironware shop was the merchant Zhu Hongxing that Dugu Feiying and the rest were chasing. Since the moment Zhu Hongxing stepped into the ironware shop, he had entered Dugu Feiying and the rest surveillance. Yes. Did you hear what they said in the shop? Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The soldier cupped his fist and replied, General, when we were outside the shop, we vaguely heard the servant call Zhu Hongxing Boss Juya. Not long after, the servant came in and closed the door. He must have entered the back hall. Furthermore, this Zhu Hongxing's real name should be Juya. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying looked around and could not help but frown. He originally wanted to use his qinggong to fly to the roof and eavesdrop on the conversation between Zhu Hongxing and the person inside. However, it was broad daylight and the city had just opened. There were many people and merchants coming and going. In broad daylight, with so many people watching, how could he fly to someone else's roof to eavesdrop? No. His name is not Juya. His surname is Juya. Dugu Feiying sighed helplessly and said, the Western Turkic Khaganate has a separate tribe called the Shatua tribe. The Shatua tribe is divided into the Juya tribe and the Qi branch. The leader of the Juya tribe is called Juya K. Qilan. Everyone in the tribe has the surname Juya. It seems like this Zhu Hongxing is from the Shatua tribe of the Western Turkic Khaganate. However, why would someone from the Shatua tribe suddenly appear in Taiyuan? And why would he disguise himself and act so sneakily? At this time, the Shatua tribe was not very famous. Many people in the Central Plains had not heard of them. Only Dugu Feiying, who came from a family of generals, knew about them. The Shatua tribe was a mixture of many ethnic groups. Its ethnic origins included the Turkic, Hueha, and Sut, the 9 families of Jianghu, ethnic groups. Within each ethnic group, there were also several tribes. It could be considered a minority tribe with a complicated mix of members. In the early Tang dynasty, the Shatua tribe was an unremarkable tribe. There were very few records of them in the literature of the Tang dynasty. The Shatua tribe only rose to prominence at the end of the Tang dynasty. After the Daoist dynasty, the Shatua tribe became an all-powerful tribe in China's history. They suppressed the Huangqiao uprising, fought for hegemony in the Central Plains, controlled the House of Tang, and eventually established the later Tang, later Jin, and later Han dynasties in the Central Plains. In that case, this Zhu Hongxing must be from the Turkic Khaganate. General, do you want me to arrest him? The soldier cupped his fist and suggested to Dugu Feiying. If we arrest him based on this, I'm afraid it will bring us trouble. Before we arrest him, we must investigate his background and his purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. Dugu Feiying shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Go and investigate this ironware shop. Find out what this shop mainly sells. Who is the shopkeeper? Once you find out, report to me immediately. Also, keep a close eye on this Zhu Hongxing. I want to know where he goes and who he meets." "Yes, General." The soldier cupped his fist and accepted the order. Dugu Feiying saw that there was nothing to be gained here, so he turned around and returned to the inn. After returning to the inn, Zhang Dafu walked in and cupped his fist to Dugu Feiying. "General, this subordinate had the inn's waiter lure Zhu Hongxing's accomplice out of the room. Then, I took the opportunity to sneak into the heavenly room and rummage through Zhu Hongxing's luggage. Other than some clothes and money, I did not find anything unusual." Dugu Feiying was dumbfounded. He asked in disbelief, "You didn't see any account books?" Zhang Dafu scratched his head and mumbled, Well, we did see a few booklets, but this subordinate and the others aren't literate and couldn't understand what was written in them. This subordinate wanted to bring a booklet out, but I was worried that Zhu Hongxing would find something strange when he returned, so I didn't." "You?" Dugu Feiying put his hand to his forehead and almost cursed out loud. This was truly a case of not being afraid of a godlike opponent, but being afraid of a pig-like teammate. Zhang Dafu couldn't help but shrink his neck. He probed, should this subordinate make another trip? "What for?" "Zhu Hongxing will be back soon. If you steal the account books now, you'll definitely be caught." Dugu Feiying waved his hand in annoyance. Dugu Xian had given him the task of eliminating the hidden dangers in Source Peak City, and he had achieved nothing until now. It was inevitable that he would feel irritated. Zhang Dafu thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and suggested, "General, why don't I capture Zhu Hongxing and interrogate him? Compared to the safety of Prince Wei and the others, even if we capture the wrong person, it won't matter, right?" "No." Dugu Feiying frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. Compared to the safety of King Wei and the others, a mere Zhu Hongxing is naturally insignificant. However, if he really is an ordinary merchant, then our actions might alert the enemy and alert the Turkic spies with ill intentions. When that happens, it will be even harder to capture them. Zhang Dafu clasped his fist and said, "General, you're right. What should we do now? His Highness and the others should be in the city by dusk today." Dugu Feiying stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He paced around the room, thinking of a countermeasure. Using his brain was not his forte. He was only good at fighting and doing funny things. The current situation was so complicated. Trying to find a way to break out of this situation was simply too much of a brain burner for him. We can't relax our surveillance on Zhu Hongxing. Today, he went to the Chu ironware shop in Great Ming City. You have to find out why he went there as soon as possible. In addition, I had you send people to investigate which new faces have arrived in Source Peak City in recent days. Have you made any progress? After some thought, Dugu Feiying turned to Zhang Dafu and asked. Zhang Dafu shook his head and said, "My brothers have already been sent out. I'm afraid we won't have any news until noon." Dugu Feiying said, "Then wait." According to these two directions, if they couldn't find any useful clues before 5:45 in the afternoon, then they would find an opportunity to secretly capture Zhu Hongxing and his group. At present, this Zhu Hongxing's behavior is indeed suspicious. This was a helpless move. According to Dugu Feiying's original plan, he would capture Zhu Hongxing after gathering enough evidence. However, time waits for no one. Li Tai and the others would arrive in Source Peak City before dark and stay at Tongfu Inn. Dugu Feiying couldn't let Zhu Hongxing, this uncertain factor, stay by Li Tai's side. In any case, from the clues they had so far, Zhu Hongxing was indeed very suspicious. This general obeys. Zhang Dafu's expression shook. He quickly cupped his hands and accepted the order. Seeing that Dugu Feiying had no other orders, Zhang Dafu cupped his hands and turned to leave. In the room, Dugu Feiying rubbed his eyebrows and muttered to himself, I hope this decision is right. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Chapter 1816. 7 in the morning, in the Wang family's ancestral home. Wang Kuei once again came to the grievance hall. Hearing the commotion, Wang Rini hurriedly came out and asked impatiently. Second elder, how did it go? Did my grandfather agree? Of course he agreed. Wang Kuei glanced at Wang Rini and said lightly. What? Grandfather really agreed? That's great. Hearing this, Wang Rini was pleasantly surprised. When he thought about how he had been imprisoned for more than a year and finally had the chance to regain his freedom, he could not help but tremble with excitement. Those who had never been imprisoned would never be able to understand the pain of being surrounded by walls all day long. For Wang Rini, this 1 year had been a complete and utter torture. Don't be happy so early. Your father is back and will be here soon. You'd better think about how to get through your father first. Seeing Wang Rini's excited face, Wang Kuei put his hands behind his back and said casually. What? My father is back? Isn't he in Qizhou? Even if he left Qizhou, he should have returned to Suizhou. Why did he return to the ancestral home? Hearing this, Wang Rini was obviously stunned. Obviously, this news caught him off guard. Why are you panicking? Even if your father didn't come back, according to the original plan, shouldn't you send him a letter next? Now that he's back, it saves us the time of sending letters back and forth. Make some preparations. I reckon that the clan will have another meeting about this in the afternoon. Your father will definitely be present. I've already helped you pass the Great Elder's test. The rest is up to you. You have to convince your father back then. Seeing Wang Rini's panicked face, Wang Kuei frowned and reprimanded in a deep voice. Wang Rini was shocked when he heard this and quickly covered the panic on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Second elder, please forgive me. I lost my composure. You're right. No matter what, this confrontation between me and him is inevitable. Don't worry, if grandfather and father summon me in the afternoon, I'm confident that I can convince them to not stop me from being adopted by the second branch. But when the time comes, I'm afraid we'll need second elder to cooperate with us. Wang Rini knew that whether he could regain his freedom this time depended on the attitude of the old man in front of him. He could not show any cowardice in front of Wang Kuei. Otherwise, his value in Wang Kuei's heart would plummet. When he needed Wang Kuei's help, Wang Kuei might not be willing to help. Therefore, even though Wang Rini was not mentally prepared for Wang Yu's sudden return, his face was filled with confidence and calmness. As expected, after listening to Wang Rini's explanation, Wang Kuei nodded in satisfaction and said, Since you are so confident, then this old man can rest assured. At the crucial moment, this old man will also lend you a helping hand. If everything goes well, you should be able to be adopted into the second branch in 2 days. After that, you can start implementing your plan. When speaking of plan, Wang Kuei's face flushed with excitement. His eyes narrowed and flashed with a fanatical light. His whole aura suddenly changed a little. It became crazy and blazing. Wang Rini smiled and cupped his hands. Grandson congratulates grandfather in advance for taking the power of the clan and bringing the Wang family one step closer. Before being adopted, he directly called Wang Kuei grandfather. This guy really had no bottom line. He was a typical example of forgetting his ancestors. Chapter 1817. Ahem. Big brother, you are now in a high position and have many children. Why don't you take care of your little brother and let Wang Rini be adopted by the second branch? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to adopt Rini, madam, and I will treat him well and treat him as our own son. In the future, he will inherit the second branch's family business. In the main hall of the Wang family, at the banquet, Wang Hong, who was sitting below Wang Yu, saluted Wang Yu with an embarrassed expression. After all, for a middle-aged man to be childless was definitely a shameful thing for a man. If it weren't for Wang Kuei's repeated warnings, he definitely wouldn't have mentioned this matter in front of everyone. The pressure instantly shifted to Wang Yu's side. Wang Hong had already lowered himself to such a level, and had even put it this way. If Wang Yu still didn't agree, it would be too unreasonable. Thus, everyone at the table turned their gazes to Wang Yu at this moment. Brother Hong, it's not that I don't want to. I know the second branch's difficulties, but Rini is a ruthless child. If I let you adopt him, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the second branch in the future. After a long silence, Wang Yu finally found a reason to reject Wang Hong. As a father, Wang Yu understood Wang Rini's nature very well. When Wang Rini and Wang Rinbiao went to Chang'an for a family competition, the devious Wang Rini tried to beat Wang Rinbiao through unorthodox means. He got involved with the bandits and kidnapped Li Zishuan's fiancée, almost pushing Li Zishuan and the other generals to the opposite side of the Wang family. If not for Wang Yu's timely intervention, the Wang family would be in an even worse situation now. If Wang Rini was adopted by the second branch, it would be giving Wang Rini a chance to regain his freedom. Without Wang Yu's strict control, Wang Rini would cause even more trouble for the Wang family. But Wang Hong did not think so. He had already lowered his face and begged Wang Yu humbly, but Wang Yu still refused. This was obviously a slap to his face in front of everyone. Big brother, we all watched Rini grow up. Although his personality is a little unpredictable, he is not as bad as you say. Besides, even if he had caused trouble, the second branch should be responsible for it. For the second branch, it's better to have more trouble than to have no descendants. If you really can't bear to part with it, then just take it that I've mentioned it to you before. Wang Hong frowned and mocked with an ugly expression. Ahem. Big brother, you are now in a high position, and you have many children. Why don't you take care of little brother and let Wang Rini be adopted by the second branch? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to adopt benevolence, madam, and I will definitely treat him well and treat him as our own son. In the future, the second branch's family business will also be inherited by him. In the main hall of the Wang family, at the banquet, Wang Hong, who was sitting below Wang Yu, cupped his hands and said to Wang Yu with an embarrassed expression. After all, for a middle-aged man to be childless was definitely a shameful thing for a man. If not for Wang Kuei's repeated exhortations, he would never have mentioned this in front of everyone at this moment. The pressure instantly shifted to Wang Yu's side. Wang Hong had already lowered himself to such a level, and had even put it this way. If Wang Yu still didn't agree, it would be too unreasonable. Thus, everyone at the table turned their gazes to Wang Yu. Chapter 18:18. What conditions? In the Wang family's meeting hall, Wang Kuei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Wang Yu had finally agreed to let Wang Rini be adopted by the second branch. However, when he heard the second half of Wang Yu's sentence, he could not help but ask. Wang Yu said solemnly, Wang Rini violated the family rules last year and was imprisoned by this old man in the grievance hall. He will never be able to take a step out of the hall. Although he has been adopted by the second branch this time, his previous mistakes are still there, so his punishment is still there. After the adoption ceremony, he must return to the grievance hall and continue to stay there. As soon as these words were spoken, a trace of panic flashed through the eyes of Wang Rini, who had just stood up from the ground. After that, he turned to look at Wang Kuei because helping him leave the grievance hall was the condition that Wang Kuei had agreed to back then. Without waiting for Wang Rini to speak, Wang Kuei retorted, Master, you are mistaken. Since Rini has been adopted by the second branch, his life is equivalent to starting over. He has a new name, and he will be Wang Xinyuan of the second branch from now on. The one who made the mistake last year was Wang Rini, so what does it have to do with Wang Xinyuan? Therefore, there is no need to talk about imprisonment. That's right. Since Ren Yi has been adopted by me, then he will be my son from now on. All the mistakes he made in the past should be written off. Wang Hong chimed in at this time. Wang Yu and Princess Tong and both frowned. They hadn't expected Wang Kuei and Wang Hong to be so shameless. Of course, they now understood why Wang Rini was so eager to be adopted by the second branch. Obviously, he wanted to use this matter to clear his name, escape the punishment of imprisonment, and regain his freedom. This was a good plan. However, they did not understand why Wang Kuei would spare no effort to help Wang Rini. Was it simply because the second branch had no children? Princess Tong and felt that things were not so simple. Haha. Second elder is really good at planning. He even thought of a new name for Rini in advance. Wang Xinyuan, are you hoping that he can live a new life and have a good start? Wang Yu did not speak, but Princess Tong and could not help but speak first. She first looked at Wang Rini, then at Wang Kuei, her face full of sarcasm. What conditions? In the Wang clan's conference hall, Wang Kuei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Wang Yu had finally agreed to let Wang Rini be adopted by the second branch. But when he heard the second half of Wang Yu's sentence, Wang Kuei's heart was in his throat again. Wang Yu said with a serious face, Wang Rini violated the clan's rules last year and was imprisoned by this old man in the grievance hall. He can't take a step out of the hall for the rest of his life. Although he had been adopted by the second branch this time, the mistakes he had made before were still there, and the punishment was still there. After the ceremony is over, he must return to the grievance hall and continue to stay there. As soon as these words were spoken, a trace of panic flashed through the eyes of Wang Rini, who had just stood up from the ground. After that, he turned to look at Wang Kuei because helping him leave the grievance hall was the condition that Wang Kuei had agreed to back then. Without waiting for Wang Rini to say anything, Wang Kuei retorted, "Master, you are wrong. Since Rini has been adopted by the second branch, his life is equivalent to starting anew. He has a new name. He will be Wang Xinyuan of the second branch in the future. The one who made the mistake last year was Wang Rini. What did it have to do with Wang Xinyuan? Therefore, there's no need to talk about imprisonment." Chapter 18-19. Wang Kuei's move of retreating to advance was very effective, directly turning the situation around. Everyone in the meeting hall couldn't help but nod inwardly. First, everyone felt that Wang Kuei's request wasn't excessive. In the end, he just wanted the second branch to continue to have descendants. Second, Wang Kuei had already taken a step back and guaranteed that Wang Rini would never leave Source Peak City. This was already cutting off Wang Rini's future career. Third, Source Peak City was the origin of the Wang family. The Wang family had operated in Source Peak City for many years, and its power could be said to be deeply rooted. Wang Rini could change his appearance and name, and then he would only move within the boundaries of this territory. The imperial court wouldn't know. Thus, the Wang family's third elder looked at Wang Bing and said, "Big brother, second brother just wants to leave an heir for the second branch, and this request isn't excessive. You and the family head should agree, right?" The fourth elder chimed in, "That's right. Big brother. The 5 branches of the Wang family have always been of the same breath and branch. Don't hurt the harmony because of this. And Big brother's request isn't excessive. His Majesty is busy every day. As long as Rini doesn't leave Source Peak City, His Majesty won't know about this." The fifth elder said, "Big brother, please leave an heir for the second branch." The 3 of them had begged Wang Bing and not Wang Yu mainly because they thought that Wang Bing would give them a way out on account of their brotherhood. Reality proved that their actions were effective. A trace of hesitation flashed across Wang Bing's face. He looked at Wang Yu and said after a moment, the family rules can't be abolished, but we can't hurt the harmony of the family." Wang Bing was reminding Wang Yu to stop before going too far. Wang Yu thought for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, Wang Rini will be adopted by the second branch from now on, and his imprisonment will be lifted. However, he can't take a step out of Source Peak City for the rest of his life. If he violates this, he will be expelled from the Wang family. I hope that second elder will take good care of him in the future. Don't make any mistakes and put the family at a disadvantage." The aristocratic families were a huge group, and they were also a huge body of interests. Even though Wang Yu was the head of the family, there were some things that he couldn't arbitrarily decide. Many times, he had to give in and compromise. As a leader, the most important thing was the way to balance things. Thank you, family head. Rest assured, patriarch, this old man will definitely take good care of Xin Yuan in the future. I will definitely not let him violate the clan rules again. A smile appeared on Wang Kuei's face. He got up and cupped his hands at Wang Yu. All right, since the matter has been decided, everyone can leave now. Wang Bing rubbed his forehead and said tiredly. Wang Kuei's move of retreating in order to advance was very effective. He directly turned the situation around. Everyone in the meeting hall couldn't help but secretly nod after hearing this. First of all, everyone felt that Wang Kuei's request was not excessive. In the end, he just wanted the second branch to continue the family line. Secondly, Wang Kuei had already taken a step back and guaranteed that Wang Rini would not leave Taiyuan City for the rest of his life. This was already a disguised form of cutting off Wang Rini's future career. Thirdly, Taiyuan City was the birthplace of the Wang family. The Wang family had operated in Taiyuan City for many years, and its power could be said to be deeply rooted. If Wang Rini changed his appearance and name, and then moved only within the boundaries of this territory, the imperial court would not know. Therefore, the Wang family's third elder looked at Wang Bing and said, "Big brother, second brother just wants to leave an heir for the second branch, and this request is not excessive. You and family head should agree, right?" Chapter 1820. During the spring and autumn period, Guan Zhong, a great politician and reformer, helped Duke Quan of Qi to rule the world. He reformed the way taxes were collected in the past and implemented the Guan Shanhai. Guan means Guan, Shanhai means mining, casting iron, and boiling salt. This policy created the earliest salt and iron monopoly in China's history. According to Guan Zhong's rough calculation, Qi could earn 60 million yuan a year. Emperor Wu of Han, under the advice of wealth manager Sang Hongyang, in order to strengthen the centralization of power and take back salt and iron and other important economic enterprises from the hands of the rich and powerful, reversing the country's financial situation, he also implemented the salt and iron monopoly and alcohol monopoly. Since then, the salt and iron monopoly system ran through the entire feudal dynasty of China. During the Tang dynasty, more than 90% of the country's mineral veins were in the hands of the imperial court. The remaining less than 10% were in the hands of the important officials and aristocratic families, such as Zhangsun Wuji. As a 1,000-year-old clan, the Wang family also controlled 2 mineral veins. There were only 3 sources of iron and iron for the blacksmiths. The first was to buy it from the local government. The second was to recycle some of the iron that the commoners did not use and reforge it. The third was to buy it from the aristocratic families who owned iron. In Tongfu Inn, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment and ordered, "Go and contact the people of the Wang family. Tell them your identity and ask them to cooperate. Find out the identity of this Kong Chang'an as soon as possible." "Yes, General." Zhang Dafu bowed. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fist and said, "General, the head of the Wang family, Wang Yu, has returned to Taiyuan. He came back around noon." "Oh, Wang Yu?" Dugu Feiying's eyes lit up. He pondered for a moment and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. He smiled and said, "The Wang family has been in Taiyuan for many years. They are the local bullies. As for Wang Yu, if I remember correctly, Wang Yu's son, Wang Renbiao, is a good friend of the Duke of Yong'an. Our main purpose of this trip is to protect the safety of the people from Yanhuang College. So, to a certain extent, we should be on the same side as Wang Yu. Get ready and follow me to the Wang family. If we can get their help, it will be very convenient for us to do things in Taiyuan City." As a 1,000-year-old clan, the Wang clan also controlled 2 ore veins. There were only 3 sources for the iron and iron ores required by the common blacksmiths. First, they could buy them from the local government. Second, they could recycle some of the ironware that the common folk didn't use and reforge. Third, they could buy them from the aristocratic families that owned iron ores. Within Tongfu Inn, De Gufeiying pondered for a moment before instructing, "Go get in touch with the Wang clan's people and reveal your identity. Ask them to cooperate and investigate this Kang Chang'an's identity as soon as possible." "Yes, General." Zhang Dafu bowed and accepted the order. After a moment of hesitation, he cupped his fists and said, "General, the head of the Wang family, Wang Yu, has returned to Taiyuan. He came back around noon." "Oh, Wang Yu?" De Gufeiying's eyes lit up. After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The Wang family has been operating in Taiyuan for many years and is the local tyrant. As for Wang Yu, if I remember correctly, Wang Yu's son, Wang Renbiao, has a good relationship with the Marquis of Yong'an. Our main purpose of this trip is to protect the safety of the people from Yanhuang College. So, to a certain extent, we should be on the same side as Wang Yu. Get ready and follow me to the Wang family. If we can get their help, it will be very convenient for us to do things in Taiyuan City. Chapter 1821. Constable's son, you are. The arrival of nearly 100 Yamen runners naturally attracted the attention of the host of the fundraising event, Lin Wenyuan. He hurried forward and asked Constable Sunday Lantian County was Li Zishuan's fief, and the host of today's fundraising event was the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. The mastermind behind the scenes was Li Zishuan, so Lin Wenyuan naturally did not misunderstand that Constable's son had brought so many people here to cause trouble. However, he did not expect that the Lantian County Yamen, as the government, would actually send people here today. After all, the fundraising event mainly invited businessmen. "Old Master Lin, I am under the orders of County Magistrate He to bring people here to maintain order and ensure that the fundraising event will proceed smoothly. Cough, I hope that Old Master Lin will not be offended by the number of people who came." Constable's son very politely cupped his fists towards Lin Wenyuan and said. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan hurriedly said, "What are you saying, Constable's son? This fundraising event involves a huge sum of money. For the county yamen to send people here, I am naturally more than happy to oblige. Why would I be offended? In a while, I will invite Constable's son in for tea." Lin Wenyuan was a businessman. If it was in the past, when would he not bow and scrape in front of officials? Now that he was an important member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and had Li Zishuan's protection, he could not help but straighten his back. But even so, he didn't dare to be complacent, arrogant, and despotic, because he knew who gave him everything he had now. He was now dealing with people in the officialdom, adhering to the principle of being neither servile nor overbearing. If people respect him, he will respect them tenfold. He would not embarrass the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, nor would he cause unnecessary trouble for the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Hee. Old Master Lin, you don't have to be so courteous. I am just a boor. Today, protecting this Longmen Inn is my duty. You don't have to care about me. In a while, the county magistrate will come personally. Constable's son smiled and cupped his fists towards Lin Wenyuan. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that not only would the county yamen send a constable to maintain order, even county magistrate he would be coming personally. This was a donation gathering organized by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Wasn't county magistrate he afraid that his identity would be exposed to gossip? Although that was what he was thinking, Lin Wenyuan remained calm and collected. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Constable's son is really diligent and responsible. Then I will go and entertain the guests. When county magistrate he arrives, I will definitely welcome him personally." At this moment, cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Then, the crowd took the initiative to open up a path. An official in a purple official robe with a golden jade belt at his waist walked toward the Dragon Gate Inn with 7 or 8 low-ranking officials. Looking at the color of the leader's official uniform, he was actually a third-grade official. Whoa! Where did this high-ranking official come from? Looks like he's from Chang'an. Isn't this Minister Xiao from the Ministry of Revenue? What is Minister Xiao doing here? The onlookers were whispering to each other in low voices. It was not that they had not seen high-ranking officials before. Even the emperor had come to Lantian County before. It was just that all third-grade officials and above were important officials of the imperial court. Now that the donation gathering was about to start, a third-grade official suddenly came here. It was inevitable that the crowd could not help but discuss in low voices. Lin Wenyuan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly went up with the other members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and bowed respectfully. Lin Wenyuan of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce greets Minister Xiao. Chao Wendong from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, Feng Zhihua, Jing Qianjun, Liao Shifan, greets Minister Xiao. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Xiao Yu stopped in his tracks and waved at the crowd. Then he looked at Lin Wenyuan and said, I'm here on orders to take over the money from the donation gathering. Once the gathering is over, the Ministry of Revenue will register all the money and send it back to Chang'an. Boss Lin, when will the donation gathering begin? Li Er had indeed sent people from the Ministry of Revenue over to receive the donations from the fundraiser, but Li Er did not ask Xiao Yu to come over personally. Actually, Xiao Yu only needed to send a few of his little brothers over for this sort of thing. However, this old man had previously made a bet with Li Er on whether this fundraiser could raise enough funds for a 150,000-man army. Naturally, he wanted to come over personally to see for himself. Merchants valued profits, and Xiao Yu did not think that these merchants would be so generous as to donate money to the court. This was because this matter did not benefit them at all. At this moment, he was already thinking about where the court would get the money if the donation gathering did not raise enough money. After all, Li Er's edict had already been sent to the various provinces and counties. The elite soldiers of the various provinces were gathering in Chang'an. The fact that the Northern Expedition Army had increased by 150,000 was already an indisputable fact. As the Minister of Revenue, he naturally had to think of ways to raise money. Little did old man Xiao know that calling on merchants to raise money for the country was only Li Zishuan's first method. Even if it failed, Li Zishuan had 10,000 ways to make up for it. For example, he could use the Yan Huang Bank to get a loan from the court, or the court could issue war bonds to the people. Once the war was won, they would return the money to the people. Every method could easily solve the current dilemma of the court. The reason why Li Zishuan prioritized the donation gathering was because he wanted to use this opportunity to arouse the patriotism of the Tang people and build momentum for the upcoming war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. History tells us that only by mobilizing the masses and gaining the support of the people can we win the war. At this moment, Lin Wenyuan looked at the sundial in front of the Long Men Inn. It was still a little short of the agreed time. However, he could not let Xiao Yu, the Minister of Revenue, stand outside and wait. After all, Xiao Yu was an elder who had lived through several dynasties. His position in the court was important. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, the donation gathering will begin soon. Minister Xiao, please come in. Then, he ordered the servants, open the door. Invite the guests to take their seats. Yes. Master. The servant of the Lin clan bowed and ran to open the door of the inn. Lin Wenyuan and the others invited Xiao Yu to enter first. Xiao Yu did not refuse. When they entered the hall on the first floor of the inn, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Boss Lin, this inn is really luxurious. It doesn't pale in comparison to Yanhuang College at all. How extravagant. No wonder it's the #1 inn in Lantian County. As busy as Xiao Yu was, he naturally didn't have time to visit the Long Men Inn in Lantian County. He had heard of the reputation of the Long Men Inn, but he had never seen it in person. Seeing it for the first time today, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Minister Xiao, you flatter me. How can this inn be compared to Yanhuang College, the holy land of the literary world? Please take a seat. As they spoke, they had already arrived in the hall. Lin Wenyuan pointed to the seat of honor and invited Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's status was the highest here, so there was nothing wrong with inviting him to the seat of honor. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, I'm only here to observe. Boss Lin, you are the host of this fundraiser. How can I steal the limelight? After saying that, he led a few officials from the Ministry of Revenue to the first row on the left. Seeing this, Lin Wenyuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu's arrival had caught him off guard. If the other party wanted to interfere with the fundraiser, he really didn't have any good countermeasures. After all, Li Zishuan wasn't here. How could he, a mere merchant, go against a high official of the imperial court like Xiao Yu? At this moment, Xiao Yu gave up the seat of honor and took the initiative to sit down. He was undoubtedly expressing his attitude to Lin Wenyuan. In this fundraiser, he was only responsible for counting the money and wouldn't interfere with the process. Go prepare some fruits and snacks and send them to Minister Xiao. Oh, go take out this old man's collection of immortal tea and make a pot for Minister Xiao. Lin Wenyuan ordered the manservant beside him to return the favor. Yes, Master. The servant received the order and left. At this moment, long tables had been set up on both sides of the inn. The merchants who came to participate in the fundraiser had to sign in here and indicate the amount of money they wanted to donate. Of course, in order to verify their identity, they also needed to show the next shop's deed. After everything was ready, the staff would return a rectangular plate with the amount of money donated, the donor, and the shop's name on it. Only then could they enter. This was mainly to increase the efficiency of the fundraiser. Although the area of the first floor of the Longmen Inn was large, there was a limit to its capacity. It was impossible to let all the people outside in. Not long after, Lantian County's county magistrate he arrived with a group of officials. With Xiao Yu, a third-rank official, in front of him, Lin Wenyuan didn't have much fear and trepidation when he greeted Magistrate He. However, he deliberately arranged Magistrate He's seat next to Xiao Yu's, which made Magistrate He look at him with admiration. At 6 in the afternoon, all the merchants outside the inn finished signing in and took their seats in the hall. At a rough glance, there were about 600 to 700 people. As for those who hadn't arrived yet, as long as the fundraiser wasn't over yet, they could still continue participating after signing in. This was the humane aspect of the fundraiser. It was worth mentioning that Li Yu had brought the reporters from the editorial department of Tang Daily over as well. Of course, they were not there to donate money, but to record this patriotic event so that they could publish it in tomorrow's newspaper. It was a hot summer day, but the hall on the first floor of the Longmen Inn was abnormally cool. This was because there were buckets of ice placed around the hall. In front of each bucket, there was a maid holding a fan to fan it. It was like a human air conditioner. As such, the people in the hall naturally didn't feel the heat. After hearing the waiter report that the merchants outside had all entered, Lin Wenyuan walked to the front of the crowd. He held the latest loudspeaker developed by the Strange Taste Pavilion, which was a handheld megaphone. He faced the crowd and said, "Dear friends from the business world, I am Lin Wenyuan. On behalf of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce and Marquis, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you." Although Lin Wenyuan didn't shout hysterically, his voice reverberated throughout the hall. The merchants who had been whispering to each other a moment ago immediately quieted down. After Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the crowd. His attitude was sincere and his expression was sincere. This fundraiser wasn't just beneficial to the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. It was also beneficial to the imperial court and the people of the world. However, Lin Wenyuan could only represent the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce. As for the imperial court and the people of the world, he wouldn't dare to represent them. Boss Lin, there's no need to be so courteous. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people. At this moment, someone in the hall said loudly. Once this was said, many people immediately echoed his words. That's right, that's right. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people. We are here to do our part for the Great Tang. That's right, that's right. Without the stability of the country, how can we merchants do business? Boss Lin, there's no need to be so courteous. We are doing our best for the country, and also for ourselves. The voices of agreement from the crowd moved Xiao Yu slightly. He hadn't expected these merchants to have such a high level of awareness. Regardless of whether these people were sincere or not, since they were able to enter the Longmen Inn today, it meant that they were here to donate money. This was real money. Chapter 1822. Good. Everyone has spoken well. The hall on the first floor of the Dragon Gate Inn looked like a modern academic lecture hall. Lin Wenyuan stood in front of the crowd, raised the loudspeaker, and spoke loudly. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of all people. The Great Tang is not a Great Tang of one person, but a Great Tang of all people. Although we merchants have never been paid by the imperial court, we have been able to do business in peace precisely because His Majesty and the Emperor Emeritus established the Great Tang, ending the chaotic era of the Sui and creating a golden age of peace for the people of the realm. And now, the Turks harbor wild ambitions against our Great Tang, repeatedly invading our borders. A war is inevitable between the Great Tang and the Turks. Although we merchants normally do not speak of national affairs, if the Great Tang is defeated in this war, the Central Plains will fall into chaos. We will all become slaves of a conquered country, so where will we go to do business? The common people say that merchants value profit, but Marquis once said to this old man that value profit and righteousness. What matters is the person, not the status. Those who value profit in their bones, no matter what status they have, will place profit above all else, and vice versa. Now that the country is in danger, if we don't value righteousness, how can we talk about profit in the future? Today, I have gathered all of you here in the hope that you can place the country's righteousness above all else and contribute money and strength to the imperial court to raise military funds so that the imperial court can defeat the Turks and bring peace to the Great Tang's borders and its people. Lin Wenyuan's speech had come from his heart, and his words were forceful and forceful. Through the loudspeaker, his emotional voice resounded through the hall, and even the common people outside the Dragon Gate Inn could hear him clearly. At this time, emotional words were often the most touching and infectious. Especially since most of the people present today were businessmen, they could empathize with Lin Wenyuan's words. After Lin Wenyuan's words, those old foxes, who had been in the business world for a long time and had become sophisticated in the business world could not help but be slightly moved. They could clearly sense something surging in their bodies, hot blood. Yes, it was hot blood, a blood that many merchants had not felt in a long time. Once upon a time, they had also felt a passion to serve the country, but time had slowly worn it away and obliterated it by the different views of the people of the world. But at this moment, Lin Wenyuan had awakened that hot blood in their bodies. That's right. It wasn't that businessmen valued profits, but anyone could value profits. This had nothing to do with one's identity. It was all up to them to choose to be righteous. If most of the merchants could choose to be righteous in the face of a national crisis, they might be able to take off the hat of being greedy in the future. In addition, most of the merchants present had experienced the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty. Some of them had even heard of the 5 barbarians' rebellion from more than 100 years ago from the elders of the older generation. They knew that people's lives were like grass in troubled times, let alone doing business. When the common people had problems even surviving, who would go to the merchants to buy things? Therefore, as soon as Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, the merchants in the hall on the first floor of the inn couldn't help but respond in kind. Well said, Boss Lin. It's said that businessmen value profits, so let's do it for the sake of the country and donate military funds to the country. That's right. No matter what, the imperial court has to defeat the Turks this time. Otherwise, how will we do business in the future? Boss Lin, hurry up and start. This old man wants to donate 5,000 strings of cash. I want to donate 8,000 strings of cash. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd below, Lin Wenyuan couldn't help but inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his left hand, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. The merchants in the hall gave him face. After all, he was currently representing Li Zishuan. The hall quickly quieted down. Lin Wenyuan raised the megaphone in his right hand and continued speaking. Good. Then the fundraising event will now officially begin. This fundraising event was personally organized by Marquis, but Marquis has important matters to attend to at the moment and is unable to attend in person. He entrusted this old man to preside over this fundraising event. Then this Lin will throw a brick to attract Jade. For this fundraising event, the Lin family is willing to contribute 25,000 strings of cash to assist the imperial court. Chapter 1823. Hiss. They're all from the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. And each of them donated more than 10,000 strings of cash. TSK. Together, that's more than 100,000 strings of cash, right? They're too generous, aren't they? That's more than 10,000 strings of cash. Ha! What's so strange about that? The Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce monopolizes the trade of bicycles, new carriages, celestial tea, footballs, and other exotic items in the Great Tang. The members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce earn huge profits every year. Naturally, it's not something small shops like ours can compare to. TSK. I wonder how I can become a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. This world was like a pyramid. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid were always in the minority. The merchants who came to the fundraiser today were the same. Wealthy people like Lin Wenyuan and Chao Wendong were in the minority after all. Most of them belonged to the category of those who had little family wealth. After the grand opening of the fundraiser, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in private. Wang Peng of the treasure house donates 30,000 strings of cash. At this moment, when the name Lin Wenyuan read out was finally not from the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, his next sentence caused another huge uproar. Wow! 30,000 strings of cash. Did I hear wrongly? Oh my God. It's finally not from the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, but this person actually donated 30,000 strings of cash, the same amount as Marquis. Where did this Wang Peng of the treasure house come from? He's actually willing to donate so much money? The merchants sitting in the hall on the first floor of the inn were in an uproar. What did they hear? Someone actually donated 30,000 strings of cash, an amount comparable to Li Zishuan. More importantly, this person was not from the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce? Where did this Wang Peng of the treasure house come from? For a moment, this question surfaced in everyone's mind. But after regaining their senses, many people immediately reacted. After all, most of the people present were merchants from Chang, and city or nearby Chang, and this. If I remember correctly, this treasure house belongs to the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Renbiao. Wang Renbiao? Isn't Wang Renbiao also from the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce? After all this time, he's still from the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Wang family of Taiyuan? Did that mean that the Wang family of Taiyuan was also participating in this fundraising event? TSK. With the Wang family's financial resources, they can really take out 30,000 strings of cash. No. This treasure house is the private property of the Wang family's eldest young master. It doesn't belong to the Wang family of Taiyuan. Then why didn't young master Wang donate in his own name, but in the name of the treasure house's shopkeeper? Yes. If I could donate that much money, I would definitely donate it in my own name. Soon, someone revealed the background of the treasure house. Wang Renbiao, the owner behind the scenes, also surfaced. However, many people were somewhat puzzled. Why did Wang Renbiao give this opportunity to make a name for himself to his own shopkeeper instead of himself? However, there was no lack of smart people present. An old man explained to his companion in a low voice, the eldest young master of the Wang family is now the provincial governor of Qizhou and represents the Qizhou officialdom. This donation drive is mainly for us merchants. It will be inconvenient for the eldest young master of the Wang family to donate money in his own name. Therefore, he can only participate in the name of his shop's shopkeeper. His words were reasonable and instantly received the agreement of many people. Now, looking at the whole Tang dynasty, it was extremely rare to see someone like Li Zishuan, who was a high official in the imperial court and openly engaged in the business of merchants among the people. Most people in the officialdom would only let their family members or subordinates engage in the business of merchants behind the scenes and would not put it out in the open. The following facts proved that it was indeed as the old man had guessed. Li Jingchu of the Li Family Carriage Company of Yong County in Qizhou donates 2,000 strings of cash. While the crowd was discussing in low voices, Lin Wenyuan did not stop and immediately read out the next name. The reason why he was so anxious was because the client of these two donations was the same person. In the middle back row, a fat middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood up and walked forward with 2 cards in his hands. Then, the old man showed the cards in his hands to the crowd. One of them had 30,000 strings of cash written on it and was signed by Zhu Baozhai, while the other had 2,000 strings of cash written on it and was signed by Li Jingqiu of the Li Family Carriage Company. After showing the cards, the old man put the cards in his hands into the cardboard box. Then, under the guidance of the venue's staff, he went up to the second floor of the inn to pay the corresponding donation amount. This old man was actually the client of both donations. Seeing this, the people below could not help but discuss again. What is the relationship between the Li Family Carriage Company and Zhu Baozhai? No, it should be the relationship between the eldest son of the Wang family and this Li Jingqiu. Why did they let Wang Peng donate their money? Li Jingqiu? From the name, it sounds like a girl. TSK, 2,000 strings of cash, this girl is really generous. I think I have heard of this Li Jingqiu. A few days ago, I sent the shopkeeper to Qizhou to deliver a batch of goods. At that time, I heard that the governor of Qizhou, Wang Renbiao, would be marrying a commoner girl in a few days. That girl is called Li Jingqiu. Huh. So the 2 of them are husband and wife. Then why are they donating separately? They can just be combined. Hee hee. Who knows? For a moment, the crowd started to gossip about Wang Renbiao and Li Jingqiu in private. Very soon, the truth of the matter was more or less restored. After all, they were businessmen. In this world, they were the ones with the most up-to-date information. At that moment, Lin Wenyuan threw out another bombshell. Li Cheng, the shopkeeper of the Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion, donates 30,000 strings of cash. Whoosh! This time, Xiao Yu, who was sitting in the first row on the left, could not help but narrow his eyes, and he looked slightly shocked. At that moment, not only were the people in the hall shocked, but even the onlookers outside the Longmen Inn were also in an uproar. 30,000 strings of cash, another 30,000 strings of cash. What's the background of this Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion? However, this time, the background of the Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion was dug out very quickly. The Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion? The Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion in Chang and West City? Isn't that the shop of that person in the palace? That person in the palace? Who is it? It's His Highness the Crown Prince. What? His Highness the Crown Prince? How is that possible? Shoo! Lower your voice. I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince is also a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. If that's the case, it's not surprising that he donated. What? His Highness the Crown Prince is also a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce? How much money did the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce donate? Let me count this, it's actually 190,000 strings of cash. The crowd discussed fervently. With Wang Renbiao as an example, everyone understood very well why Li Qingxian did not use his own name but someone else's. As they discussed, a pale, beardless old man walked up with a card in his hand. It was the shopkeeper of the Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion, Li Cheng. At this point, the first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce had all donated. The donation amount was 190,000 strings of cash. Everyone who thought of this was shocked. Even Xiao Yu was no exception. He had expected the people from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to be rich and would be the main force of this donation drive. However, he never expected the people from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to be so generous. The donation drive had only started for less than 15 minutes, and they had already donated 190,000 strings of cash. To be precise, it was 190,000 strings of cash, including Li Jingqiu's 2,000 strings of cash. A few days ago, he had made a bet with Li Er that the donation drive would not be able to raise enough money for the military. However, in such a short period of time, he had already raised 190,000 strings of cash. He was only 58,000 strings of cash away from the small goal of 250,000 strings of cash that he and Li Er had set. There were a total of 600 to 700 people attending the donation drive today. The remaining people donated an average of 100 strings of cash each, which was enough to reach the small goal of 250,000 strings of cash. The power of merchants. For the first time, Xiaoyu realized that when merchants united, they could also exert a force that could not be ignored. The donation drive continued. Lin Wenyuan's voice was still echoing in the hall. Qingji Winery's Qing Ruisong donates 5,000 strings of cash. Qingji Clothing Shop's Yu Guangxian donates 5,000 strings of cash. Qingfeng Grain Shop's Yin Shixiang donates 5,000 strings of cash. Hengli Satin Shop Su Hongyu donates 5,000 strings of cash. Baocheng Pawn Shop's Lu Yuchuan donates 4,000 strings of cash. Yifeng Ironware Shop's Zhangsun Chao donates 4,000 strings of cash. As Lin Wenyuan's voice rose and fell, the people sitting in the hall and outside the Dragon Gate Inn were not idle either. Everyone was amazed by the tycoons of the donors while secretly guessing the background of the shops. Although some of the shops had mediocre backgrounds, some of the shops had deep backgrounds. Most of the people present were merchants near the capital, so they were naturally well informed about Chang'an. Soon, they had dug up the backgrounds of some of the shops. Isn't this Duke Lu's winery? He also sent people to donate money? Hey! Isn't this Duke Yi's shop? This shop belongs to Duke Yi's family. There's actually a shop belonging to Duke Xiao's family. Everyone was shocked to discover that not only did Wang Rinbiao and Li Qingxian from the imperial court send people to participate in this donation drive, but other civil and military officials like Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Zhang Sun Wuji, and others also sent people to participate in this donation drive, and all of them donated a considerable amount. Sitting on the left side of the row, Xiaoyu finally could not remain calm. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. If Wang Rini and Li Qingxian were to participate in the donation drive because they were members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, it was still reasonable. However, Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Zhang Sun Wuji, and other civil and military officials also came. That was completely out of his expectations. Crazy. Crazy. This was clearly a donation drive that was open to the merchants of the Great Tang. Why did all the civil and military officials of the imperial court come? That's not right. Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others all donated money. If I don't donate, then wouldn't. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's hand that was stroking his beard trembled violently, and he almost pulled his beard out. This was because he suddenly realized a problem. He had been scammed. Chapter 1824. Taiyuan City, the Wang clan's ancestral home. Master, there's someone outside who says he wants to see you. In a courtyard near the northwest of the Wang clan, a manservant walked into a side hall and reported to Wang Yu. Who wants to see me? Wang Yu was in the middle of resolving family matters. Speaking of which, since his second son had requested to be adopted by the second branch, as his father, he naturally had to ask Wang Rinni's birth mother, Madame Cui, about this. His intuition told him that Wang Rinni's adoption was not as simple as it seemed, and Madame Cui had returned to the ancestral home several months ago. In theory, she should know some secrets. But before he could ask a few questions, the manservant said that someone was looking for him. He couldn't help but be surprised. He had only returned to Taiyuan a few hours ago, so why was someone already looking for him? The manservant held an item in his hand and bowed to Wang Yu. Master, that person did not say. He only asked this lowly one to present this item to Master. He said that once Master sees this item, you will definitely see him. Oh. Let this old man see. Wang Yu raised his brows and ordered the manservant. Yes. Master. The manservant naturally accepted the order and stepped forward to hand the item in his hand to Wang Yu. Wang Yu stretched out his hand to receive it. The manservant handed over a token wrapped in brocade. Wang Yu lifted the brocade and focused his eyes to see that it was actually a token. After clearly seeing the words engraved on the token, his eyes trembled, and then he quickly wrapped the token up again. He then instructed the manservant, take a look at the token. Hurry and invite him in. Yes. Master. The manservant obeyed and left. Wang Yu turned to Princess Tong and Wang Ren's birth mother, Cui Qinfang. After a few moments of thought, he said, Madam, Qinfang, return to the rear courtyard and rest. This old man has some matters to take care of. Princess Tong had wanted to ask Wang Yu what had happened, but when she heard this, she stood up and looked at Wang Yu, then at Cui Qinfang, who was sitting across from him. Without saying anything, she turned and left. Cui Qinfang bowed and said, Yes. Master. This concubine will take her leave. After bowing, Cui Qinfang followed Princess Tong out the door. Although Wang Ren had been adopted by the second branch and had completely become a member of the second branch, as his mother, as long as Wang Yu did not divorce her, she would always be a member of the eldest branch and had to live under the roof of the eldest branch. After the two women left, Wang Yu was the only one left in the room. Not long after, the manservant from before came in with a young man in tight clothes. Wang Yu waved his hand at the manservant and ordered, You can leave first. Close the door while you're at it. Without my orders, don't let anyone come close to this place. The manservant's expression turned cold as he bowed to receive the order and said, Yes. Master. The manservant left and closed the door. Only then did the young man cup his fists and bow to Wang Yu. This general, Dugu Feiying, greets Provincial Governor Wang. That's right, the young man who came to see Wang Yu was Dugu Feiying. The fish talisman he had the manservant pass in was the Imperial Army's general. This could directly prove his identity. It was because of this that Wang Yu dismissed the others in the room. The Imperial Army would not leave the capital so easily. Now that an Imperial Army soldier had come to Taiyuan and had not revealed his identity to the manservant and only passed the fish talisman to Wang Yu, it meant that he did not want others to know his identity. At the same time, it also meant that this Imperial Army soldier did not want others to know the purpose of his visit. Haha. So it's a brat from the Dugu family. Have a seat. Hearing this, Wang Yu laughed and threw the fish talisman in his hand to Dugu Feiying. He pointed to the chair beside him and said, The Dugu family was a noble family from the North Zhou to the Sui dynasty. The founding empress of the Sui dynasty and Li Yuan's first wife were all from the Dugu family. Although the Dugu family was not as powerful as the 5 families and 7 nobles, they were not far behind. Therefore, after hearing Dugu Feiying's identity, Wang Yu's attitude became very polite. However, Dugu Feiying did not sit down as he was told. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Provincial Governor Wang. However, this general still has military affairs to attend to. I came here today to ask Provincial Governor Wang for a favor. After I'm done, this general will leave. Seeing that Dugu Feiying's tone was hurried, Wang Yu did not have the intention to continue the small talk. Instead, he went straight to the point and asked, General Dugu, please tell me what you need. If I can help, I will do my best to help. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying was overjoyed. He quickly said, To be honest, this general came to Taiyuan with my brother mainly to protect the safety of His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the people from Yanhuang College. This general brought people to Taiyuan yesterday. My brother, Prince Wei, and the others will only arrive at Taiyuan at dusk today. After this general arrived at Taiyuan City, he discovered a group of extremely suspicious people who were suspected to be Turkic spies hiding in Taiyuan. This general was worried that this person would harm Prince Wei and the others, so I sent people to monitor him. Who knew that he would disappear right under the noses of this general's subordinates? Dugu Feiying made a long story short. He told Wang Yu about what he had encountered after arriving at Taiyuan City, as well as the 2 key suspects, Zhu Hongsheng and Kang Chang'an. Hearing this, Wang Yu frowned. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, You said that His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the people from Yanhuang College are coming to Taiyuan? I wonder if you can tell me their purpose in coming to Taiyuan? It wasn't that he wanted to pry for information, but he didn't understand. Even if Zhu Hongsheng and Kang Chang'an were Turkic spies in Taiyuan City, why would they harm Li Tai and the others? If he wanted to help Dugu Feiying solve this problem, he had to understand the cause and effect of this matter. Hearing Wang Yu ask this question, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but look troubled. Seeing this, Wang Yu waved his hand and laughed. Haha. Since it's not convenient to say, then forget it. Don't violate military discipline because of this old man. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Dugu Feiying hesitated for a moment, then said, "There's no harm in telling you. His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the others have come to Taiyuan to complete a top-secret mission from Yanhuang College, which is to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan City. It will be used to quickly transmit information between the frontline soldiers and the imperial court when they attack the Turks in 2 months. His Majesty is worried that the Turks will send people to obstruct or harm His Royal Highness after learning of His Royal Highness's purpose, so he sent me and my brother to lead 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers to escort him. When we were in Shihe County in Fan Province, my brother suspected that we were being followed, so he sent me to Taiyuan City first to clean up the hidden dangers in the city. Unexpectedly, the suspects escaped. The Wang clan has operated in Taiyuan for many years. If Provincial Governor Wang is willing to help, it won't be difficult to find those 2 people in Taiyuan City in a short time." As the head of the Wang clan and the Provincial Governor of Sui Province, Wang Yu couldn't be unaware of the pros and cons of this matter. Moreover, Wang Yu had a close relationship with the imperial family and Li Zishuan. He couldn't possibly reveal this secret and put Li Tai and the others in danger. It was precisely because of these prerequisites that Dugu Feiying told Wang Yu the true purpose of Li Tai's trip. He believed that Wang Yu would definitely keep this secret. Yanhuang College? A telegraph relay station. Hearing this, Wang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a deep voice, "General Dugu, rest assured. This old man will do his best to help this matter that concerns Prince Wei's safety and Yanhuang College's mission." Just as Dugu Feiying thought, Wang Yu was the emperor's son-in-law. His son and Li Zishuan were close friends. He was now firmly tied to the imperial court's war chariot. When it came to the safety of Li Zishuan's son and Li Zishuan's students, he couldn't just stand by and watch. At this point, Wang Yu muttered to himself for a moment before continuing, "This old man hasn't been in Taiyuan for a long time. The affairs of the clan are handled by second elder. You just said that you suspect that the Chiji Ironware Shop and Zhu Hongsheng are accomplices, and the Chiji Ironware Shop's daily iron ore needs come from the Wang clan. This old man will immediately send people to the clan to investigate this clue. In addition, this old man will use all the resources of the Wang clan to find Zhu Hongsheng and Kang Chang'an in Taiyuan City as soon as possible." Wang Yu's words meant that in the next few hours, all of the Wang clan's overt and covert spies, guards, servants, shopkeepers, and servants in Taiyuan City would be involved in the search for Zhu Hongsheng and Kang Chang'an. Dugu Feiying secretly let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his fists and said to Wang Yu, "Many thanks, Provincial Governor Wang. Since that's the case, this general will take his leave first." With the help of the Wang clan, who had been entrenched in Taiyuan City for many years, he believed that Zhu Hongsheng and Kang Chang'an wouldn't be able to hide for long. Then, he would be able to free up his hands to investigate if there were any other hidden dangers in the city. "Good. General Dugu, please go. This old man will arrange for people to help you." Wang Yu got up and sent him off. Dugu Feiying nodded and turned to leave. Wang Yu looked at Dugu Feiying's departing back inside, his expression grim. A moment later, he also left the room with his hands behind his back and walked toward the courtyard of the second branch. But neither he nor Dugu Feiying noticed that on the roof, there was an ordinary-looking man in gray robes. At this moment, he had also quietly left the courtyard. Chapter 1825. Young Master, that's all. In the side courtyard of the Wang family's second branch, a thin man in gray robes greeted Wang Rini. "Oh, no, he should be called Wang Xinyuan now." The thin man whispered something into Wang Xinyuan's ear. In the end, he took a step back and cupped his fists. Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. After a moment, he said with a smile, "You did a good job. As for grandfather, I will ask for a reward for you after this matter is done." "Thank you, young master. But this is what I should do." The gray-robed thin man's face remained unmoved as he said indifferently, Wang Xianyuan didn't take it to heart. Instead, he asked with a smile, "You are Wang Li, right?" The thin man in gray's eyes flashed slightly and said, "You have a good memory, young master." He was a subordinate of the Wang family's second elder and belonged to the Wang family's shadow guard. Although the Wang family's shadow guard was a force that the Wang family had secretly nurtured for many years and directly took orders from the patriarch, the 5 branches of the Wang family all had their own forces within the shadow guard, and this Wang Li was the commander of one of the Wang family's shadow guard squads. His original name was Guo Li, and after his parents died when he was young, he was taken in by Wang Kuei and entered the Wang family. He first became a guard of the Wang family, and then, under Wang Kuei's arrangements, he entered the Wang family's shadow guard. Many years later, he actually became one of the 5 leaders of the Wang family's shadow guard, and was even bestowed the surname of the main family, becoming the current Wang Li. In terms of loyalty, Wang Li was naturally loyal to the Wang family, to Wang Yu, the head of the family, and to Wang Kuei. However, for him, loyalty to Wang Kuei took precedence over the other 2. Wang Xinyuan asked meaningfully, I know a little about the realm of martial artists like you. I wonder what realm you are in now." Wang Li didn't understand why Wang Xinyuan asked this, but he still replied, "Fortunately, I was nurtured by second elder. I reached the peak of Qi transformation 3 years ago, but I didn't make any obvious progress in these 3 years. Now I am only half a step into the Guru realm." Half a step into the Guru realm. Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but murmur, "That's still far from Li Zishuan." Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by Wang Li. After all, those who practiced martial arts had sharper ears than ordinary people. The corner of the latter's mouth twitched involuntarily. It was rumored that Li Zishuan had stepped into the supreme power realm at the age of 20 last year. Such an amazing martial arts genius was rarely seen in hundreds of years. How could he compare with him? Speaking of which, if he had Li Zishuan's talent, there would be countless sect leaders fighting to recruit him. Why would he settle for being a lowly guard in the Wang clan? The atmosphere stagnated for a moment before Wang Xinyuan continued, "I know that you are loyal to grandfather, but since grandfather sent you here, did he tell you that you have to listen to my commands during this period of time? Second elder has already instructed this subordinate to be at young master's disposal for this month." Wang Li cupped his fists and said. In fact, he really looked down on Wang Xinyuan, who betrayed his father for glory, and took the initiative to be adopted by the second branch. However, due to Wang Kuei's orders, he didn't show his disdain on his face. Wang Xinyuan smiled, and then his face suddenly became serious. He said in a deep voice, "I don't only want you to obey me on the surface, but I also want you to obey me in your heart. Listen, as long as you follow me and work hard, I will not only help you become the commander of the Wang clan's secret guards in the future, but I will also ask an expert to help you break through to the supreme power realm." How could someone as smart as him not see that Wang Li was only obeying him on the surface and was not convinced in his heart? It was because of this that he said these words to Wang Li. He had just arrived at the second branch and had no one to rely on. Although Wang Kuei was so good to him now, the 2 of them were mostly using each other. When Wang Kuei successfully took control of the family, where would he go and where would he go? Therefore, it was necessary for him to cultivate some forces for himself before that. Wang Li was moved, but the waves in his heart were quickly calmed down. He said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness, young master." He didn't accept or refuse. His attitude was ambiguous and ambiguous. Haha. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. My words are always effective. However, the most important thing now is that you must help me with this matter in front of you. Wang Xinyuan knew that the other party didn't believe him, but at the moment he was really poor. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Fortunately, he didn't continue to force him, but said lightly, "It's all up to young master." Wang Li cupped his fists and said. His attitude was no longer as frivolous as before. Wang Xinyuan nodded secretly and said, "Continue to monitor the family head. Report to me immediately if there is any new situation. However, you must be careful to hide and not be discovered." Chapter 1826. Provincial Governor, the Wang family's shadow guards are out in full force. All the peddlers and servants in the city have also heard the news. Source Peak City is in chaos. Source Peak City, back hall of the Bing Province Provincial Governor's residence. An old man in scholarly robes cupped his hands at a dignified middle-aged man in official robes. This middle-aged man was the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan. When Li Zishuan intercepted Wu Jia at Longmen Pass, he had borrowed troops from him. The Wang family's shadow guards are out in full force? Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan frowned and couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened that made all the hidden guards of the Wang clan come out and cause such a commotion? Although Wang Liaoyuan was a collateral descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, he was now the provincial governor of Bing Province, which meant that he represented the imperial court. The sudden appearance of the Wang family's shadow guards and such a big commotion put him in a difficult position. The scholar cupped his hands and said, "This old man doesn't know. I only heard that the Wang family is searching for two people in the city. One is a Turkic merchant called Zhu Hongsheng who just arrived in Source Peak 2 days ago. The other is the owner of the Chuji ironware shop, Kang Chang'an." Wang Liaoyuan was even more confused. He muttered, "A Turkic merchant and the owner of an ironware shop. Why is the Wang family looking for them?" After a moment of silence, Wang Liaoyuan stood up and said, "Have someone prepare a carriage. This official is going to the Wang family ancestral residence." He had heard that Wang Yu had just returned to Source Peak and wanted to meet him. At this time, a soldier came in and cupped his hands at Wang Liaoyuan. "Provincial Governor, the Wang family head has sent someone to deliver a letter. He says that it must be opened by you." "Oh. Bring it here." Wang Liaoyuan's expression shifted as he hurriedly ordered the soldier. "Here." The soldier came forward and handed the letter to Wang Liaoyuan with both hands. Wang Liaoyuan took the letter and saw that it was sealed with wax. His expression turned solemn. He did not immediately open the letter. Wang Liaoyuan said to the soldier, "You can leave first." "Yes." The soldier received the order and left. Only then did Wang Liaoyuan open the letter. There were only a few words in the letter, but Wang Liaoyuan's expression suddenly became more solemn. The scholar at the side couldn't help but ask curiously, "Provincial Governor, what did the Wang clan's head say in the letter?" Wang Liaoyuan immediately put away the letter and said with his hands behind his back, "The Wang family's hidden guards have been mobilized under the orders of the imperial court. Tell the guards to not act recklessly and not to obstruct them. Do what you should do as usual." The imperial court's order? The old scholar was startled when he heard this. When he came to his senses, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Understood." With that, he turned around and left. Wang Yu had expected that the provincial governor's office would definitely receive news of the Wang clan's actions and take action. That was why he wrote a letter to Wang Liaoyuan. However, in this letter, he did not explain too much, nor did he ask Wang Liaoyuan to mobilize the bailiffs of the provincial government to help him search. This was because this matter concerned the safety of Li Tai and the others, as well as the Turkic spy. The fewer people who knew, the better. Dugu Feiying had told him to keep this a secret. In addition, the Wang clan's ability to find people in Taiyuan City was far superior to the provincial governor's office. There was no need for the guards of the provincial capital to get involved in this matter. Although Wang Yu's letter was abnormally simple, Wang Liaoyuan could tell from the few words that there was something unusual about this matter. As for what exactly was unusual, he could not guess. This Taiyuan city will probably be in chaos soon. Wang Liaoyuan stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. Chapter 1827. Yuzhou was located to the northeast of Chang'an. Together with Ji, Yun, and Feng provinces, they formed a firm military barrier on the northern border of the Great Tang. 70 li north of Yuzhou, one would enter the territory of the Turks. Another 30 li north would bring one to the Tuli Khan's Yatan. For a Khagan of the steppe to set up his tent on the border of the Great Tang seemed extremely illogical, but there was a reason behind it. The Tuli Khagan was a member of the Ashina clan named Shparga, and he was the son of Shibi Khagan. In the second year of Wuda, Shibi Khagan died of illness. Shparga was too young to succeed the throne, so his uncle, Silafoshi, succeeded him and was given the title of Chuluo Khagan. After Chuluo Khagan succeeded the throne, he appointed Shparga as Nibu Khagan and placed him in the eastern part of the Turks. The land bordered the northern part of Yuzhou. In this way, if the Great Tang attacked the Turks in the future, Shparga's subordinates would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack and be able to hold off the Chuluo Khagan for a while. If the Turks attacked the Great Tang, Shparga's subordinates would be the vanguard and charge into the enemy lines for Chuluo Khagan. If Shibi Khagan knew in the netherworld that his brother treated his son like this, would he be so angry that he would flip open his coffin lid? But this was not the end. In the 4th year of Wuda, Chuluo Khagan died, and Shparga's other uncle took over the throne, becoming the current Shili Khagan. After Shili Khagan took the throne, in order to win over the old subordinates of Shibi Khagan, he appointed Shparga as Little Khagan and put him in charge of the chitons and swans. However, the location of Tuli's tent did not change. It was still connected to Yuzhou in the south, located in the eastern part of the Turks. It was a special, military barrier between Li Air and Xieli. At this moment, a caravan was traveling on the steppe, and they were heading in the direction of Tuli Khagan's tent. There were 20-some people in this caravan. The leader of the caravan was slightly plump and wore a round collar made of green silk. A belt was tied around his waist, and his long hair was not tied up. Instead, it was tied into small braids that casually draped over his shoulders. This was the typical attire of the Turks. The 20-some people behind the merchant were all dressed in coarse leather clothes, their hair braided, style, with scimitars at their waists. All of them appeared Turks. Obviously, these people were the merchant's escorts. In addition to the people, there were more than 10 carriages accompanying the caravan. They were the kind of carriages that were used to transport goods, not people. Through the door of the carriage, one could see that the interior of the carriage was filled with a dazzling array of goods. There were silk, porcelain, and even daily utensils in the boiler. The caravan traveled on the prairie at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a group of soldiers wearing leather clothes and armor and holding curved sabers galloped towards them. "Stop right there." When the group of soldiers arrived in front of the caravan, they immediately reined in their horses and stopped. The leading soldier's face darkened as he asked loudly, "Who are you people?" As for the language spoken by the soldiers, it was naturally not Han, but Turkic. Ever since Tumun defeated the Ruran in 552 AD and established the Turkic Khaganate, the Turks had continued to expand for 200-some years until the Uyghurs defeated the white-browed Khagan in 745 AD. At their peak, they had occupied the Mongolian Plateau, the Yungar Basin, and the Central Asian steppe. As a powerful nomadic people active in the northern steppe of China, the Turks had an important influence on the history of China, Central Asia, and the rest of the world. In addition, the Turks were also the first nomadic people in China to possess their own writing system and language. Several hundred years ago, the Xiongnu and Ruran did not have their own language or writing system. They only used Chinese characters. "We're from the Puga tribe. On the orders of our tribal chief, we've just brought back a batch of Great Tang specialties from Taiyuan to offer to the Great Khan." In the face of these soldiers, the merchant remained unperturbed. After sizing up these 10-some soldiers, he placed his right hand on his left chest, bowed, and then began to speak in fluent Turkic. What was strange was that this was clearly the territory of the Tuli Khagan, but this merchant was clearly standing on the side of Shili Khagan. It was truly perplexing. Was he not afraid that these soldiers would kill or capture all of them and bring them to the Tuli camp? However, after hearing the merchant's reply, those soldiers didn't have any strange expressions on their faces, nor did they make any extreme movements. A hint of fear even flashed through the eyes of the leading soldier, but it was quickly concealed. He looked inside the carriage and said, "Servant Bone Division? What did you bring to the Great Tang? We want to inspect it." The merchant chuckled and said, "The things in the carriage are just some silk, porcelain, and iron. If you like them, you can each take a few with you. Just treat it as a gift from our Puga tribe." "But which tribe do you belong to?" Switching from defense to offense, who would have thought that this merchant would actually start to take the initiative? Hearing the merchant say that everyone could choose a few items to take away, a hint of greed flashed across the eyes of the dozen or so soldiers. After all, the items mentioned by the merchant might be common in Great Tang, but on the plains, all of them were in high demand. There was a flash of greed in the eyes of the leader as well, but it quickly returned to normal. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. "We are from the Qian tribe, and are here to guard this place under the orders of the Great Khan. Since you are offering these things to the Great Khan, we naturally won't take more. One per person is enough." The Qian tribe, one of the 15 tribes of Tiela, was the closest tribe to the Tuli Khagan's Yashin that belonged to the Shieli Khagan's forces. It seemed that the merchant's decision to say that he was from the Pugu tribe was the correct one. Because the Pugu tribe was near the Turkic royal court, it was the direct subordinate force of Shieli Khagan. The merchant smiled and said, "So you are the warriors of the Qian tribe. Since you are under the orders of the Great Khan, please inspect these goods carefully." After saying that, he made a "please" gesture. Seeing the merchant being so magnanimous and being so polite, the leading soldier waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "All right. Since you are friends from the Puga tribe, brothers, each of you can take a piece of ironware." After saying that, everyone cheered and hurriedly got down from their horses and walked towards the carriage loaded with goods. After a while, some of these people carried iron pots and some carried iron stoves. To the nomads living in the grassland, these ironwares from the Central Plains were very scarce. This was because the people of the grassland were not good at refining iron, let alone making ironwares. Take the iron pot for example. A good iron pot could easily be exchanged for dozens of sheep in the grassland. Some tribes that were not doing well could not afford to use iron pots, so they could only use stone pots. "All right. Brothers of the Puga tribe, you can go now. My name is Qianhe. You are very similar to my temperament, haha. There are still 3 checkpoints in front, but when the time comes, as long as you mention my name, they will not make things difficult for you. But you must not go near the little Khan's Yashin, otherwise you will be caught." The leader of the soldiers held a jet-black iron pot and grinned at the merchant. From the beginning to the end, these people only took one piece of ironware that they wanted and did not check the goods in the carriage one by one. The merchant smiled and bowed, "Thank you, brother Qianhe." The soldier by the name of Qi waved his hand and left with his subordinates in satisfaction. The merchant stood still for a while. When he saw that the soldiers had gone far, he then said to the guards behind him, "Let's go. We must reach Tuli Yashin before dark." Mandarin. At this moment, this merchant was actually speaking in Mandarin. "Yes." The 20 guards behind the merchant cupped their fists and said in unison. What was even more bizarre was that these people were all speaking in Mandarin. It turned out that they were actually a group of Central Plains people who came to the grassland in disguise. But that merchant was from the Central Plains, so why was he able to speak Turkic so fluently? The group once again set out on their journey. Just as Qianhe had said, they encountered 3 more checkpoints in the following journey. But the name Qianhe seemed to have some effect on these Turkic soldiers. Those Turkic soldiers who had originally come to search did not make things difficult for this merchant group. But the merchant was rich and imposing. Although they did not make things difficult for him, he still left behind some ironware or silk for the soldiers at each checkpoint. These soldiers were all beaming with joy and declared that if they went to the Great Tang to buy goods again, they would definitely not stop them. Good. We should be safe from now on. After passing through the last checkpoint, the leading merchant finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Ha! Duke Ju, you are truly formidable. Those Turkic soldiers were all fooled by you. At the start, this general was sweating for you." Hearing these words, the guards behind the merchant all let out a sigh of relief. Among them, the leading guard could not help but look at the merchant with a face of worship and sigh. Duke Ju. This merchant dressed as a Turkic was actually the Duke Ju, Tang Jian, who had secretly departed from Chang and 10 some days ago on a diplomatic mission to the Turks. Who could have imagined that the mighty Duke Ju of the Great Tang would disguise himself as a Turkic merchant and even speak fluent Turkic? At this moment, the other guards also looked at Tang Jian with admiration. This man had single-handedly led them through Shieli's checkpoints, making it difficult for them not to admire him. Tang Jian stood with his hands behind his back and faintly smiled. When we go on a diplomatic mission to the Turks, we are already dancing on the edge of the blade. In the future, we will definitely encounter many more dangerous situations than today. If we want to return alive, we must be extremely careful, and at the same time, we must also prepare ourselves mentally. At this moment, Tang Jian's hair and beard were blowing in the wind. He was just like Zhou Yu, calm and composed, confident and at ease. This sort of mentality was simply explosive. Yes. Everyone agreed. The leading guard hesitated for a moment, then said, Duke Zhu, this general has a matter that I do not understand. Earlier, why did you tell that Chi Kaha that we were from the Boga tribe? This territory belongs to Tuli Kagan. When you said this, were you not afraid that Chi Kaha was one of Tuli's men and would kill us all? He knew a little of the Turkic language, but he was far less proficient than Tang Jian. Just now, he had also understood a portion of the conversation between Tang Jian and Chi Kaha. It was precisely because of this that he was sweating for Tang Jian. Chapter 1828. Haha. In the past, the entire southeast region of the grassland was naturally Tuli's territory. But now, Shili Khan is amassing a large number of troops to encircle and suppress Tuli. Tuli has sent people to the Great Tang several times to ask for help, so Shili must be on guard against him escaping from the grassland and seeking refuge with the Great Tang. Therefore, Shili must have sent troops to guard the borders of the grassland to prevent Tuli from escaping. Since Shili sent troops to guard against Tuli's escape, he must have sent tribes closer to Tuli's house. Thus, this old man said that we came from the Puga tribe, and the Puga tribe is located in the heart of the grassland, far away from here. Even if the guards here find us unfamiliar, they probably won't find it strange, so they didn't make things too difficult for us. On the grassland, Tang Jian, who had passed through many checkpoints, was leading the group forward quickly while explaining to the guard beside him. The people accompanying Tang Jian to the grassland were all elites of the Imperial Army, and the guard beside him was a lieutenant general of the Imperial Army named Yu Minghu. During the Wuda years, he had followed Li Er to fight the Turks many times, so he knew a thing or two about the Turk language. However, compared to Tang Jian, the little bit of Turk knowledge in Yu Minghu's mind was completely lacking. During the Wuda years, Tang Jian had interacted with some Turk nobles and generals many times. Not only was he familiar with the Turk language and writing, he also knew the Turk tribal divisions and power relationships like the back of his hand. Therefore, after Li Er ascended the throne, whenever he sent an envoy to the Turks, Tang Jian would be among them. So that's how it is. After hearing Tang Jian's explanation, Yu Minghu couldn't help but be enlightened. He cupped his fists toward Tang Jian and said in admiration, Duke Zhu is farsighted and insightful. This Yu admires you. This was sincere admiration. Although Tang Jian did not know martial arts and seemed to be in existence of fighting 5 dregs on this grassland, his brain and the knowledge in his stomach were completely comparable to a mighty soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles. Tang Jian waved his hand, not taking this matter to heart. He said indifferently, if this old man remembers correctly, we should be able to see Tuli's house after walking a few more li to the north. After saying that, he added, if it's not necessary, try to speak as little as possible to avoid being overheard and exposing our identities. Yu Minghu had long been convinced by Tang Jian, so how could he not agree? He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, yes. The group of people rode their horses and pulled their goods towards the north. The afternoon sun shone on their bodies, causing the sweat on their faces to increase. Although the heat was unbearable, they were more confident that they could return alive. South of Taiyuan City, in the Yi Temple, under the incense burner table. At this time, there were also 2 people here who felt the unbearable heat. Not only was it unbearable, but it was also unbearable, hunger, thirst. This hunger and thirst was real hunger and thirst, especially for the fat middle-aged man. He was about to faint at this moment. He was not only suffering from the heat, but also hunger and thirst. Phew. He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't take it anymore. Boss Kong, I need to go out for some fresh air and find something to eat and drink. Otherwise, I'll starve to death. Zhu Xiaoqing moved his body and turned his head to speak to Kang Chang'an. As he spoke, he used his fat palm to fan his cheeks. Obviously, he was unbearably hot. He was just short of sticking out his tongue like a puppy in summer. Speaking of which, if sticking out one's tongue could cool down one's body, this guy definitely wouldn't mind sticking out his tongue. Are you crazy? Kang Chang'an couldn't help but scold him angrily. The Wang family's people are looking for us all over the city now. Aren't you walking right into their trap if you go out now? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Although he was also unbearably hot now, compared to being caught by the Wang family, this stuffy heat was still within his tolerable range. Then what should we do? Are we going to hide here for the rest of our lives? Let alone for the rest of our lives, even if it's just for 2 days, we'll suffocate and starve to death here. I'll go out and see if there are any Wang family guards outside. They can't be nearby all the time, right? Zhu Xiaoqing said impatiently. Chapter 1829. Reporting to Patriarch, Zhu Hongxing's attendants, as well as the manservant and shopkeeper of the Chu ironware shop, have all been captured by us. However, Zhu Hongxing and Kang Chang'an's whereabouts are unknown. Their attendants and subordinates are all stubborn and unwilling to divulge their whereabouts. Oh, right. And that Zhu Hongxing is a fake name. His real name is Zhu Shicheng. Taiyuan, the Wang family's ancestral home. A tall man in black with a round collar cupped his fist and reported to Wang Yu. Other than the two of them, Princess Tong and Wang Bing were also in the room. The pursuit of Zhu Shicheng and Kang Chang'an involved a secret mission of Yanhuang College, as well as the safety of Li Tai, the Tang Empire's prince. Therefore, Wang Bing had only used his authority as the master of the family to help Dugu Feiying catch the spies. As for the details, he hadn't told anyone else in the family. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that he didn't dare to, because the slightest mistake could doom the Wang family. Even so, Wang Yu had still told Princess Tong and Wang Bing about the inside story. Firstly, these two were his closest relatives and were absolutely trustworthy. Secondly, these two were experienced and quick-witted people. After knowing the inside story, wouldn't they be able to help Wang Yu come up with a solution? Humph. Zhu Shicheng. I remember that there's a Turkic tribe called the Shatua tribe, and most of the tribesmen have the surname Zhu. Combined with today's situation, there's really something going on behind these two people. Wang Yu's expression turned cold. He snorted and said, since those servants refuse to speak, Chenggu, immediately hand them over to Dugu Feiying of Tongfuin. They're the imperial army, and they have plenty of ways to make those servants talk. After you go, report the current situation to Dugu Feiying. Tell him that the Wang family will do their best to pursue Zhu Shicheng and Kang Chang'an until they're found. Wang Chenggu. This tall man was called Wang Chenggu, and he was the commander of the Wang family's shadow guards. He was a grandmaster who had been trained by Wang Yu. Hearing this, Wang Chenggu saluted respectfully and said, "Yes, Master." Then, he turned and left. The room fell into a brief silence. With the revelation of Zhu Xiaoqing's identity and the fact that Zhu Xiaoqing and Kang Chang and subordinates refused to reveal their whereabouts, this undoubtedly confirmed that these two people's backgrounds were not clean. "Master, do you think we caught the wrong person? Zhu Xiaoqing and Kang Chang'an are just merchants. Maybe they aren't the Turkic spies the imperial army is looking for?" Unexpectedly, Princess Tong suddenly spoke at this moment. When Wang Yu heard this, he frowned and said without thinking, "Madam, how is that possible? If the two of them were not Turkic spies, why did they conceal their identities and hide now? If this was not a guilty conscience, what else could it be? This old man suspects that these two are not only Turkic spies, but Turkic spies that have been hiding in Taiyuan City for many years. Otherwise, how could my Wang clan not have found their whereabouts even after mobilizing all its forces? This group of people must have accomplices in the city." Even though Wang Yu's words were reasonable, Princess Tong still shook her head and said, "Master, they concealed their identities and hid here and there. Perhaps they did something illegal in their daily lives, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are Turkic spies. Moreover, Master, don't you think that they were exposed too easily? If they were Turkic spies, how could the Imperial Army, which has only been in Taiyuan City for a day, have caught them? Wang Yu couldn't help but be taken aback by Princess Tong An's words. This was a contradictory topic. According to his previous analysis, Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang were Turkic spies who had been hiding in Taiyuan City for many years and had many accomplices. But if this was the case, how could they have been discovered as soon as Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army arrived in Taiyuan City? Then weren't these two Turkic spies too weak? Wang Bing was an experienced and knowledgeable man, and he had seen all sorts of monsters in his life. Seeing Wang Yu's conflicted expression, he said, the princess's words are not without reason. In this old man's view, whether it was Zhu Xiecheng or Kang Chang, they were exposed too easily. It's like someone behind the scenes deliberately pushed them out to draw the attention of the Imperial Army and the Wang clan. If this is true, then the faction hiding in Taiyuan City cannot be underestimated. King Wei's party will probably be in trouble on this trip to Taiyuan. But regardless, Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang are the only clues we have. If we find them as quickly as possible, we might be able to find a clue to the person behind the scenes. Chapter 1830. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the cold light outside the field was only 3 feet away from Zhu Huiqing. At this moment, no one had time to react. Some people didn't even notice the cold light in the air. First, it was because the speed of the cold light was too fast. Second, it all happened too suddenly. The figure outside the window appeared without any warning. At the same time, the cold light also appeared. The cold light pierced through the paper window and went straight for Zhu Huiqing's throat. Silencing. Someone actually dared to kill someone right under the nose of the Imperial Army. Bastard. Dugu Feiying was the first to react. Seeing this, he was both shocked and angry. At this time, he didn't have time to call for help. Even if he did, it would be useless. No one present could be faster than him. Dugu Feiying, who had just reacted, stretched his right hand towards his calf like lightning. In an instant, a mystic leaf flying knife appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the flying knife shot towards the trajectory of the cold light. He wanted to use the flying knife to stop the cold light in the air. He was only a few steps away from Zhu Huiqing. However, he didn't know where the cold light came from. He didn't dare to use his body to block it. He could only use the flying knife that he was best at in his life to block it. At the same time, he finally had the time to shout to the Imperial Army inside and outside the house, "Assassin!" At the same time, Dugu Feiying's flying knife met the cold light in the air. The expected sound of metal clashing did not appear. The cold light seemed to have pierced through the body of the flying knife and continued to fly towards Zhu Huiqing's body. At this time, at this distance, even if Dugu Feiying wanted to use his body to help Zhu Huiqing block it, it was already too late. The cold light that should have shot into Zhu Huiqing's neck instead shot into Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade above his chest. It seemed that although Dugu Feiying's flying dagger didn't succeed in stopping the cold light, it had slightly changed the direction of the cold light's flight. At this time, Dugu Feiying finally saw what the cold light was. It was a thin needle that emitted a cold light. Seeing that half of the needle had already sunk into Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade, Dugu Feiying secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as the needle didn't pierce his throat. Catch the assassin. At this time, Dugu Feiying was both shocked and angry. He roared and turned his head to look out the window, but at this time, there was no one outside. It turned out that the moment the assassin made his move, he didn't look at the result and immediately fled. At this time, if Dugu Feiying wanted to capture him, where would he start? Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would immediately flee. Was this assassin a professional or not? Or perhaps, the opponent was confident that he could kill the target with this move. Quick! Catch the assassin. Motherf *Ker, how are the people outside guarding? At this time, the rest of the people finally reacted. Zhang Dafu roared and led the people directly out of the house, cursing and swearing. There was a commotion outside the house, followed by a series of hurried footsteps that gradually went further and further away. Back in the house, Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade was hit for a while, but he didn't cry out in pain. He only groaned. De Gufeng felt a little strange, but then he saw Zhu Huiqing's neck quickly turn black. There's poison on the needle. Almost instantly, De Gufeng reacted. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Zhu Huiqing's shoulder, and shook it, saying, "How are you? The person you want to protect wants to silence you. Tell me quickly, why did Zhu Xiqing come to Taiyuan? Where is he hiding now?" "He is taking revenge." At that moment, Zhu Huiqing could feel his life draining away rapidly. After hearing De Gufeng's words, he opened his mouth, wanting to tell De Gufeng about the matter. However, he suddenly felt his head become extremely heavy. He wanted to fall asleep right there and then. He opened his mouth for a long time, but he couldn't even say a complete sentence. After spitting out 4 words intermittently, this guy's eyes rolled back, and he finally stopped breathing. At this time, not only did his neck turn black, but his entire face also turned black, and black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. De Gufeng was very unwilling, and he shouted in a low voice, "Where are you? What revenge? Wake up quickly." As he spoke, De Gufeng reached out to check Zhu Huiqing's breathing, but he didn't feel anything. De Gufeng's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. What a strong poison, it actually kills the throat as soon as it touches blood. De Gufeng muttered to himself and stood up, while Zhu Huiqing, who had no one to support him, fell to the ground. De Gufeng stood with his hands behind his back, his face as calm as water. He didn't say a word, and he was waiting for his subordinates to return. In the small house, the rest of the people saw Zhu Huiqing's tragic death, and all of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. De Gufeng didn't have to wait for long. After about 15 minutes, Zhang Dafu brought a group of imperial guards back. "How was it? Did you catch the assassin?" De Gufeng's face darkened as he asked. Zhang Dafu's face was full of shame as he cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to General, that person's martial arts is very strong, especially his Qinggong is very good, and he should be a grandmaster expert. I brought people to chase him down 2 streets, but in the end, he disappeared." "Grandmaster expert?" De Gufeng was shocked when he heard this. Although grandmaster experts were the most powerful in this world, if a mortal wanted to reach the grandmaster realm, talent, hard work and opportunities were all indispensable. In this way, grandmaster experts represented the top of the martial arts world, and there were only a few grandmaster experts in this world. They were definitely not some common trash. To be able to send a grandmaster expert to assassinate a person, how powerful was the other party? This question appeared in De Gufeng's mind, and it was terrifying to think about. "From the martial arts, can you tell where the other party came from?" After thinking for a while, De Gufeng frowned and asked. Zhang Dafu thought for a while, and said shamefully, "We didn't fight with that person, and we were in a hurry to catch up to him, so we didn't look carefully." What he meant was that he couldn't tell. When De Gufeng heard this, he was instantly disappointed. He turned around and said sternly, "Set up defenses in this house. If anyone else sneaks in without a sound, you will all be punished according to military law." Zhang Dafu's face turned serious, and he quickly said, "Yes, General." Then, he looked at Zhu Huiqing, who was lying on the ground, from the corner of his eye, and mumbled, "General, he's dead. That person's needle is highly toxic, and it will kill the moment it touches blood. Later, use something to remove the needle, and then bury him." Without waiting for him to finish, De Gufeng said coldly, "Yes, General." Zhang Dafu cupped his fists and agreed, and then quickly went to arrange for people to do so. At this time, De Gufeng turned around and looked at the other people who were tied up. He said coldly, "Now you know how the person you want to protect treated you, right? If you don't want to end up like Zhu Huiqing, tell me what you know immediately, and I will ensure your safety." Otherwise, even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you. Chapter 1831. A living person was still, stubborn, in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact made the people who were caught by the Imperial Guards all change their expressions. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you. It directly broke down their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. Now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Perhaps anyone with a normal IQ could think of it. Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The manservant named Zhao Fugue wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing over and over again. He repeatedly said, he kept saying, "General, please spare me. I'm really from Wutai County in Daizhou. I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be merciful and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Wutai County in Daizhou. Like Zhao Fugue, I was recruited by Boss Zhu to transport goods in Taiyuan. However, there was one night when I woke up in the middle of the night and heard Boss Zhu and Zhu Huiqing talking. However, I didn't dare to get close at that time. I only vaguely heard Boss Zhu say, 'Big business. Contact. I have already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have old and young to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the accountant of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. So, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Xiqing's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's employees all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. He wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Xianxia's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the ironware shop's accountant, do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he usually? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows himself. I've been the ironware shop's accountant for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. So, I don't know Boss Kang's background." Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart thumped. He thought quickly, then said, "General. Although I don't know, our ironware shop's shopkeeper, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and Boss have the most dealings. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Okay. Then, who do you think is your ironware shop's shopkeeper among these people?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home now." "Then, where does Yi Funian live?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment, then immediately made a decision. He roared, "Zhang Dafu!" Someone immediately ran in and shouted, "I'm here." A living person was still, stubborn, in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact caused the faces of those who were caught by the Imperial Army to change color. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly broke the line of defense in their hearts. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out. Under the immense fear of death, instantly, many people took the initiative to jump out. The servant called Zhao Fugue wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing again and again. He repeatedly said, "General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Zhao Fugue. I was recruited by Boss Zhu to transport goods in Taiyuan. However, there was one night when I woke up in the middle of the night and heard Boss Zhu and Zhu Huiqing talking. However, I didn't dare to get close at that time. I only vaguely heard Boss Zhu say big business. Contact. I have already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have old and young to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the accountant of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Xiqing's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's employees all scrambled to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words all fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Xian's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder. "Since you're the accountant of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been the accountant of the ironware shop for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. Thus, I don't know Boss Kang's background." Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly and hurriedly said, "General. Although I don't know, our ironware shop's shopkeeper, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and Boss usually interact the most. If there's anyone in the ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, "All right. Then tell me, who among these people is your ironware shop's shopkeeper?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home right now." "Then where does Yi Funian stay?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He roared, "Zhang Dafu!" Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, "General is here." A living person was still, stubborn, in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact caused the faces of those who were caught by the Imperial Army to change color. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly destroyed their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out, right? Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The servant from before, called Zhao Fugui, wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing over and over again. He repeatedly said, "General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County, I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be magnanimous and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Zhao Fugui. I was recruited by Boss Zhu to transport goods in Taiyuan. But one night when I woke up, I heard Boss Zhu and Zhu Huiqing talking. But at that time, I didn't dare to get close. I only faintly heard Boss Zhu say the words big business. Contact. I've already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have elders and children to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the bookkeeper of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was originally an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Xiqing's subordinates and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's workers and servants all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Xian's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely as he said, "Ji General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been working as an accountant for the ironware shop for 2 years and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, much less spoken to him. That's why I don't know anything about Boss Kong." Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly and quickly said, "General. Although I don't know, the shopkeeper of our ironware shop, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi has the most dealings with Boss. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "All right. Then tell me, who among these people is the shopkeeper of your ironware shop?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on leave today due to illness. He should be at home now." "Then where does Yi Funian stay?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He shouted, "Zhang Dafu." Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, "General is here." A living person was still, stubborn, in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact made the people who were caught by the Imperial Army change their expressions. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly broke down their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out, right? Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The servant called Zhao Fugui wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing again and again. He repeatedly said, "General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County, I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be merciful and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Zhao Fugui. I was recruited by Boss Zhu to transport goods in Taiyuan. But one night when I woke up, I heard Boss Zhu and Zhu Huiqing talking. But at that time, I didn't dare to get close. I only faintly heard Boss Zhu say the words big business. Contact. I've already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have elders and children to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the bookkeeper of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Xiqing's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's workers and servants all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Xian's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed the man's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been the bookkeeper of the ironware shop for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. That's why I don't know Boss Kang's background. Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly, then quickly said, "General. Although I don't know, the shopkeeper of our ironware shop, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and Boss usually interact the most. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "All right. Then tell me, who among these people is the shopkeeper of your ironware shop?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home right now." "Then where does Yi Funian live?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment, then immediately made a decision. He shouted, "Zhang Dafu." Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, "General is here." Chapter 1832. I am the county magistrate of Lantian County. Today, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is holding a donation event in Lantian County. I represent the county magistrate of Lantian County and the people of Lantian County to welcome everyone and thank everyone for your generosity. County magistrate, he did not act like the other merchants who wanted to donate and directly walk to the donation box with the donation board. Instead, he walked to the side of Lin Wenyuan. The latter understood and passed the loudspeaker in his hand to county magistrate he. County magistrate he took it and then used the loudspeaker's amplification function to speak loudly to the people present. At the beginning of this year, Marquis established the Department of Commerce in Lantian County. The purpose of the Department of Commerce is to create a good business environment for merchants. Although the business tax rate has been raised, the status of merchants has also been raised. In Lantian County, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen are all classified as commoners and the government treats them equally. Furthermore, the children of merchants can also enter the school. In this way, merchants can do business in Lantian County with peace of mind and will not be disturbed. In less than a year, Lantian County's business has flourished and the county magistrate's treasury still has a lot of surplus. Previously, Marquis had told me that the county magistrate's office usually collects taxes from merchants and commoners, but the taxes collected must all be taken from the people and used by the people. Today, the northern Turks are eyeing Tang. Although my Lantian County magistrate is not as wealthy as everyone here, we are still willing to contribute to the imperial court. Therefore, I will donate 10,000 strings of cash from the county magistrate's treasury to the imperial court in hopes that the imperial court can defeat the Turks and completely pacify the northern Turks. This is also the sincerity of the people of Lantian County towards Tang and His Majesty. As the host, it was understandable for county magistrate he to say some pretty words in front of these merchants who came from afar. However, what he said wasn't just for show. There was a deeper meaning behind it. That was to use this fundraising event to spread the signboard of Lantian County, attracting more merchants to do business in Lantian County. Sure enough, as soon as county magistrate he finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers from the audience and outside the inn. Wow! Lantian County magistrate is so generous, donating 10,000 strings of cash. Good. Take from the people and use it for the people. Marquis said it well. County magistrate you did well. The current Lantian County has really changed a lot. There are more and more shops and people. This is all thanks to Marquis' Department of Commerce. Yes. Yes. But why did I hear that the Department of Commerce changed the business tax ratio from 1 in 30 to 1 in 6? It's increased by 5 times. It has indeed increased by 5 times. But the status of us merchants has also increased. Furthermore, you're doing business in Lantian County, so you don't have to worry about your safety. There's no ruffians or gangsters who would dare to cause trouble for you. You can be at ease. In the long run, I can only earn more every month than before. Of course. Just look at the number of merchants in Lantian County, and you'll know. None of us are fools. If there are no benefits, who would be willing to do business in Lantian County? That's right. The discussions of the merchants naturally fell into county magistrate's ears, but he didn't have the time to enjoy the praise. After he finished speaking, he returned the loudspeaker to Lin Wenyuan. As the time for the fundraiser was very tight, it was already very rare for Lin Wenyuan to give him a chance to speak alone. Furthermore, he had to deliver the fundraising signboard and go to the second floor to handle the procedures for the transfer of funds. At this moment, Xiaoyu was sitting on the ground in a daze. County magistrate's words just now had already set off a huge wave in his heart that was as calm as an ancient well. The purpose of the Department of Commerce is to create a good business environment for merchants. In Lantian County, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen are all classified as commoners. The government treats them all equally. Take from the people and use it for the people. Every decree of Lantian County would cause a huge uproar in other counties. This was because every decree, to the traditional, old pedants, was considered to be treason and heresy. It was only because this was Lantian County, Li Zishuan's fief, that no one cared about it. This was because as long as Li Zishuan didn't rebel in his fief, Li Er wouldn't do anything to him even if he did something out of line. Since ancient times, the vassal kings and important ministers were all like this. Previously, when the Department of Commerce was established in Lantian County, Xiaoyu, as the Minister of Revenue, had more or less heard about it. However, at that time, he didn't pay much attention to the Department of Commerce. He thought that it was just a playful move by Li Zishuan, and that it wouldn't amount to much. But now, after hearing County Magistrate's systematic explanation of the government decrees issued by the Department of Commerce and the administration philosophy, coupled with the indisputable fact that Lantian County's business was flourishing, Xiaoyu's shock and sudden enlightenment were indescribable. It turned out that merchants could exert such great power. To think that as the Minister of Revenue, his main duty was to manage the great Tang's purse for Li Er. But now, the achievements of Lantian County made him, a veteran of 3 dynasties, feel ashamed. In the entire Great Tang, Lantian County was considered a middle-class county. But this middle-class county's annual business tax revenue was far more than 10,000 strings of coins. The reason why it was far more than 10,000 strings of coins was because the Department of Commerce had only been established for half a year. But now, County Magistrate he was able to donate 10,000 strings of coins to the court. What did this mean? This meant that through a series of business tax reforms, Lantian County's county office had collected more than 10,000 strings of coins in just half a year. Didn't this mean that Lantian County's annual business tax revenue was more than 20,000 strings of coins? One had to know that this was only the first year of Lantian County's business tax reform. As the reputation of Lantian County spread among the merchants, the business of Lantian County was bound to flourish. When the time came, no one could predict how much business tax this middle-class county would collect in a year. But it would definitely be more than now, not less. Just imagine, if all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang were as awesome as Lantian County. No, even if they were only 1/5 as awesome as Lantian County, given that the Great Tang currently had more than 1,500 counties, just the tax on commerce alone would add up to 6 million strings of coins. 6 million strings of coins. Thinking of this number, Xiaoyu found it difficult to breathe. If the Great Tang's imperial court could collect 6 million strings of coins every year, it wouldn't be a problem to arm 10 elite troops like the Black Armored Army. At that time, wouldn't fighting a mere Turkic barbarian be as easy as beating up a son? Xiao Shangshu. Minister Xiao. Just when Xiao Yu's imagination was running wild because of the county magistrate's words, the low-ranking official beside him woke him up from his beautiful fantasy. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Yu frowned and said unhappily, "What is it?" It turned out that this old man was still angry that his beautiful dream of Great Tang was disturbed. Minister Xiao, county magistrate, he bid farewell to you just now. You didn't hear him. He told me to tell you that he still has work to do in the county office, so he'll be leaving first. Also, Boss Lin is about to call out shopkeeper Mo's name. Seeing Xiao Yu's displeased expression, the low-ranking official's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know how he had offended Xiao Yu, but he still mustered up his courage and spoke carefully. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu had been in a daze for quite a long time. He didn't even hear county magistrate he greet him when he returned to his seat. At this moment, the fundraising event was nearing its end. Oh. Then prepare yourself and go up in place of shopkeeper Mo later. Hearing this, Xiao Yu calmed himself down and said to the low-ranking official. Yes. The low-ranking official replied. Then, he calmed himself down and sat by the side, waiting silently. Clear Ink Shop, Mo Tongming, donates 500 strings of coins. Not long after, Lin Wenyuan shouted from above. The low-ranking official beside Xiao Yu immediately stood up and walked forward. At this moment, the people below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Clear Ink Shop. If I remember correctly, isn't this Clear Ink Shop a shop in Xiao Ji's hometown? That's right, that's right. It's Minister Zhao's family. I heard that Minister Xiao likes calligraphy and painting, so he opened this shop. Hiss. Does that mean that Minister Xiao is also donating today? Businessmen were indeed the most well-informed. As soon as Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, some people had already guessed the owner behind Clear Ink Shop. That's right, Xiao Yu was also donating today. He had asked the low-ranking official to withdraw the money and also gave the low-ranking official the deed of Clear Ink Shop so that the latter could register the donation in Clear Ink Shop's name at the entrance of the inn. Although 500 strings of coins wasn't much, it was his way of expressing his sincerity to Li Er. Although he was an elder of 3 dynasties, he had always been an honest official. His family's wealth couldn't compare to these rich businessmen in the inn's lobby. As for his identity being guessed, Xiao Yu didn't care at all. It was even better if someone guessed it. He thought to himself that no one would say that he was stingy, disloyal, and patriotic, right? On Lin Wenyuan's side, after reading out Clear Ink Shop's name, he read out 2 more names. Finally, everyone on the list was read out. Lin Wenyuan pursed his dry lips and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Everyone, today's fundraising event ends here." Wait. Lin Wenyuan was about to announce to everyone that the fundraising event was about to end, but before he could finish speaking, 2 youths walked in with 2 servants. One of the older youths said loudly, "Boss Lin, please bring us along. The 2 of us also want to donate money." As the youth spoke, he waved the fundraising card in his hand. Everyone took a closer look and gasped. They saw the words, 30,000 strings of coins, written on the card. A young man actually wanted to donate 30,000 strings of coins to the imperial court? Who exactly was this young man? Chapter 1833. Fanyang Lu family donates 30,000 strings of cash. At the same time as the two youths walked in, a page boy quickly walked up to Lin Wenyuan and handed him a piece of paper. Lin Wenyuan's expression changed when he read it. After a moment, he calmed himself down, put the loudspeaker to his mouth, and shouted. Wow! Fanyang Lu family? Why are they here to join in the fun? Yes. The Lu family is one of the 5 surnames and 7 watches. Why would they come all the way here to participate in the fundraising event and send money to the court? How is that possible? Haha. It's not the 5 surnames and 7 watches anymore, but the 3 surnames and 4 watches now. So what? Right now, the Lu family is not something that ordinary people like us can associate with. Looks like the Lu family is planning to side with the court. Isn't that the Lu family's young master, Lu Qingqing? Why is he here personally? Lu Qingqing. TSK, if this young man is Lu Qingqing, then who is the other young man beside him? The crowd inside and outside the inn was in an uproar again. Everyone was deeply surprised by the arrival of the Fanyang Lu family. Of course, some of them actually recognized the young man's identity. He was the eldest son of the Fanyang Lu family, Lu Qingqing, who had just rushed to Lantian County from Qizhou. As for the person beside Lu Qingqing, it was the eldest son of the Li family from Zhao County, Li Jingxian. The two of them had rushed all the way from Qizhou and finally made it to today's fundraising event. The Lu family and the Li family from Zhao County had many businesses in Chang'an. It was not difficult for them to get a few store deeds. With the deeds, they quickly completed the registration for the fundraising event. However, Lu Qingqing insisted on donating in the name of the Fanyang Lu family and not one of the Lu family's stores during registration. The staff member, at the entrance of the inn who was in charge of registering the participants was firstly intimidated by the Lu family's immense power and influence. Secondly, when Lu Qingqing signed up, he showed several store deeds. If Lu Qingqing were to participate in the fundraising event under the name of one of the Lu family stores, the staff member wouldn't know how to choose. Coincidentally, the fundraising event was coming to an end and he didn't want to waste any time. Therefore, Lu Qingqing was able to participate in the fundraising event under the name of Fanyang's Lu family. The reason why he insisted on doing this was very simple. He was attending the fundraiser today for Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan to see. Since that was the case, why would he participate in the fundraiser in the name of his shop like Qin Xiong, Xiaoyu, and the others? He didn't want to and couldn't conceal his identity, because there were many shops under the Lu family's name. If he attended the fundraiser under the name of one of the shops, it was hard to guarantee that everyone would recognize him. He wanted everyone present today to know that Fanyang's Lu family had participated in the fundraiser and had donated 30,000 strings of cash. Since he had done a good deed, he had to leave his name behind and let everyone know. From a certain perspective, Lu Qingqing's concept of doing good was somewhat similar to Li Zishuan's. However, Lu Qingqing did it more for the sake of his family, while Li Zishuan did it to create a virtuous cycle in society. That was why he fought for more benefits for those who did good, such as how he treated those who donated to the Warm Tang Foundation. Before leaving Qizhou, Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian had both sent the news of their intention to participate in the fundraising event back to their ancestral home. After arriving in Chang'an, they had received a reply from their respective families' information channels. Both of them had received the support of some of the elders in their family. That was why they were now so openly and with such great fanfare, wanting to participate in the fundraising event under their family's name. Amidst the exclamations and discussions of the crowd, Lu Qingqing personally held the donation card in his hand and walked toward the donation box. When they were registering, the person in charge of registration outside the inn had already explained the general process of the fundraiser to the two of them. The Li family of Zhao County donates 30,000 strings of cash. After seeing Lu Qingqing throw the donation card into the donation box and follow the venue's staff to the second floor, Lin Wenyuan took a deep breath and shouted. The Li family of Zhao County. This person is actually from the Li family of Zhao County. Hey! What's so strange about that? Since the young man from before is the eldest son of Fanyang's Lu family, that means that this young man's status isn't low. If that's the case, it's not strange at all that this person is from the Li family of Zhao County. Who knows, he might even be the eldest son of the Li family of Zhao County. Tisk tsk. The Wang family of Taiyuan, the Lu family of Fanyang, and the Li family of Zhao County are all here. Today, 3 of the 4 great 1,000-year-old families in the world are here. Chapter 1834. What? There's actually such a thing? Dragon Gate Inn, in a room on the 2nd floor. Lin Wenyuan was slightly shocked when he heard the servants say that the commoners outside the inn were clamoring to come in and donate money. Xiao Yu muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Let's go. Let's go out and take a look." Lin Wenyuan naturally had no objections. Then, under the servants' lead, the 2 of them went down the stairs and quickly arrived outside the inn. They saw that the open space outside the inn was filled with all sorts of people. These people had been outside the inn to watch the show earlier, but they didn't immediately leave after the donation gathering ended. Many of them felt empty in their hearts, as if something was missing. Immediately after, a scholar in the crowd stepped forward and wanted to enter the inn, but he was stopped by the inn's guards. The guards said that the inn wasn't receiving guests today, but the scholar said that he wasn't here to stay but to donate money. This made things very difficult for the guards. Because this donation gathering was only open to merchants, the youth in front of them was clearly a scholar. Moreover, the donation gathering had already ended, so the guards knew that Lin Wenyuan was definitely ordering people to count the money in the inn. At such a critical moment, how could they let some unrelated people in? If something happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Therefore, no matter what the scholar said, the guards in front of the inn refused to budge an inch. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the crowd outside the inn. After the crowd asked for the reason, they all began to support the scholar, because what the scholar said was exactly what they were thinking. That's right, most of them also wanted to donate. Although these people weren't as rich as the merchants, just as Lin Wenyuan had said at the start of the donation gathering, the rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of all citizens. The Great Tang is not the Great Tang of a single person, but the Great Tang of millions of people. Now that the country is facing a crisis, if we don't prioritize righteousness over righteousness, how can we talk about benefits in the future? Even the merchants, who had always prioritized benefits over righteousness in the eyes of the secular world, could be so generous when the country was in danger. If these people still remained indifferent, wouldn't they be even more prioritizing benefits over righteousness than the merchants? In the beginning, there were only a few people who agreed with the scholar, but slowly, more and more people joined in. Half an hour later, there were nearly 1,000 people blocking the entrance of Dragon Gate Inn. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, the guard at the entrance of the inn hurriedly sent someone to inform Lin Wenyuan. When Xiao Yu and Lin Wenyuan arrived at the entrance of the inn, this was the scene that greeted them. Boss Lin is out. Great. Boss Lin is out. Seeing Lin Wenyuan walk out, there was a commotion in the crowd. In their opinion, Lin Wenyuan was definitely more reasonable than the guards at the door. Moreover, Lin Wenyuan had the right to decide if they wanted to donate money. This Elder Xiao has also come out. Soon, the crowd noticed the dignified old man wearing a scarlet official's robe beside Lin Wenyuan. Many people had seen Xiao Yu before the donation gathering, so he was quickly recognized. The crowd, which had been noisy a moment ago, immediately quieted down. They were just ordinary people. They didn't have to fear Lin Wenyuan, but they had to respect Xiao Yu, a high official of the imperial court. Chapter 1835. Someone actually dared to kill someone right under the nose of the imperial army, and that person is definitely related to that mysterious Shatua man. Madam, where do you think the killer is from? Taiyuan, the Wang family's ancestral home, in a side hall in the backyard of the Wang family's residence. Wang Yu could not help but frown as he looked at the slip of paper that the Wang clan's secret guard had just sent over. As he spoke, he handed the note to Princess Tong, who was sitting next to him. Princess Tong and took the note, and when she read its contents, she couldn't help but frown. Things are getting more and more unpredictable. On the surface, the killer is probably that Shatua man named Zhu Xiecheng. If that's the case, then my previous deduction might be wrong. Zhu Xiecheng is a Turkic spy hiding in Taiyuan City, and his status might not be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a Grandmaster-level assassin to kill a key witness right under the nose of the Imperial Army. When Princess Tong and Wang Bingjun learned that Dugu Feiying had come to ask for help, they had thought that the possibility of Zhu Xiecheng being a Turkic spy was low, because a true Turkic spy wouldn't be exposed so easily. However, now that the only person who could identify Zhu Xiecheng had been assassinated, Zhu Xiecheng naturally became the most suspicious person. According to the intelligence, the person who had assassinated the witness was a Grandmaster-level expert. For such an expert to be willing to follow Zhu Xiecheng's orders meant that Zhu Xiecheng's identity and status were not as simple as a Shatua merchant. In the current perilous situation, the possibility of Zhu Xiecheng being a Turkic spy was many times higher than before. After hearing Princess Tong An's words, Wang Yu nodded slightly. Indeed. However, the most important thing right now is to find Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an as soon as possible. King Wei and the others will arrive in Taiyuan City soon. If we can't catch Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an before then, Your Highness and the people from Yanhuang College will be in trouble while they are in Taiyuan. The Turks won't let this matter rest, and they might have already found out some information. Princess Tong was slightly surprised. Master, are you saying that the Turks have already found out the purpose of Qin and the others heading north? According to seniority, Princess Tong was Li Tai's aunt and Li Er's great-aunt. Thus, it was not inappropriate for her to call Li Tai Qin. Wang Yu sighed and said, even if they don't know everything, I'm afraid they've found some scattered clues. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to set up an ambush at the place where King Wei and the others are staying this time, Tongfu Inn. Wang Yu suddenly thought of something. He turned to Princess Tong and asked, Madam, since the inn isn't safe, why don't we let King Wei and the others stay in the Wang estate? This way, even if there are Grandmaster-level experts among the Turk spies, they won't be able to harm King Wei and the others under the heavy protection of our Wang estate's hidden guards. Wang Yu's idea was not bad. Since the danger of the Tongfu Inn had not been completely eliminated, they could settle Li Tai and the others in the Wang estate's ancestral home. In any case, the Wang estate had plenty of empty courtyards, and with the Wang estate's hidden guards protecting them, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens for the Turk spies to do anything to Li Tai and the others. Unexpectedly, Princess Tong shook her head. Absolutely not. Wang Yu was puzzled. What do you mean, madam? Princess Tong was a strong-willed and opinionated woman, so Wang Yu would often seek her opinion of his own accord. Has husband ever thought about what would happen if something happened to Qin and the others while they were staying in the Wang estate? Princess Tong frowned. Letting Qin and the others stay in the Wang estate will reduce their danger, but that doesn't mean that there won't be any danger at all. If something happens, the Wang estate will suffer His Majesty's wrath. Thus, even if this concubine agrees to husband's plan, the clan elders and the rest of the Wang estate will not agree. Because the Wang estate cannot bear this risk. Wang Yu frowned for a moment before sighing. Madam is right. While this plan will reduce the danger to His Highness and the others, it will also put the Wang estate in danger. As the head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu understood the responsibility on his shoulders, and he also understood that the clan's interests were paramount. Thus, this plan was quickly discarded in his mind. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice. Reporting to Patriarch, King Wei's convoy is only 2 li from the city gate and will soon enter the city. The person outside was the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's hidden guards, Wang Qinggu, a trusted aide of the chief branch. Wang Yu's heart trembled as he called out, "Come in." Yes. Creak. Wang Qingwu pushed open the door and entered, closing it behind him. Wang Yu immediately asked, "How is General Dugu's side? Did you manage to capture the shopkeeper of the Chuji ironware shop and obtain the account books?" Wang Qingwu bowed. Replying to Patriarch, according to the report, by the time the imperial army arrived at Xuanren Market, the shopkeeper of the Chiji ironware shop, Yi Funian, had already died in his home. His throat had been slit by a sharp blade, and this matter had already alerted the county yamen and the provincial governor's residence. In addition, by the time General Dugu and the others arrived at the Chiji ironware shop, the account books had already been found and burned in the hall. Fortunately, General Dugu was fast enough, and only the first half of the account books were burned. What? Wang Yu was overwhelmed with shock when he heard this. Princess Tong and waved her hand at Wang Qinggu and said, "All right, Qinggu, you may leave first." "Yes, Your Highness." Wang Qinggu bowed and accepted the order, then turned and left. Wang Qinggu bowed and left as well. "Madam, why does this old man feel like the mastermind behind the scenes has been spying on our every move this entire time, and is always ahead of us in every matter?" Wang Yu frowned after a few moments of silence. Princess Tong and paused for a moment, and then she probed, "Master, do you mean to say that there are Turk spies at our side or General Dugu's side?" Wang Yu shook his head. "It's probably impossible with the imperial army, and as for us, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now." Wang Yu suddenly paused. He looked at Princess Tong and asked, "King Wei and the others are about to enter the city. Does Madam want to accompany your husband to the city gates to take a look?" Princess Tong nodded without hesitation. "Of course. This humble one is Qingshue's elder, and this is the first time this child has come to Source Peak City. You and I just happen to be here, so we should act as hosts. Haha. Since that's the case, let's go together," Wang Yu said with a chuckle. On the other side, Dugu Feiying, who had split his men into two groups, found nothing. Well, it could not be said that they found nothing. At the very least, he managed to snatch back half of the account book. At this moment, Dugu Feiying was extremely gloomy. He felt like his every move was known in advance, and there was always someone ahead of him to obstruct him from investigating what he wanted to investigate. From the looks of the wound, the person who killed Yi Funian used a knife and not a sword. However, the authorities have searched the entire Yi residence, but they did not find the murder weapon. Now, the entire Xuanren market has been sealed off. The county yamen constables are searching from house to house, and asking the people if they have seen any suspicious characters. Zhang Dafu was reporting the latest progress of the case to Dugu Feiying, whose face was dark. Dugu Feiying let out a deep sigh and said, "From the looks of it, the person who killed Yi Funian and the person who tried to assassinate Zhu Huiqing aren't the same person?" Zhang Dafu thought for a moment and said, "From the weapons used by the murderer, it does seem like they are not the same person, but we can't rule out the possibility that the murderer used both weapons to confuse the public." Dugu Feiying shook his head and said nothing. His intuition told him that these two murders were not done by the same person, but he could not find any direct evidence at the moment. As for the names listed in the account book of the Chiji ironware shop, this general has already sent people to investigate with Chu Mingxian. Seeing that Dugu Feiying was silent, Zhang Dafu continued to report. Continue to investigate. Remember, you must protect that half of the account book well." Dugu Feiying nodded and gave his orders. He had brought 30 Imperial Army elites to Taiyuan City a day in advance so that he could eliminate the hidden dangers in Taiyuan City before Li Tai and the others arrived. But now, not only had he failed to capture a single Turkic spy, key witnesses had been killed one after another. This made him feel very embarrassed, and this half of the account book was the only thing that could comfort him. This general obeys. Zhang Dafu bowed. "It's getting late. His Highness's group should be arriving soon. Take a few people and follow me out of the city to welcome them. The rest of you, stay here and watch over Chu Mingxian's group." Dugu Feiying looked out the window and said, his hands behind his back. "Yes." Soon, they came out of a house near the Tongfu Inn and went straight to the southern city gate. At this moment, in a private room on the third floor of a restaurant near the southern city gate, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe and holding a feather fan stood by the window. He looked at the faint appearance of a group of people outside the city. He waved his feather fan and chuckled softly. "Haha. The real big fish has finally taken the bait." King Wei? Huh, since you've entered the game, no one can save you. Just relax and be a fish that has taken the bait. A gust of wind blew through the middle-aged man's hair. The way he stood against the wind and gently waved his feather fan was somewhat similar to the legendary Zhuge Kongming, who had a feather fan and a silk scarf. Everything was under his control. Cough cough, but when he looked at that person's appearance again, it was an ordinary face that couldn't be any more ordinary. It was completely incompatible with his ethereal temperament. Chapter 1836. Big Brother. You've finally arrived. On the road 2 li to the south of Taiyuan City, Dugu Feiying had arrived with 3 Imperial Army soldiers and was about to welcome Dugu Xianxia's group. Dugu Feiying hurriedly stepped forward. Upon seeing his big brother, Dugu Feiying inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This was the trust he had built up in Dugu Xian as a child. Although Source Peak City was in a perilous situation, he was confident that with Dugu Xian here, those demons and monsters hiding in the shadows would be exposed. Dugu Xian nodded and went straight to the point. What is the situation in Source Peak City? Dugu Feiying's face instantly turned grim, and after a few moments of silence, he said, Big brother, the situation in the city is not optimistic. Yesterday, after we entered the city, we began to secretly investigate the new guests of the inn. In the end, we discovered a Turkic merchant disguised as a Han. His name was Zhu Hongsheng, and his movements were extremely suspicious, so I sent people to keep an eye on him. Today, that Turkic merchant went to an ironware shop in the city, but not long after, that merchant and the shop's owner and workers all disappeared into thin air under the eyes of our brothers. Later, through investigation, we discovered that there was a secret passage in the ironware shop that led directly to another house to the west of the ironware shop. The Turkic merchant and the ironware shop's workers had escaped through that secret passage, but by the time our men reached the house on the other side of the secret passage, there was not a single person inside. At the time, I felt that there was something wrong with that Turkic merchant and the shopkeeper of the smithy, that they were probably spies the Turks had planted in Source Peak City. Thus, I had Zhang Dafu and the others pursue the 2 of them. But my manpower was limited, and finding the 2 of them in Taiyuan City in a short amount of time was far too difficult. It just so happened that at noon, the head of the Wang clan, Governor Wang Yu of Suizhou, returned to Taiyuan. Thus, I went to the Wang clan to request assistance from Wang Yu, hoping that the Wang clan's guards could join us in pursuing that Turkic merchant and the shopkeeper of the ironware shop. What? You went to the Wang clan to ask for reinforcements? Does this mean that Governor Wang already knows that Your Highness has come to Source Peak? Hearing this, Dugu Xian's face was filled with shock. He interrupted Dugu Feiying and questioned. Hearing Dugu Xian's unfriendly tone, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but shrink his neck in fear. Big brother, Provincial Governor Wang is a member of the imperial family, and his son, Wang Renbiao, is on good terms with the Marquis of Yong'an. Be it for public or private reasons, he should stand on our side on this matter. Moreover, the situation at the time was truly urgent. If I hadn't been able to quickly track down that Turkic merchant and the owner of the ironware shop, they might have escaped the city, making it even harder to capture them. At this point, Dugu Feiying didn't dare to continue because he noticed that Dugu Xian's face was ashen. Nonsense. Hearing this, Dugu Xian couldn't help but reprimand in a low voice. The objective of His Highness's expedition to the north is a top secret among top secrets. How could you tell others so easily? If Your Highness falls into danger because of this, not to mention me, even father won't be able to protect you. Big brother, what should we do now? Dugu Feiying hesitated for a few moments before asking. Dugu Xian helplessly said, Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more. For now, we can only take things one step at a time. Continue speaking. After you asked the Wang clan for help, did you manage to capture that Turkic merchant called Zhu Hongsheng and the owner of the ironware shop? Seeing that Dugu Xian had no intention of pursuing the matter, Dugu Feiying breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Strangely enough, after Provincial Governor Wang agreed to help us, quite a few factions appeared in Taiyuan City, both on the surface and in the shadows. Countless people were searching for the Turkic merchant and the owner of the ironware shop, but even so, we were unable to capture them. However, we managed to capture their retainers. Through torture and interrogation, we learned from those retainers that the Turkic merchant was called Zhu Shicheng, a member of the Shatua tribe. The owner of the ironware shop was called Kong Chang'an. This man has always been mysterious, and very few people know of his background. In the end, with the help of the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, we managed to obtain the books of the ironware shop, but the process did not go smoothly. At this point, Dugu Feiying briefly told Dugu Xian about how the key witness, Zhu Huiqing, was killed and the account books were almost completely burned. After listening, Dugu Xian deeply furrowed his brows. At this time, he realized just how complicated the current situation in Source Peak City was. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything in the dark. The other party had probably laid down a dark net in Source Peak City and was just waiting for them to crawl in. Seeing Dugu Xian's frown and silence, Dugu Feiying, who believed that he had messed up, didn't dare to say anything. The two brothers rode at the front of the convoy. Suddenly, Dugu Xian's eyes focused and he sternly said, "Feiying, quickly enter the city and seek an audience with the Bing province governor. Say that the Northern Yamen Imperial Army has been ordered to protect His Highness King Wei's group and needs to enter the city." Ah! Dugu Feiying was alarmed. It was true that the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers had been protecting Li Tai's group, but when Li Tai's group was resting in the county, the main force of the Imperial Army would camp outside the city and not follow them into the city. Only a small portion of the Imperial Army would be led by Dugu Xian to protect Li Tai. If there was an emergency inside the city, Dugu Xian would use fireworks as a warning, and only then would the soldiers outside enter the city. Dugu Xian was now ordering all 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers to enter the city. This abnormal action left Dugu Feiying very confused. "Big brother, why do you want to do this? With so many of us entering the city, the Turkic spies will definitely notice us. Isn't it said that spears are easy to dodge but arrows from the shadows are hard to guard against?" Dugu Xian snapped. "The reason we didn't allow anyone to enter the city in the past was indeed to avoid being noticed by the Turkic spies, lest they cause trouble for us on the road. But now that you've caused such a huge commotion in Taiyuan City with the help of the Wang clan, unless the Turkic spies in the city are deaf and blind, they will definitely notice that something is amiss. We've already moved from the shadows to the light. I even suspect that the Turks already know part of the goal of the Academy's group." At this point, Dugu Xian could not help but feel a headache coming on. He had sent Dugu Feiying to Source Peak City first, intending to let him operate in secret. However, Source Peak City had been turned upside down by Dugu Feiying and the Wang family's forces. It was impossible for him to operate in secret like before. They had been forced from the shadows into the light, and they were now in a passive position. They didn't even know who their enemy was or what their goal was. Then what do we do? If the Turkic Khagan learns of the goal of Your Highness and the Academy's group, won't he go mad and send soldiers to Taiyuan City to capture Your Highness and the Academy's teachers and students? Dugu Feiying inexplicably panicked at Dugu Xian's words. A little more than a month ago, the state teacher of the Turkic Khaganate, Wu Jie, had risked his life to infiltrate the Cloud Mountains for the sake of obtaining confidential information from the Academy. If the Turkic Khagan learned of the goal of Li Tai's group, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't send elite soldiers to cause trouble. When the time came, Li Tai and the Academy group would either be captured or killed. No matter what the outcome was, it was not something they could bear. So before you left, I warned you that no matter what, you were not allowed to tell anyone about the mission of Your Highness's group. Dugu Xian glared at Dugu Feiying and angrily said, "At this point, the spies the Turks have planted in Taiyuan City must know something, but Taiyuan City is several hundred li away from the Turkic Khaganate, so they won't have time to send back the news. Since this is the case, there is no need for us to continue hiding. We might as well bring out all our strength. This is Taiyuan City, not the border of the empire. Even if the Turks have some spies in Taiyuan City, as long as we protect Your Highness and the Academy, they won't be able to find us. Immediately enter the city and head to the provincial governor's residence to inform the Bingzhou governor." Since the danger in Tongfu Inn has yet to be eliminated, once we enter the city, we won't stay in the inn. We'll stay in one of the relay stations in the city. It will be easier for our brothers to set up defenses there. Dugu Feiying felt that his brother's words were reasonable and hurriedly cupped his fists. Yes. Big brother. I'll go to the provincial governor's residence. Seeing that Dugu Xian had nothing else to say, he urged his horse to leave the group and gallop toward the city gate. Actually, with Dugu Feiying's personality, he preferred to fight in the open. Hiding in the dark was not his forte. Now that Dugu Xian had decided to reveal his identity and lead the army into the city, this was exactly what he wanted. After Dugu Feiying left, Dugu Xian rode his horse to Li Tai's carriage. After briefly introducing the complex situation in Taiyuan City to Li Tai, Dugu Xian proposed to lead his army into the city and move to a relay station instead of an inn. The mood in the carriage suddenly turned solemn. Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao all turned to Li Tai, waiting for his decision. After a few moments of silence, Li Tai sternly said, "Since that's the case, we'll follow General Dugu's arrangements. We have to be extremely careful in these unusual times." Seeing that Li Tai was willing to cooperate, Dugu Xian let out a sigh of relief. If this was the Li Tai of 2 years ago, he would definitely not be so understanding. After all, in terms of comfort, a relay station was definitely far inferior to a large inn like Tongfu Inn. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Please rest assured, Your Highness. We will protect Your Highness and the others with our lives." Dugu Xian cupped his fists. "General Dugu is too polite." Li Tai smiled and said softly. A trace of worry appeared between his brows. Li Tai of the past was indeed a person who only cared about his own enjoyment, but it was different now. As the commander-in-chief of this northern operation, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure the safety of these people from the academy. Chapter 1837. This subordinate is the Bing Province Governor, Wang Liaoyuan. Greetings to Your Highness, Duke of Wei. The sun was setting in the west and the sky was about to turn dark. The southern gate of Taiyuan City opened. King Liaoyuan and his subordinates hurried out of the city. As for the county officials, he didn't even bother to inform them. At this moment, he saw a young man around 10 years old standing in front of the carriages. He had a calm expression and a noble aura. The soldiers beside him protected him tightly. In addition, Wang Liaoyuan had seen Li Tai a few times when he entered the court a few years ago. Thus, he directly walked up to Li Tai and bowed. "Your Highness, King Wei." The aides and subordinates of the provincial governor behind Wang Liaoyuan also bowed. With Wang Liaoyuan leading the way, they didn't have to search for Li Tai in the crowd. "Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous." Li Tai raised his hands and smiled warmly at Wang Liaoyuan and the others. "This king has come to Taiyuan City to carry out an important mission under the orders of my imperial father. These 1,000 imperial army soldiers will follow this king into the city. I hope that Provincial Governor Wang can make things convenient and cooperate with this king to complete the mission given by my imperial father." Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan frowned. When Dugu Feiying entered the provincial governor's residence with the imperial army token, he told him that Li Tai was going to lead 1,000 imperial army soldiers into Taiyuan City. However, Dugu Feiying didn't have a real imperial edict. They were only following Li Er's verbal order. Letting an unfamiliar army into the city was a serious matter. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan had to personally go out and investigate. Otherwise, what if this army had other motives? At that time, he would really be dead. After seeing that the leader of this army was indeed Li Tai, Wang Liaoyuan's vigilance was lowered. This was because Li Tai couldn't possibly rebel. Even if he wanted to rebel, he couldn't have brought the imperial army with him. This was because the imperial army was under Li Er's direct command. Since that was the case, then Li Tai really did lead the army into the city under the emperor's orders. "Your Highness is too polite. We will do our best to assist Your Highness in completing His Majesty's mission." After pondering for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan cupped his hands and said. At this moment, He thought of how the Wang clan's elites had entered and exited the city in the afternoon, searching for 2 people. He wondered if this matter had anything to do with Li Tai's arrival. Haha. Wang Yu greets your highness, Duke of Wei. Speak of the devil. Just as Wang Liaoyuan was thinking this, a burst of hearty laughter came from behind the officials of the provincial governor's office. Soon after, Wang Yu walked out with Princess Tong and clasped his hands at Li Tai. Of course, he was the only one who bowed. Princess Tong stood in front of Li Tai and looked at the little fatty with a smile. After Wang Yu bowed, she smiled faintly and said, "Qingke, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Taiyuan? I could have sent someone to fetch you." Upon seeing Wang Yu and Princess Tong, Li Tai's dignified expression instantly vanished, replaced by the docility of a junior in front of his elders. He first bowed to Wang Yu and said, "Uncle-in-law, there's no need to be so courteous." Then he replied to Princess Tong, "Grand-aunt, please forgive me. Tai only left Chang on the spur of the moment. Besides, Tai didn't know that Grand-aunt and uncle-in-law were in Taiyuan right now. Otherwise, I would have definitely sent someone to inform you." Princess Tong and Li Er had an extremely good relationship. Even though Princess Tong was already married, Li Er would still send someone to Suizhou to deliver gifts to her and Wang Yu during festivals. As a result, Li Tai naturally did not dare to slight this grand-aunt of his. In terms of seniority, Princess Tong was truly his grand-aunt. Haha. We're all family, so why are you taking offense? When Rinbiao got married a few days ago, your uncle-in-law and I just came to Taiyuan from Qizhou. You've been spoiled since you were young and have never traveled far. You must have suffered quite a bit along the way, right? Princess Tong smiled and stroked Li Tai's head out of habit. Speaking of which, when Li Tai was still young, Princess Tong had often stroked his head like this. Li Tai felt a wave of helplessness. He wanted to hide, but he was afraid that he would hurt this grand-aunt's heart. He could only stand there and let Princess Tong torment him. Seeing the 2 of them chatting about domestic trivialities, the others, especially Wang Liaoyuan and some of the people from the provincial governor's estate, instantly felt that their presence was unnecessary. Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but muster up his courage and remind, "Has your highness arranged a place to stay in the city? If not, this official will immediately have someone tidy up a courtyard in the provincial governor's estate." Unexpectedly, before Li Tai could say anything, Princess Tong couldn't help but say to Wang Liaoyuan, "Humph. Since Qingke has come to Source Peak City, she naturally has to stay in the Wang clan. Could it be that the Wang clan was lacking a few residences? Or is it that the Wang clan's residence can't compare to your provincial governor's estate?" As soon as he said this, Wang Yu, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but have a strange expression. Just a few minutes ago, Princess Tong had clearly stated that she did not agree to Li Tai's group staying in the Wang clan. It had only been a short while, so why had she suddenly changed her mind? Although he thought this, Wang Yu did not step forward to undermine Princess Tong. Meanwhile, Wang Liaoyuan, who was standing in front of Li Tai, had an awkward expression at Princess Tong's words. He hastily said, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Even as the provincial governor of a province, he did not dare to provoke this woman in front of him. Li Tai and Dugu Xian secretly exchanged glances, then stepped forward to smooth things over. "Many thanks for Grand-aunt's good intentions, and many thanks for Provincial Governor Wang's good intentions. However, this lowly prince is planning to stay in the relay station in Source Peak City. This will make things more convenient, so I hope that Grand-aunt and Provincial Governor Wang will not take offense." Wang Yu, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Wang Liaoyuan said, "Since your highness has made up your mind, this official will immediately have someone bring you to the relay station in the city." Princess Tong frowned, her expression faintly displeased. However, after a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. Forget it, forget it. Qingke, you must be tired from the journey. Quickly enter the city and rest at the relay station. Once you've rested up tomorrow, I'll hold a banquet to welcome you." Li Tai inwardly sighed in relief and cupped his hands. "Many thanks, Grand-aunt." Thus, the group of people moved and walked into the city. As for the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers led by Wuxia Xianxia, they naturally followed along. Halt! Who are you people? As time passed, the setting sun gradually disappeared from the horizon, and the entire grassland was about to be plunged into darkness. A caravan was still resolutely heading north on the grassland. At this moment, they could faintly see the scattered white tents not far ahead. But at this moment, a group of people suddenly galloped in their direction and surrounded the caravan. The leader urged his horse forward and shouted. This person naturally spoke in Turkic, and this caravan was the Turkic caravan that Tang Jian and the others had disguised themselves as. We are traveling merchants of the grassland. May I ask which tribe this brave warrior belongs to? Tang Jian had already dismounted from his horse. He gave the man a grassland salute and asked instead of answering the question. People on the prairie like to be called warriors because only the bravest and fiercest people were worthy of the prettiest girls. Seeing Tang Jian's good attitude, the man proudly puffed out his chest and snorted, "Humph! I am Abdang of the Blackwater tribe of Bai'an. I am guarding this place on the orders of the chieftain. Are you spies sent by the Great Khan?" Bai'an, Blackwater tribe? Tang Jian's heart skipped a beat. The Bai'an tribe could be said to be the direct line of the Tuli Khan's army, and the Bai'an tribe could be said to be one of the strongest tribes in the grassland. At the beginning, the Bai'an tribe had dozens of tribes and gradually developed into 7 tribes. They were mainly distributed in the Sumo River, present-day Songhua River, and Black River, present-day Heilongjiang River, regions. The Sumo River and Blackwater tribe were the strongest. Chapter 1838. You're the one who wants to see Little Khan. On the prairie, 1,000 feet away from Tuli Yiting, Abdang was walking towards Tang Jian and the others with a big bearded man. The big man was nearly 7 feet tall, with a stocky back and a bare waist. He was born tall and powerful. Coupled with his rough face, he was the typical, tough man of the prairie. The bearded man, under Abdang's guidance, asked Tang Jian loudly when they got closer. What are you doing? Tang Jian's eyes flashed. He thought that this man should be the Bai and Blackwater tribe chief that Abdang mentioned just now. So, he replied calmly, that's right. I'm the one who wants to see Little Khan. The man glanced at Tang Jian and said coldly, Little Khan is busy with military affairs. How can you see him just because you want to? Just because of these few carriages of Central Plains goods behind you? Besides, who knows if you're a spy sent by Great Khan? Obviously, before coming over, Abdang had already introduced the situation of Tang Jian and the others to this burly man. However, he was not as talkative as Abdang. As the chieftain of a tribe, he had many more problems to consider. Tang Jian seemed to be prepared for the bearded man's difficulties. He replied with a normal expression. A few years ago, when I was doing business in the prairie, I was taken care of by Little Khan many times. Later, I settled down in Central Plains for a period of time. A few days ago, I heard that Little Khan was besieged by Great Khan's army, so I specially brought a few carriages of Central Plains treasures to Little Khan, hoping to help Little Khan survive this calamity. As for whether I'm a spy sent by Great Khan, dare I ask your excellency, now that Little Khan is besieged by Great Khan's army of hundreds of thousands, does your excellency think that Great Khan would take the extra step of sending a spy to Little Khan's camp? Tang Jian's words were reasonable and his thoughts were clear. Especially the last sentence, it was simply an interrogation to the bearded man's soul. Indeed, in the current situation, to Xieli, who had a lot of soldiers and generals, as well as sufficient provisions, Xieli was at an overwhelming advantage. If this situation continued to develop, perhaps Tuli's destruction was only a matter of time. It seemed that Xieli indeed did not need to send spies to infiltrate Tuli's main camp. Although the bearded man was angry, he obviously understood that Tang Jian's analysis was reasonable. But even so, he did not intend to let Tang Jian go so easily. His face was calm as he continued to ask, so, what do you think of this? Which tribe are you from? Also, you said that you were taken care of by the Little Khan when you were doing business in the grasslands. I have followed the Little Khan for almost 10 years, why have I never heard of you? Hearing this question, before Tang Jian could say anything, Yu Minghu and the others behind him felt a chill in their hearts. This was because everyone knew that the bearded man's question was very difficult to answer. If they were not careful, they would be completely exposed. Tang Jian, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. He replied, I am from the Shi tribe, my name is Su Bujin. Moreover, I am just a nameless soldier. Because the little Khan is not like the great Khan who oppresses and collects taxes, we, the traveling merchants of the grasslands, are able to survive. You should be the chief of the Blackwater tribe, right? You're a big shot, so it's normal that you haven't seen a nobody like me. The Shi tribe was also a tribe under Tuli Khan. However, compared to Bai An's Blackwater tribe, the Shi tribe could only be considered a small tribe with very weak influence. Therefore, it was impossible for the bearded man to be familiar with everyone in the tribe. Chapter 1839. Su Bujin, a traveling merchant of the Shi tribe, greets the Khan. Under the lead of a soldier, Tang Jian entered this palace on the grassland. After entering, he didn't have time to admire the luxurious furnishings in the palace. In fact, there wasn't much to admire here. Although this palace could be said to be prosperous in the grassland where resources were scarce, it couldn't be compared to the past imperial palaces of the Central Plains. He directly walked up to the man sitting at the head of the table and performed a special greeting of the grassland people. He directly addressed Tuli as Khan, instead of Little Khan, which was an invisible flattery to Tuli. This made Tuli's mood, no need to be so polite. An indifferent voice came from above. Tang Jian straightened his body and finally had time to size up Tuli sitting at the head of the table. He saw that Tuli had a broad face, a high nose, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. However, there was also a hint of depth and wisdom in them. In addition, there was a half-inch long stubble on Tuli's chin. Because he had not taken care of it for a long time, the stubble grew chaotically like weeds. This made his originally heroic and extraordinary face look somewhat decadent. Presumably, the recent situation on the grassland made Tuli feel powerless and desperate. Tang Jian thought to himself. In fact, he had met Tuli once before. That was when Xie led hundreds of thousands of soldiers to Chang'an. Li Er led a group of officials out of the city and signed an alliance with Xie. At that time, Tuli, as the second Khan of the Turkic Khans, was naturally present. However, at that time, Tuli, who had led his troops into the heart of the Great Tang, was in high spirits. How could he be as lethargic as he was now? I heard from General and I sure that you can help us out of our current desperate situation. Is that true? At this moment, Tang Jian was sizing up Tuli. Tuli was also sizing up Tang Jian. The more he looked at Tang Jian, the stranger he felt. It was not that he recognized Tang Jian, but he felt that Tang Jian looked very strange. He could not tell what was strange about Tang Jian, but he felt that Tang Jian's appearance was somewhat awkward. After sizing him up for a while, Tuli got straight to the point and asked. Actually, the reason Tuli felt strange and awkward when he looked at Tang Jian was because Tang Jian was a Tang. Although this time he entered the prairie in disguise, his face and facial features still had the distinctive features of people from the Central Plains. Replying to Khan, there is indeed such a thing. I can help you escape from the Great Khan's encirclement. Tang Jian smiled and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Shi tribe's traveling merchant Su Bujin greets the Khan. Under the lead of a soldier, Tang Jian entered this palace on the grassland. After entering, he didn't have time to admire the luxurious furnishings in the palace. In fact, there wasn't much to admire here. Although this palace could be said to be prosperous in the grassland where resources were scarce, it couldn't be compared to the past imperial palaces of the Central Plains. He directly walked up to the man sitting at the head of the table and performed a special greeting of the grassland people. He directly addressed Tuli as Khan, instead of Little Khan. Unknowingly, he was flattering Tuli, which made Tuli's mood very bad. No need for formalities. An indifferent voice came from above. Tang Jian stood up straight. Only now did he have time to size up Tuli, who was sitting at the head of the table. He saw that Tuli had a broad face, a high nose, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's, but they also revealed a bit of profundity and wisdom. In addition, there was a half-inch long stubble on Tuli's chin. Chapter 1840. Your Majesty, Minister Xiao has returned to the city with the money from the fundraising event. Chang'an City, Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. The sky was getting dark. Li Er, who had just finished reading the memorials, was about to head to the back of the palace for dinner when Zhao Song walked in. Oh. The fundraising event in Lantian County has ended? How much money was raised? Li Er's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked with great interest. He hadn't forgotten about his bet with Xiao Yu. Zhao Song smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the fundraising event ended at 4:45. As for how much money was raised, I don't know. But from the rumors, it should be quite a lot. Li Er nodded and chuckled, haha. Then we'll talk about it when Minister Xiao enters the palace. He then stood up from the dragon couch and walked towards the door. Since Xiao Yu hadn't arrived yet, he had to go and eat dinner. Li Er wasn't too worried about the bet. Firstly, he believed in Li Zishuan's ability to create miracles. Even if he couldn't raise 250,000 strings of cash, Li Zishuan would definitely have other tricks up his sleeves. Secondly, even if Li Zishuan couldn't do it, Li Er had other ways to raise 250,000 strings of cash. The Bureau of Commerce in the Guangdong region would send the tax revenue to the imperial court every 3 months. He could have Li Xiaogong hand over the tax revenue to the national treasury a month in advance. This wasn't a small sum of money and could completely make up for the deficit from the fundraising event. Actually, Li Er had another trick up his sleeve, which was to have the Yanhuang Bank print money like crazy. Tang Yuan had become popular in all 300 states of the Great Tang and had gradually replaced copper coins. In times of war, Li Er could have the Yanhuang Bank print more Tang Yuan to expand and equip the army. However, when Li Zishuan established the Yanhuang Bank, he had solemnly said that the amount of money that the Yanhuang Bank printed every year had to be determined by the Great Tang's annual gross domestic product. Unauthorized printing of Tang Yuan would not only destroy the credit system of Tang Yuan, it would also destroy the foundation of the Great Tang. Once this move was implemented, the Great Tang dynasty would not be far from destruction. As intelligent as Li Er was, it was impossible for him not to know that Li Zishuan's words made sense. Now that the Great Tang was fighting the Turkic Khaganate, although it was difficult, it was not completely impossible. Therefore, Li Er felt that it was not yet time to use the money printing machine that was the Yanhuang Bank. In his view, the Yanhuang Bank in Tang Yuan would be of great use to the future prosperity of the Great Tang. They must not be destroyed so easily. Arriving at Empress Jianghu's residence, Li Er immediately ordered the palace maids and eunuchs to serve the dishes. Halfway through the dinner, Zhao Song hurriedly ran over and said, Your Majesty, Minister Xiao requests an audience. Ha! He came rather quickly. Bring him to the Ganlu Palace, I will be there in a while. Hearing this, Li Er smiled and said to Zhao Song. Yes. Zhao Song received the order and left. At this moment, Li Er looked at Empress Jiangsun and sighed. Sigh, I wanted to have a good meal with Maid Guanyin, but it seems like I won't be able to. Empress Jiangsun smiled and said, Your Majesty, go quickly. For Minister Xiao to enter the palace at this time, it must be something important. Oh, it seems like Lantian County is holding a donation gathering today. I believe that Minister Xiao must be here for this. Li Er took advantage of the gap between their conversation to eat 2 more mouthfuls of food. Then, he stood up and praised, Haha! My Empress is indeed intelligent. This Xiao Yu is most likely here for the donation gathering. Alright, Maid Guanyin, take your time to eat. I will be going to the front hall. Empress Jiangsun nodded. Li Er stood up and headed in the direction of Taiji Palace. Speaking of which, it wasn't easy for him to be the emperor, especially during this period when the Great Tang was preparing for the war with the Turkic Khaganate. There were many times when he couldn't even have a proper meal. It was no wonder that Li Er would become a sage in history. Attitude determined everything. This old subject greets your majesty. Arriving at the Ganlu Palace, Xiao Yu, who had been waiting for a while, quickly bowed and greeted. Minister Xiao, you may dispense with the formalities. Li Er waved at Xiao Yu as he walked toward the dragon couch. Since he had already guessed Xiao Yu's intention for entering the palace, Li Er sat on the dragon couch and looked at Xiao Yu. He didn't keep him in suspense and directly asked, "How is it, Minister Xiao? Has the money raised from this donation gathering been enough to fund an army of 150,000 soldiers?" Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed as he clasped his hands at Li Er and sternly said, "This donation gathering has raised a total of 428,500 strings of cash, far surpassing this old subject's estimate. Your Majesty has won the bet, so this old subject congratulates your Majesty." What? 428,500 strings of cash? Even though Li Er had already mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but be taken aback by such a massive number from Xiao Yu's mouth. Just 15 minutes ago, he had been considering what to do if the money raised from this donation gathering wasn't enough, but now, happiness had come a little too suddenly. Truly so. In this donation gathering, not only did many merchants donate generously to the country, there were also many people this old subject didn't expect to participate. Speaking of this, Xiao Yu took out a book from his bosom and held it up with both hands. He said, "This old official has brought back the 428,500 strings of coins from the fundraising event and handed it over to the officials of the Ministry of Revenue to be counted and added to the national treasury. This is the detailed account of the fundraising event. Your Majesty, please take a look." "Good. My dear subject, you've worked hard this time." Li Er's eyes lit up as he sighed with emotion. Without his instructions, Zhao Song took the account book from Xiao Yu's hands and handed it over to Li Er. Li Er reached out to take the account book and began flipping through it, ignoring Xiao Yu in the hall. Due to the lack of time, the account book wasn't arranged according to the amount of donations. It was completely based on the order of the people who had appeared at the donation gathering. Li Er recognized many of the people at the front of the list, such as Li Zishuan, Lin Wenyuan of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, and of the World's Righteous Merchant, Feng Zhihua, whom he had personally conferred the title of World's Righteous Merchant. These people had all donated a considerable amount, with Li Zishuan taking the lead. Not only had he donated 30,000 strings of cash, but his Warm Tang Foundation had also donated 20,000 strings of cash. Altogether, they had contributed 50,000 strings of cash to the imperial court. Li Er couldn't help but be moved by this. He thought to himself, Li Zishuan might be a playboy most of the time, but when it comes to national interests and foreign wars, he's more attentive than anyone else. Li Er thought this way not only because Li Zishuan had started the donation gathering and contributed 50,000 strings of cash to the imperial court, but also because Li Zishuan had offered to forge new high-quality equipment for the expanded Black Armored Army. After that, Li Er had done some calculations in private. The new equipment worn by the 5,000 Black Armored Army from head to toe, from man to horse, would definitely be worth no less than 100,000 strings of cash. There weren't many people in the Great Tang who could fork out such a large sum. Even if there were people who could, they wouldn't offer to gift money like Li Zishuan had done. This was because not only would this money not benefit him, it might even arouse the suspicions of the emperor. Li Er knew that Li Zishuan, who had always been shrewd, would do such a foolish thing because of his sincerity towards the Great Tang. He wanted the Great Tang to prosper, and he didn't want the Great Tang to fall into the hands of foreign races. It was precisely because of this that Li Er had always regarded Li Zishuan in a different light and promoted Li Zishuan as an exception. Furthermore, whenever Li Zishuan made a mistake, Li Er would do his best to lighten the punishment on Li Zishuan. It was also because of Li Zishuan's sincerity that Li Er was willing to place his two favorite sons by Li Zishuan's side to learn and grow. Treasure house? What's the background of this shop? They can actually donate 30,000 strings of cash. Also, this name sounds familiar. Li Er skimmed through the list and saw that other than Li Zishuan, there was someone else who had donated 30,000 strings of cash. He couldn't help but take a second look at the list. Then, he frowned and muttered in confusion. Xiao Yu smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this treasure house is the property left behind by Wang Rinbiao, the governor of Qizhou. As for Li Jingchu, who donated after him. She is Wang Renbiao's new wife. The couple donated a total of 32,000 strings of cash. Oh. It's Wang Renbiao. Hearing this, Li Er was suddenly enlightened. I heard that he was getting married a few days ago. I didn't expect that he would come with his new wife to donate money right after he got married. Wang Yu gave birth to a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Then, Li Er temporarily put aside Wang Renbiao's matter and continued to read. The more he read, the more surprised he became. Slowly, he finally understood why Xiao Yu had told him that many unexpected people have come to this fundraising event. Qingji Winery? Isn't that the winery of Qingji's family? He also donated 5,000 strings of cash. Qingji Clothing Shop. This is Xu Bao's shop. Baochang Pawn Shop. This is Jingda's pawn shop. Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Chu Suiliang, Kong Yingda, all the civil and military officials seem to have secretly participated in the fundraising event. Unlike other emperors, Li Er had subdued a large group of civil and military officials in the process of conquering the world. These people had worked with Li Er for so many years and had a very good relationship with him. Li Er knew most of the private lives of his officials like the back of his hand. Therefore, although Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the others had participated in the fundraising event in the name of their own shops, most of them were still recognized by Li Er at a glance. Seeing that his officials were so supportive of him, Li Er couldn't help but feel touched. However, when he saw the next name, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wei's Winery, isn't this Wei Zhang's winery? No, didn't this winery close 2 years ago? Donation of 10 strings of cash. When he saw the words, Wei's Winery, Li Er was a little surprised. However, when he saw the donation of 10 strings of cash, he almost vomited blood. This was because the people before him had donated tens of thousands of strings of cash. When it was Wei Zhang's turn, he only donated 10 strings of cash. This contrast was too big. Cough cough. Xuanqing's family's resources are limited. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Seeing this, Xiao Yu coughed dryly and pleaded for Wei Zhang in a low voice. Li Er secretly rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say anything. Lantian County's government donated 10,000 strings of cash. What's going on? Li Er read 10 lines at a glance and quickly flipped to the last page of the account book. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a line in the middle of the last page of the account book and he exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1841. Lantian County was only a middle-sized county. Among the 1,500-plus counties in the Great Tang, Lantian County was definitely not one of the wealthiest counties. Of course, this was the Lantian County of the past. The current Lantian County was filled with shops and pavilions. The crisscrossing bluestone streets had all been changed to smooth cement roads. According to rumors, the Lantian County Yamen had the intention to expand Lantian County. The entire Lantian County had undergone huge changes in less than a year. Li Er was naturally aware of these changes, but he did not know that the Lantian County Yamen had the ability to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court. 10,000 strings of cash, what kind of concept was this to a county yamen? In the entire Great Tang, the number of counties that had an annual tax income of more than 10,000 strings of cash could be counted on one hand. For example, Chang'an County and Wanyan County. These two counties had the advantage of being the capital of Chang'an, and the taxes collected every year were the highest in the entire Great Tang, exceeding 20,000 strings of cash. But how could a middle-sized county like Lantian County casually donate 10,000 strings of cash? Where did they get so much money? More importantly, the entire Lantian County was Li Zishuan's fief. Under such circumstances, shouldn't the taxes collected by the Lantian County Yamen all go to Li Zishuan's pocket? Why did the Lantian County magistrate dare to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court on his own initiative? Could it be that this was instructed by Li Zishuan? The moment he saw the donation information on the Lantian County Yamen in the account book, many questions surfaced in Li Er's mind. In this hall, the only person who could answer his questions was Xiao Yu, who had been to the donation event. In fact, when Xiao Yu heard that county magistrate he had donated 10,000 strings of cash on behalf of the Lantian County Yamen in the afternoon, he was also in a daze. On the way back to Cheng and from Lantian County, Xiao Yu had also been thinking about some questions regarding Lantian County. After cupping his hands, he said, "Your Majesty, ever since Lantian County became the fief of Marquis Yong, and the officials of the Lantian County Yamen have begun to develop businesses in the city according to Marquis Yong's wishes. For this reason, at the beginning of this year, the Lantian County Yamen established a Department of Commerce to ensure that merchants receive fair treatment in Lantian County and to ensure that they can do business normally. However, the Department of Commerce increased the tax rate of Lantian County by 5 times. But even so, there are still merchants from all over coming to Lantian County to do business. This is because in Lantian County, merchants are the same as commoners and craftsmen. They are all commoners and there is no distinction between them. Cases regarding merchants will be handled by the Department of Commerce. Furthermore, the children of merchants can enter official schools in Lantian County and can also be admitted to Yanhuang College in the future. As a result, shops and restaurants in Lantian County sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The business in the city is also flourishing day by day. In addition, the Department of Commerce increased the tax rate by 5 times. As a result, the monthly tax revenue of Lantian County is more than 10 times higher than before. This old subject heard from County Magistrate He of Lantian County that Marquis Yong, and did not take a single cent of the tax collected by the Lantian County Yamen and left it all in the Yamen. He ordered County Magistrate He and the others to use this money to improve the livelihood of the people in the county. This is called taking from the people and using for the people. Chapter 1842. In truth, before the Song dynasty, the nomads of China basically did not have any iron smelting skills. The Xiongnu, Xinbei, Ruren, and the Turks of the Sui and Tang dynasties were all like this. They usually obtained their iron from 2 sources. One was through plundering the settled tribes, such as the people of the Central Plains. The second source was through secret transactions with special merchants, somewhat similar to modern weapons smuggling. By the Song dynasty, the northern nomads were unprecedentedly powerful. The Khitans, Jin, and Xianxia could no longer be considered nomads. They had their own iron smelting skills, and Xianxia had even developed the more advanced cold forging technology of the time. Cold forged armor was once the strongest armor of the time. At that time, the Chinese Empire's control over iron was also much more lax, which was why cooking was so popular. As for the Mongols after the Song dynasty, as the peak of nomads, they obtained iron through trade. At that time, there were many countries that could trade with the Mongols, so the Chinese Empire's unilateral control over the export of iron was meaningless. However, the Mongols were not good at smelting iron, but this did not stop them from plundering all sorts of people who knew how to smelt iron. Thus, the Mongols were able to grow stronger and control the Central Plains. Wuxia Xianxia deduced that the assassin was not from the Turks, but from the Central Plains based on the needle-shaped weapon in his hand. This deduction was completely reasonable. In ancient times, when technology was not mature, it was not as easy to make a needle as it was in the modern era. Moreover, the needle in Wuxia Xianxia's hand was not ordinary iron, but special steel. It was undoubtedly more difficult to make than the embroidery needles that the common people used. Based on this, one could basically conclude that the person who made this weapon was from the Central Plains. The situation in Taiyuan City is not as simple as you think it is. Wuxia Xianxia stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at his younger brother and sighed. Zhu Xiacheng and Kang Chang'an are just 2 outsiders, while the Wang family has been operating in Taiyuan City for many years. Whether it is on the surface or in the dark, they are abnormally powerful. However, these 2 were actually able to escape the Wang family's pursuit in Taiyuan City. This is enough to show that the 2 of them are not alone in Taiyuan City. There must be other forces helping them. Big brother, who is this faction you speak of? Who dares to oppose the Wang family and His Majesty? Wuxia Feiying asked in confusion. Wuxia Xianxia rolled his eyes. If he knew who the hidden force was, he would have led his troops to capture them long ago. Where would he find the time to chat with Dugu Feiying? Dugu Feiying immediately regretted his question. After a moment of awkward silence, Dugu Feiying straightened his face and asked again, "Big brother, when we were outside the city gates in the afternoon, why did you suggest that His Highness stay at the post house and not at the Wang family? Do you not trust Governor Wang? But even if you don't trust Governor Wang, you have to trust Princess Royal, right? She wouldn't harm your highness, would she?" If he could, Dugu Xian really wanted to say, "My silly little brother, you're too young. It's not that I don't trust Provincial Governor Wang or the Grand Princess. It's just that the Wang clan is a 1,000-year-old clan with many assets and descendants. Even though Provincial Governor Wang is the current head of the Wang clan, it's impossible for everyone in the clan to be of one mind." Chapter 1843. Xieli's Tyranny, Heaven's Wrath and People's Resentment. At the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, the other two people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. You said that there would be midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that there would be midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was not afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was simply impossible for him to convince Tuli and Ni Shirtua that the prairie would have frost in midsummer with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this language from Li Er's mouth, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's. He thought it was simply absurd. But Li Er had assured him with certainty that before the end of July or August, there would definitely be abnormal weather phenomena of midsummer frost on the prairie. At that time, old Li nearly swore an oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Xieli's Tyranny, Heaven's Anger and People's Resentment, Midsummer Frost on the Grasslands at the end of July. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining two people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet, you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Enigmatic, who was standing next to Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Enigmatic had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them get out of trouble. Now, hearing from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Enigmatic completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Enigmatic's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Enigmatic believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Enigmatic's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shili's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shili but did not dare to rebel because of Shili's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Enigmatic and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Enigmatic, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Enigmatic had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Enigmatic completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Enigmatic's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible to make Tuli and Enigmatic believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words from him. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Enigmatic's. He thought it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost falling on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly made a vow. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands. Moreover, it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shili's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided him to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shili but did not dare to rebel because of Shili's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost falling on the grasslands at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet, you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them get out of trouble. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. But at this time, silence was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Ni Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. But Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Xieli's tyranny, heaven's wrath and people's resentment. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Ni Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Xieli's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. In the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to the plan that Li Er had previously formulated. He had him unite with the tribes on the grasslands who originally wanted to resist Shili but did not dare to because of Shili's power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy of midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining two people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July? Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible to make Tuli and Ni Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words from him. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands before the end of July and August. At that time, old Li had almost directly made a vow. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands. Moreover, it was very likely to be a road of no return. Chapter 1844. Was the Turks at this time superstitious? Of course, they were superstitious, and in this aspect, the Turks were not inferior to the people of the Central Plains. In modern times, many people thought that the Turks believed in Islam, but that was not the case. In China's history, the Turks during the Sui and Tang dynasties were influenced by Buddhism, Manichaeism, and Nestorianism, but most of the tribes actually practiced shamanism. Those who believed in shamanism were foreign Turks, not China's. The Turks claimed to be the descendants of the Turks. In the 10th century, when they migrated west from Central Asia, they met the Arabs who believed in shamanism. Shamanism had an unprecedented impact on them. Almost all the Turks who claimed to be the descendants of the Turks converted to the new religion, and played a major role in the history of shamanism. From then on, their religion always maintained the characteristics of shamanism in the border areas: simple martial arts, using creeds as war cries, seeing doctrines as mobilization orders, taking the territory of shamanism as their responsibility, filled with the fiery, straightforward, and confident appearance of the first generation of shamanism. But in China's history, it was impossible for the Turks to believe in shamanism, because shamanism was introduced into China around the 10th century. The Han dynasty at the same time was the Northern Song dynasty. This was common knowledge in history. At this time, the Turks mainly believed in shamanism. Shamanism had a long history, originating from the primitive fishing and hunting era. Before Genghis Khan established the Mongol Khanate, the dominant religion among the nomads in the northern grassland was shamanism. According to the records in the secret history of the Mongols, the shaman at that time made Taoyui drink the cursed water and die in place of his elder brother Ajadai. As the strongest warrior in the Grassland Empire who controlled 80% of the Mongol army, Taoyui did not resist at all. It could be seen, the position of shamanism at that time. According to the teachings of shamanism, Tengri was the eternal highest god. In the thinking of the grassland people, the supreme power in the world was bestowed by the eternal highest god, Tengri. Therefore, in the grassland, from the Khan to the commoners, no one did not believe in Tingri, and no one did not hope to obtain Tingri's protection. If the abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost was given a special meaning of longevity heaven's dissatisfaction with the prairie's current ruler, it was believed that even Xieli, who had millions of control warriors, would also feel a huge headache. Tang Jian's stratagem seemed absurd, but after careful consideration, they realized that this stratagem was indeed feasible. Just as he said, if the midsummer frost fell and the stratagem succeeded, Tuli's troops would be able to escape from Xieli's siege. If the stratagem failed, Tuli would not suffer too much loss, because they were already trapped in a desperate situation. The situation could not possibly get any worse. Haha. Since that is the case, then this Khan can rest assured. Inside Tusk, Tuli Khan chuckled. Then, with a concerned expression, he said, "Emissary, you must be tired from the journey. This Khan will have someone bring you to the tent to rest." Tang Jian saw that he had said what he needed to say, so he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Khan." Tuli Khan nodded and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, 2 maidservants came in and led the 2 maidservants into the hall. Tang Jian exited the hall. "Khan, are we really going to do as Tang Jian said?" After Tang Jian left, Ni Shichuo could not help but ask. Tuli Khan frowned and did not speak. After a moment of silence, he said, "Now we are like caged beasts. If we don't try, how can we escape? From tomorrow onwards, you will arrange for people to spread the news among the tribes about Xieli's misconduct. Longevity heaven is furious, and frost will fall at the end of July. Remember to arrange for some clever people, don't let the cat out of the bag." Seeing that Tuli had made up his mind, Ni Shichuo could not persuade him anymore. He could only nod and say, "Ni Shichuo obeys." After hesitating for a moment, he could not help but say, "Khan, the Tangs are cunning. I think we can't fully believe Tang Jian's words." Tuli nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he ordered, "Send someone to watch Tang Jian and his followers. Without this Khan's permission, they can't leave Tusk. No matter what, this person is still a duke of the Tang Empire. With him in our hands, he may be of some use in the future." Ni Shichuo's eyes lit up. He immediately understood and said, "Don't worry, Khan. I will definitely send someone to keep a close eye on Tang Jian." "Your Majesty, why are you so happy? Did you encounter some good news?" In the backyard of the palace, Empress Jiangsun was reading a book in boredom in her bedroom. She saw Li Er humming a tune and walking in from outside in high spirits. She could not help but put down the book in her hand and asked Li Er with a smile. In this boudoir, she and Li Er had always treated each other as husband and wife. Naturally, they did not need to greet each other like outside. Haha. Good news. Great news. Li Er laughed and walked quickly to Empress Jiangsun. He sat on the couch and reached out to hug the beauty beside him. Chapter 1845. What? The Lu family of Fanyang and the Li family of Zhao County are also participating in the donation gathering? In the bedchamber, Empress Jiangsun's exclamation instantly attracted Li Er's attention. He couldn't help but exclaim. Earlier, when he and Xiao Yu were in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er saw that the Lantian County government had donated 10,000 strings of cash. He took the opportunity to discuss with Xiao Yu the way to get rich of Lantian County. Then, he went directly to the harem. As for the last few lines of the account book, he didn't look carefully, so he didn't know that Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian were participating in the donation gathering. Hearing Li Er's question, Empress Jiangsun pointed at the last 2 lines of the account book and said, "Yes. This account book says that the Lu family and the Li family of Zhao County each donated 30,000 strings of cash. It's really strange. Didn't these aristocratic families all have their noses in the air before? Why are they so kind now, donating so much money to the court?" At the end, Empress Jiangsun couldn't help but sigh. Li Er followed the voice and saw that the last 2 lines of the account book said, "The Lu family of Fanyang donated 30,000 strings of cash. The Li family of Zhao County donated 30,000 strings of cash." Humph. These people are just fence-sitters. They will naturally stand on whichever side is stronger. Li Er frowned and snorted coldly. A mere 30,000 strings of cash. They want us to forget all the things they've done and let down our guard against them? What wishful thinking. Empress Jianghu was puzzled. Your Majesty thinks that the Lu and Li families are donating money at this donation gathering to make peace with the court? Make peace? Li Er shook his head. Rather than making peace, it's better to say that they want to temporarily lower our guard against these two aristocratic families. In the Battle of Guan City, the strongest Qingeki, Balinqui, and Xinjiang families were all defeated and executed. The Lu family and the Li family of Zhao County should have felt the danger, right? However, this situation is only temporary. We believe that once the imperial court is weakened, these two families will immediately turn hostile and return to their original arrogant thousand-year-old families. Empress Jianghu nodded thoughtfully, but then she smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. But no matter what, the Zheng and Li families have donated 60,000 strings of cash, which can more or less alleviate the urgent situation of the court. They are helping the court to support the army. When the Tang Empire returns victorious from the northern expedition to the grasslands, the imperial power will be at its peak. I believe that at that time, even the Zheng and Li families will not dare to be disloyal. Hearing this, Li Erzuo paused for a moment and then laughed out loud, Maid Guanyin is right. Regardless of whether or not these two families have ulterior motives, the 60,000 strings of cash is real. How can the court not accept money that is given away for free? The couple looked at each other and smiled. Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian, who were staying at the Longmen Inn in Lantian County, did not know of the conversation between Li Er and Empress Jianghu. Otherwise, the two of them would have shouted, This is a huge loss, or We've been tricked. Although their participation in the donation gathering this time was indeed to gain the favor of the imperial court and let the imperial court relax their vigilance against the Lu and Li families, Li Er and Empress Jianghu had seen through their goal without any effort. This was not fun. Brother Lu, Lantian County is indeed different from other places. There are many shops in the city, and the streets are crisscrossed. It is said that all the streets are made of cement developed by the Curious Pavilion. And this Longmen Inn, whether in Zhao County or Fanyang, there is no inn as grand and imposing as this. Of course, the most important thing is that it is comfortable to live in. In the guest room on the third floor, Li Jingxian sighed to Lu Qingqing, who was sitting beside him. Chapter 1846. The second day. As expected, the fundraising event held by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was on the front page of Datong Daily. Yesterday, Li Yu, as the top reporter of Datong Daily, participated in the entire fundraising event. She knew better than anyone else what happened at the fundraising event, so today's headline article on Datong Daily was undoubtedly written by Li Yu. The title of the article was, The Most Adorable Person. There was a very touching paragraph in the article, which was written as follows. When the country is in trouble, countless farmers who were busy in the fields put down their hoes when they heard the call. Sons bid farewell to their fathers, husbands bid farewell to their wives, and fathers left their children. They resolutely put on simple armor and picked up the modeo that had not been used for a long time but was not rusty at all. They mounted their horses and embarked on the journey of uncertain life and death. They sacrificed their lives for the country and regarded death as a return home. They are the most adorable people. When the country was in trouble, the call was made. Countless merchants, who in the eyes of the world only cared about profit, came from all directions and gathered together. They donated generously to raise military funds for the country. In just a short day, they raised 428,500 strings of cash. Usually, they don't eat the imperial court's salary and are looked down upon by everyone. But at the crucial moment, they all took the Saraira for righteousness and shared the country's worries. They are also the most adorable people. This article was not written by Li Yu specifically for the fundraising event, but she combined it with a major event that was currently happening in the Tang dynasty. She integrated what she saw, heard, and felt into this article. Several days ago, Li Er had issued an edict to select 150,000 elite soldiers from more than 300 provinces of the Great Tang and send them to Chang'an for training. 2 months later, these 150,000 local elite soldiers would gather together with 300,000 Chang and 12 sentinels and march north to have a showdown with Xieli. The second day. As expected, the fundraising event held by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was on the front page of Datong Daily. Yesterday, Li Yu, as the top reporter of Datong Daily, participated in the fundraising event. She knew better than anyone what happened at the fundraising event, so today's headline article on Datong Daily was undoubtedly written by Li Yu. The title of the article was, "The Most Adorable Person." There was a very touching passage that went like this: when the country is in trouble, countless farmers who were busy in the fields put down their hoes when they were summoned. Sons bid farewell to their fathers, husbands bid farewell to their wives, and fathers left their children. They resolutely put on simple armor and picked up the modeo that had not been used for a long time but was not rusty at all. They mounted their horses and embarked on the journey of uncertain life and death. They sacrificed their lives for the country and regarded death with equanimity. They were the most adorable people. When the country was in trouble, the call was made. Countless merchants, who in the eyes of the world only cared about profit, came from all directions and gathered together. They donated generously to raise military funds for the country. In just one day, they raised 428,500 strings of cash. Usually, they don't eat the imperial court's salary and are looked down upon by the people. But at the crucial moment, each and every one of them takes the sarira for righteousness and shares the country's worries. They are also the most adorable people. This article wasn't written by Li Yu specifically for the fundraiser. Instead, it was written based on a major event that was happening in Tang Dynasty. She incorporated everything she saw, heard, and felt into this article. Chapter 1847. There are a total of 719 people who participated in the donation assembly. The total amount of military funds raised is 428,500 strings of coins, far exceeding the military expenditure of 150,000 soldiers for 3 months. These merchants who participated in the donation assembly can be considered to have resolved the urgent situation of the imperial court, allowing the imperial court to focus on preparing for the war against the Turkic Khaganate. We wish to award these 719 people. Does anyone have any objections? Yesterday's donation assembly wasn't just the topic of discussion among the commoners. In Taiji Palace, the donation assembly had also become the main topic of discussion during the morning court assembly. After Minister of Civil Affairs Xiao Yu reported the grand occasion of yesterday's donation assembly, Li Er, who was seated high above, slowly spoke. The officials in the hall had different expressions when they heard this. In the end, everyone turned their gazes to Zhang Sun Wuji, who was seated in the first row of the civil officials. Feeling the burning gazes behind him, Zhang Sun Wuji felt extremely helpless. He could only stand up and clasp his hands. How does your Majesty intend to award the merchants? Yesterday's donation assembly may have resolved the urgent situation of the imperial court, but our great Tang is a country founded on martial arts and governed by civil officials. I hope that your Majesty can consider the big picture and not forget the country's roots. Although Zhang Sun Wuji had also secretly contributed to the fundraising yesterday, he didn't wish for Li Er to lavishly reward the group of businessmen yesterday. This was because to the Zhang Sun family, being a businessman was only a dispensable side business. Being in politics was the foundation of the Zhang Sun family's life. From Li Yuan's military uprising at Taiyuan to the establishment of the Great Tang, from the Great Tang's sweeping of the universe to Li Er's ascension to the throne, Zhang Sun Wuji had contributed greatly. It could be said that he was the beneficiary of the current order of the world. Naturally, he didn't wish for the merchants to be able to obtain the credit that he had risked his life for just because they donated some money. Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't the only one who thought this way. Most of the civil and military officials in the hall also thought this way. Li Er was acting out of character today. He actually said that he wanted to reward the 700 merchants who donated yesterday. How could this be tolerated? How could they, who had worked so hard to obtain their official positions, endure this? Thus, they all turned their gazes to Zhang Sun Wuji. Everyone was anticipating that he, the head of the civil officials, would speak some fair words for the great Tang officials. Duke of Zhao is right. Your Majesty, please consider the big picture. I agree. I second the motion. When all the people in the royal court joined forces, even Li Er, the emperor of Great Tang, had to give way to them. Li Er frowned slightly. To be honest, Li Er did not like to see the officials in the court huddle together. But now, Li Er did not have a better solution. He also understood that this was a stage that had to be experienced when the political power had developed to a certain extent. We plan to award the 712 merchants who participated in yesterday's fundraising event collectively. As for how the award will be given, other than praising them, we will also order Datong Daily to write an article praising them and publish it to the world. In addition, I have also decided that the merchants who donated yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. That is to say, the amount of money they donated yesterday will be the same amount that can be used to offset this year's business tax. Duke Zhao, what do you think? As he finished speaking, Li Er turned his gaze towards Zhang Sun Wuji, and his tone was cold while his face was expressionless. Chapter 1848. Li Er's rewards for the 700-plus merchants were not out of line. The only thing that might cause people to hesitate was the last reward. The merchants who donated money could enjoy the same amount of tax exemption this year. Yesterday, these 700-plus merchants donated a total of 420,000 strings of coins. Didn't this mean that the Great Tang Imperial Court would have to pay less than 400,000 strings of coins in tax this year? How could this be? But the reality was not like this. This time, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce held a large proportion of the participants were merchants from Lantian County. Firstly, it was because of the geographical advantage of being the host. After all, Datong Daily's promotion of the charity fundraiser had only started 3 days ago. For those provinces and counties that were further away from Lantian County, these 3 days might not even be enough time for the news to reach their local area, let alone travel thousands of miles to Lantian County to donate money. Secondly, Lantian County had a unique business environment. Moreover, the business atmosphere was very strong. The number of merchants in the city could be 10 times more than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention Lantian County, even in the entire Great Tang, which merchant would dare to not give face to the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce? Therefore, of the 700-plus merchants who participated in the charity fundraiser yesterday, nearly half of them came from Lantian County. Moreover, the total amount they donated accounted for at least 60% of the total donations. What did this mean? It meant that once Li Er's rewards were implemented, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would not be the imperial court, but Li Zishuan. Because Lantian County was Li Zishuan's fief, the taxes collected every year were not handed over to the imperial court, but to Li Zishuan. Of course, as the landlord, Li Zishuan could very well refuse to implement Li Er's rewards. According to convention, the policies of the fief could be different. However, if he did so, it was inevitable that many people would secretly say that Li Zishuan was stingy. This was something that Li Zishuan could not tolerate. Therefore, although the last reward of Li Er's reward seemed excessive, no one objected. This was because everyone was clear in their hearts. Li Er's rewards for the 700-plus merchants were not excessive. The only thing that might cause people to hesitate was the last reward. The merchants who donated money could enjoy the same amount of tax exemption this year. Yesterday, these 700-plus merchants donated a total of 420,000 strings of coins. Didn't this mean that the Great Tang Imperial Court would pay less tax this year by 400,000 strings of coins? How could this be? But the reality was not so. This time, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's fundraising event was organized by the merchants of Lantian County. Firstly, it was because of the geographical advantage of being the host. After all, the Datong Daily's promotion of the fundraising event had only started 3 days ago. For those provinces and counties that were further away from Lantian County, these 3 days might not even be enough time for the news to spread, let alone travel thousands of miles to Lantian County to donate money. Secondly, Lantian County had a unique business environment. Moreover, the business atmosphere was very strong. The number of merchants in the city might be 10 times more than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Let alone Lantian County, even the entire Great Tang had 10 times more merchants than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Let alone Lantian County, even the entire Great Tang was like this. Chapter 1849. Wow! The houses here are so tall and magnificent. How can the buildings here be so tall? How can the ground be so flat? Wow! Why are the windows shining? Is there glass hanging on the windows? This is Yanhuang College? How did senior brother do it? How can he build an immortal palace on this mountain? Mo Huai led Xianqing and the others into Yanhuang College. The group of celestial master Daoists behind Xianqing widened their eyes when they stepped through the gate. Everyone was so shocked by the magnificent scene in front of them that they could not close their mouths. Some of the younger ones could not help but exclaim softly. Junior uncle, why is senior brother's Yanhuang College so much more magnificent than our Jingyi Temple? The youngest Daoist, who seemed to be around 10 years old, saw that the distance between Xianqing and Mo Huai had widened. He hurriedly walked behind Xianqing, grabbed the latter's wide sleeve, and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Xianqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Jingyi Temple that the little Taoist mentioned was the cultivation place of the celestial master Taoists in this era on Mount Longhu. The celestial master Taoists originated from the second year of Yongyuan in the Eastern Han Dynasty, 90 AD. Zhang Daoling had been practicing alchemy and teaching in the Mount Longhu area for more than 30 years. He had left many relics and legends of his cultivation and alchemy in the Mount Longhu area. These included the alchemy stove in front of the alchemy rock, the Zhuoding pool, the sword testing stone, the Western immortal source, the Bailu cave, the celestial master cottage, and so on. Mount Longhu also became the birthplace of Taoism. After that, through the Jin dynasty, Tang dynasty, Song dynasty, Yuan dynasty, and Ming dynasty, the celestial master Taoists had always been the center or dominant position of China's Taoism. The celestial master Taoists had been passed down for 3 generations in Sichuan. Ling passed down to Ziheng, Heng passed down to Zilu. The 4th generation, Zhang Xingxian, still lived in Mount Longhu in Jiangxi. After Zhang Xingnan went down to Mount Longhu, he built an ancestral temple at the place where Zhang Ling refined elixirs, which later became the Jingyi Temple. He also built a seal teaching altar nearby and honored Zhang Ling as the leader of the Jingyi Celestial Master. He also used the Jingyi Celestial Master as the main scripture, and used the Jingyi Celestial Master as the main scripture to pass the seal on the altar on the 3rd day of the Yuancher Celestial Master to impart knowledge to scholars from all over the world. From then on, he gradually established the Longhu sect of the Jingyi Celestial Master, which had a great influence in China's history. In history, after the Celestial Master sect moved to Mount Longhu, they had been in a state of seclusion for a long time. There were few records of them in the history books. In the Tang dynasty, Taoism was revered and was almost established as the national religion. The Celestial Master Taoism gradually emerged in the world because of the support and use of the imperial court. However, the famous Taoist master mansion on Mount Longhu was not built before the Tang dynasty. It was built in the 1st year of Emperor Hongwu of the Ming dynasty. After that, it was rebuilt more than 10 times. It was rumored that the Taoist master mansion was the place where the descendants of Zhang Xing lived and worshipped the gods. It was known as the office of the Jingyi sects Zhu Ting and the Yuan and Ming dynasties that managed the affairs of Taoism. Heng, don't talk nonsense. Xianqing could not bear to see the little Taoist make a fool of himself outside the sect. He could not help but scold him in a low voice. Cultivation is about following the heart and not being disturbed by the secular world. How can you be disturbed by external things? The little Taoist frowned and thought seriously for a while. He retorted. But why did senior brother build such a beautiful and imposing academy here? Could this also be considered cultivation? Xianqing was silent for a moment and said, your senior brother is now cultivating the path of the mortal world. You are still young and don't understand. After that, he no longer cared about the little Daoist. He lifted his feet and quickly chased after the black scholar in front of him, leaving the little Daoist alone behind to ponder. The current head of the Celestial Master Daoist sect on Longhu Mountain was called Feng Lingzi. His real name was Zhang Zixiang, and he was the 10th Celestial Master in the history of the Celestial Master Daoist sect. The little Daoist was Zhang Zixiang's grandson. His name was Zhangheng. He had been quite intelligent since he was a child and followed Zhang Zixiang to learn Taoist skills. When Li Zishuan joined Longhu Mountain with spiritual master Ling Su, Zhangheng was only 3 or 4 years old. But at that time, he began to read the Taoist scriptures. Therefore, in terms of Taoist skills, this child's talent could be said to be far superior to Li Zishuan and anyone on Longhu Mountain today. Let's go. Junior brother. If we don't go now, we'll lose them. Yanhuang College is not small. Don't get lost later. A young Taoist priest walked over and patted Zhang Heng's shoulder. He was amused by Zhang Heng's words. Although Zhang Heng was the grandson of the current head of the Celestial Master Taoist sect, he did not receive any special treatment in the sect. The disciples in the sect had always treated this clever junior brother as their own younger brother. This time, Feng Lingzi selected a group of elite disciples to follow Xian Qing down the mountain to experience the world. Because of Zhang Heng's outstanding talent, and because this little guy had always wanted to go down the mountain to see the world, Feng Lingzi let him go down the mountain with him. Oh. Zhang Heng nodded his head and quickly followed her. In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, Wang Ji, and the other higher-ups of the academy sat down with the disciples of the Celestial Master Taoist sect brought by Xian Qing. After exchanging greetings, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Li Gang walked in with the help of Hu Jingjing. The person standing behind them was actually Sun Simiao. Li Gang's body was not as healthy as before. He usually lived in the courtyard of Yunshan. Although he often came to the academy when he was free, the number of times he came was getting less and less. Xian Qing and the others suddenly visited Yunshan today. Li Gang hurried over after hearing the news. Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing happened to be doing a routine physical examination for Li Gang at that time, so they came together. Taoist Master Xian Qing, long time no see. How have you been? Walking into the conference room, Li Gang looked at Xian Qing who was about to get up. He left Hu Jingjing's help and bowed to Xian Qing. When Wu Jia attacked Yunshan, Li Gang was accidentally injured. When his life was hanging by a thread, Li Zishuan and Xian Qing rushed back from the Longmen Pass more than 600 miles away and pulled him back from the gates of hell. If it were not for Xian Qing, he might not be alive now. In front of his savior, it was not too much to salute, even if Xian Qing was much younger than Li Gang. This humble Taoist is fine. Has teacher Wenji been well recently? In front of Li Gang, Xian Qing, who had always been cold and aloof, did not dare to be arrogant. He stood up and bowed solemnly, then asked. The group of Longhu Mountain disciples sitting next to Xian Qing now knew that the old man who came in was the famous Li Gang. Li Gang, who had been the teacher of 2 princes, was also the one who, in the face of the invasion of the foreign races, shouted to the invincible Wu Jia, "This old man respects the heavens and the earth, respects morals, and fears the people. You are just a barbarian, how can I be threatened by you?" Li Wenji, Li Gang. The Battle of Yunshan that night had evolved into many different versions through word of mouth. Some said that Wu Jia had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his eyes were filled with lightning. Some said that the academy was full of masters, and that the heavens and the earth changed color. However, one thing did not change, and that was when Li Gang faced the great grandmaster Wu Jia that night. His fearless and awe-inspiring shout had been widely spread among the people without missing a word. Countless people of Tang, as well as scholars, were in awe of the old man because of this. Although the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain lived in seclusion, Xian Qing had led these disciples all the way here and had more or less heard about this matter. When they saw the kind old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, all the disciples of Longhu Mountain were in awe. They all stood up spontaneously and respectfully saluted Li Gang. "Greetings, Teacher Wenji." Since Zhang Daoling founded the Celestial Master Sect, the disciples of the Celestial Master Sect had not cared much about worldly affairs for hundreds of years. However, one thing was undeniable, and that was that the disciples of the Celestial Master Sect were all Han people, descendants of the Yan Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. Although their national consciousness was relatively weak, they still had a strong racial consciousness in their minds. Otherwise, spiritual Master Lingshu would not have killed more than 200 Turkic wolf riders in a rage because of the Turkic wolf riders plundering the border villages of Tang. Although Li Gang did not have the strength to truss a chicken, he was fearless in the face of the invasion of foreign tribes. He raised his head and angrily rebuked the enemy leader, which had greatly increased the prestige of the Han people. In the face of such a righteous old man, the disciples of Longhu Mountain all respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Haha. These must be the outstanding disciples of the Celestial Master Sect, right? Haha. Sit down. Quickly sit down. Li Gang looked at the disciples of Longhu Mountain beside Xianqing and said with a kind smile. After a round of pleasantries, everyone sat down again. This time, I am under the orders of the sect leader to bring 22 disciples of the Celestial Master Sect down the mountain to gain experience. Since the Celestial Master Sect has not been in contact with the secular world for many years, I'm afraid that I will cause a lot of trouble for you in the future. After everyone was seated, Xianqing cupped his hands in greeting to Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others. It was rare for him to say such polite words. However, these words sounded incomparably stiff coming from his mouth. It was likely that Feng Lingzi had taught him to say such words before leaving. Hearing this, Li Gang waved his hand and said, "Haha. Taoist Master Xianqing's words are too polite. Not to mention that the Celestial Master Sect is the sect of the Yamacho. If it wasn't for Taoist Master Xianqing's help last time, I'm afraid that I would be dead by now. This time, the Celestial Master Sect's disciples are going down the mountain to gain experience, so the academy should receive them. What's more, Taoist Master Sun's medical center and medical school are short of manpower now. The Celestial Master Sect is the orthodox Taoism in the world, and its disciples must have dabbled in divination. If you can help, it will be the fortune of the joint medical center of Yanhuang College and Tang Empire. I should thank you instead." Sun Simiao also nodded at this time and said, "Mr. Wenji is right. Now, whether it is the joint medical center of Tang Empire or the medical school of the academy, they are in urgent need of medical masters with superb medical skills. And to be honest, I have been writing a medical book these years. It is a medical book that integrates some of the diseases and treatment prescriptions that I have encountered in my travels over the years. It is a medical book that will be passed down to the future generations. But recently, I have been entangled with the affairs of the medical center and the academy. It is really difficult for me to concentrate all my energy on writing a medical book. Although the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain is good at Taoism and martial arts, its medical skills are still the best in the world. If I can get your help, I will definitely be relieved a lot. And I can finish writing this medical book a few years earlier." The medical book that Sun Simiao was talking about was the half-finished prescriptions for 1,000 gold that Li Zishuan had seen in the courtyard where he lived. Since he was tricked into Yanhuang College by Li Zishuan, although Sun Simiao felt that he was getting closer and closer to his ideal, the progress of writing this medical book was getting slower and slower, because the burden on him was getting heavier and heavier. Unlike Xianqing, who was born in a famous sect, Sun Simiao was also a cultivator, but his medical skills were summed up from countless practice experiences. Strictly speaking, Sun Simiao could only be regarded as a casual cultivator, because he did not belong to any sect. But even so, none of the disciples of the Celestial Master Sect present dared to despise Sun Simiao, because Sun Simiao had practiced medicine for decades and saved countless people. He had a great reputation among the people. He was a person who devoted all his energy and all his passion to the medical career, and deserved everyone's respect. Oh. Taoist Sun is writing a medical book. I wonder if it is convenient for us to have a look. Hearing this, Xianqing's eyes lit up and he asked aloud. In his life, Xianqing had devoted 99% of his energy to the Tao of the Sword, so in the Celestial Master sect, he had the title of Sword Maniac. In terms of understanding of the Tao of the Sword, even spiritual Master Spirit Su could not compare with him. And the other 1% of Xianqing's energy was devoted to the Tao of the medicine. Although it was only 1%, Xianqing's Tao heart was extremely pure. For such a dedicated and pure person, even if he only devoted 1% of his energy, it was still stronger than ordinary people who devoted 100% of their energy. His attainments in the Tao of the medicine were currently second only to Sun Simiao, but far inferior to spiritual Master Spirit Su. Therefore, when he heard that Sun Simiao was writing a medical book recently, Xianqing was immediately interested. Because in terms of medical experience, 10 of him could not compare with Sun Simiao, who had saved countless people. And this medical book that gathered Sun Simiao's years of medical experience would definitely be of great help to improve his medical skills. Haha. Since Taoist Xianqing is interested, why not? After Mr. Kong Gui has settled you down, Taoist Xianqing can directly come to my courtyard to have a look. Seeing that Xianqing was interested in his medical book, Sun Simiao was not unhappy, nor did he want to hide it. He smiled calmly and said, he had been practicing medicine for half his life, and his ambition was to cure the suffering people of the world who were suffering from the pain of illness. However, he also understood that it was impossible to achieve this goal by himself. Therefore, he had agreed to join the Imperial Medical Bureau with Li Er, and this year, he had been bewitched by Li Zishuan to join the Yanhuang Academy and the Tang Alliance Medical Center. His goal was to impart his medical skills to more people who had the same ambition as him. Xianqing's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and said, Senior, Xianqing admires you for your noble character and unquestionable integrity. Sun Simiao smiled and did not take it seriously. At this time, Yen Silu said, Taoist Xianqing led 22 disciples of the Celestial Master sect down the mountain this time. It happens that there are a few vacant courtyards on Yunshan Mountain. Yamacho is not in the academy at this time, so I will make a decision on behalf of the Yamacho to let your disciples temporarily live in the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th courtyards on Yunshan Mountain. In this way, Taoist Xianqing and your disciples can go to the medical center and the Tang United Medical Center easily. What do you think, Taoist Xianqing? Xianqing did not have any special requirements for the residence of his disciples. Hearing this, he nodded and said, I will follow Mr. Kong Gui's arrangement. Chapter 1850. This courtyard is so unique. The porcelain white tiles are as smooth as mirrors, the walls are as hard as rocks, the clear and empty windows, and the soft and comfortable couch. Even the toilet is as white as jade, and there is no stench at all. Also, I heard that this thing is an electric lamp, which is driven by electricity and can make the night as bright as day. Everything in Yunshan is so magical. Youngest uncle said that senior brother cultivates the mortal Taoism, but what kind of mortal Taoism can make senior brother create such a magical Yunshan? In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, the people of Yanhuang College and the disciples of the Celestial Master Taoism led by Xianqing had a brief meeting. After that, Yen Silu ordered people to bring Xianqing and the others to the courtyard. After all, they came to Yunshan from Longhu Mountain this time with luggage. Only after settling down could they have time to do other things. After visiting the courtyard inside and out, Heng couldn't help but sigh with emotion in a low voice. Yen Silu assigned a total of 5 courtyards to the disciples of the Celestial Master sect. Of course, the interior of the courtyards were all renovated, and they could move in directly. Heng and Xianqing were assigned to 1 courtyard, and the other 21 disciples of the Celestial Master sect were assigned to the other 4 courtyards. Each courtyard had about 5 people living in it, and 1 courtyard had 6 people living in it. This arrangement was not because Heng was a disciple of the head, but because Xianqing, as a teacher, was usually cold and strict. Ordinary disciples did not dare to live with him, of course, except for Heng. The disciples of the Celestial Master Taoism were generally afraid of Xianqing, but Heng was not afraid of him since he was young. On the contrary, he was particularly close to Xianqing. Perhaps it was because they were the same kind of people. Fortunately, the interior of the Cloud Mountain courtyard was extremely spacious. Even if a dozen or so people lived in each building, it wouldn't seem crowded. Otherwise, wouldn't Li Zishuan have innocently ended up with the infamy of abusing his fellow disciples? Uncle, what is the mortal Taoism? Why haven't I heard of it after reading the Taoist canon? Heng really couldn't hold back his curiosity, or maybe Heng didn't want to suppress his thoughts at all. He went upstairs and opened the door of Xian Qing's bedroom, asking Xian Qing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Read the Daoist canon thoroughly. If these words were said by other children of the same age, Xian Qing would only think that this person was really arrogant. This was because there were more than 1,000 scrolls in the Taoist collection. How could a young boy read through all of them? But the person who said this was Zhang Heng, so Xian Qing naturally didn't find it strange at all. It was just that he didn't know how to answer Zhang Heng's question. It was hard for Xian Qing to tell what Li Zishuan was cultivating now. After a long silence, Xian Qing closed his eyes and said faintly, "I'm not sure what Li Zishuan was cultivating now. I'm not sure about the secular world path either. You should go back and ask the sect leader." Heng was disappointed that he didn't get the answer he wanted from Xian Qing. He frowned and replied, "Oh. But grandfather is far away in Mount Longhu. If you want to ask, you can only wait until you return to the sect. However, if this matter is not discussed clearly, it will affect my Dao heart and hinder my cultivation. I hope that martial uncle can enlighten me." Obviously, Heng felt that it was not that Xian Qing didn't know, but that he was hiding something from him. Hearing this, Xian Qing still said faintly, "I can't help you with this matter. Either you go back and ask the sect leader, or you find a chance to ask your senior brother directly." Xian Qing was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life and didn't care about the secular world. How could he explain clearly what the secular world path was? Heng really asked the wrong person this question. Seeing that Xian Qing insisted on not telling him, Heng had no choice but to leave. But when he turned around and left, he couldn't help but murmur, "The secular world sect is truly miraculous. It actually allowed senior brother to create such uncanny workmanship. There's even electricity and electric lamps. Senior brother seems to know some truths of the human world that we don't, which prompted him to create all these miraculous things on Cloud Mountain. Also, when I was in the academy just now, I heard the words that the teachers in the academy talked about the most. What is the secular world path? Could it be that Gong Shui was the way of the mortal world that martial uncle mentioned? It would be great if I have the opportunity to read the classics of the Academy's secular world path." Heng's low murmur naturally couldn't escape Xian Qing's sharp ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Heng's back. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Who would have thought that someone as cold as Xian Qing, who usually didn't care about anything except swordsmanship, would show a worried look at this time? If Feng Lingzi, the sect leader of the Celestial Master's sect who was familiar with him, saw this, he would be shocked. But if Feng Lingzi knew the cause and effect of this matter, he would have a different feeling. After a night's rest, everyone should be almost recovered, right? In a wing room of the courier house in Taiyuan, 32 students gathered together. This wing room, which was originally relatively spacious, seemed a little crowded at this time. Li Tai looked around at everyone and asked aloud. These days, they had been rushing all the way and were tired. Although everyone ate well and slept well along the way, the long journey inevitably consumed a lot of their energy. Now that they had arrived at their first destination, Taiyuan, they didn't need to hurry for a short time. So this morning, Li Tai and Mo Chui deliberately didn't wake everyone up early as usual, which made the teachers and students of the academy sleep in. Although we haven't fully recovered, after a whole night's rest, we are much more energetic now. We all know that time is tight. Qingke, you can assign tasks to everyone. Qin Huayu knew why Li Tai asked this question, so he stepped forward and cooperated. As the representative of the teachers of the academy, Mo Chui also said, "Huayu is right. Time is tight on this trip to the north, and the tasks are heavy. All of us are shouldering the heavy responsibility of the Yamacho and the teachers of the academy. Since everyone has rested enough, let's officially begin the mission today. Qingke, you arrange it." The teachers and students of the academy remembered the earnest requests of Li Gang, Mo Huai, and Yen Silu before they left, and also remembered that their Yamacho was in the army, contributing to the imperial court's war against the Turks, so they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Seeing this, Li Tai breathed a sigh of relief and said with a straight face, "Good. Since that's the case, let's begin the mission today. In the morning, the members of the first group will follow me to the provincial governor's mansion to participate in the selection of the telegraph relay station. We must finalize the specific location of the telegraph relay station before noon." This time, the academy had dispatched a total of 32 elite members of the Trump Card Project, and these 32 people had been divided into 8 groups of 4 before they came. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg stepped forward and cupped their hands in obeisance. Yes. The 3 of them, together with Li Tai, were the members of the first group. Li Tai nodded and then ordered, "The members of the second, third, and fourth groups will be led by Li Yan and Jia Jian. Your task today is to count the supplies we brought north this time and see if there is anything missing. The second is to assemble the machines needed to build the telegraph relay station, such as the firepower generator, telegraph transceiver, battery pack, and so on, in advance." Li Yan, Jia Jian, Zheng Ziren, and the other 12 people cupped their hands in obeisance and said in unison, "Yes." The members of the 5th and 6th groups, after confirming the location of the telegraph relay station in the morning, follow the members of the first group to the destination to survey. Remember, our goal is very simple, that is, to make our telegraph relay station meet the parameters set by Yamacho with the smallest amount of work and the shortest construction time. Yes. The members of the 7th and 8th groups, led by Mr. Mo Chui, are responsible for coordinating the transportation of supplies and the feasibility evaluation of the early stage of the project. If you find anything unreasonable, please raise it as soon as possible and participate in the discussion and correction. Try to minimize the delay of the project as much as possible. Yes. Li Tai spoke confidently and frankly. Perhaps it could be said that he'd already rehearsed and planned this in his heart many times before this, so he was able to clearly assign today's mission to everyone in a few words. It had to be said that this trip to the north was a very good opportunity for Li Tai to train his leadership ability. An engineering student who only knew how to do experiments and analyze the results of experiments was not what Li Zishuan urgently needed. However, if this engineering student not only had good grades and strong practical skills, but also had outstanding leadership ability, then Li Zishuan needed him too much. With the development of engineering, there were bound to be many scientific research projects with interdisciplinary disciplines. It was impossible to complete them with the strength of one person. At that time, a scientific research team would be needed. Only a leader who was proficient in technology and had strong leadership ability could lead a scientific research team to overcome one problem after another. And Li Tai was currently making progress in this direction. Mo Chui couldn't help but nod with gratification when he saw Li Tai had finished distributing the missions in a short period of 15 minutes. Moreover, he distributed them in an orderly and reasonable manner. All along the way, he'd always been witnessing Li Tai's growth and improvement. In addition, for everyone's safety, each group must have an Imperial guard by your side when you are on the move. No one is allowed to act alone at any time, under any circumstances. This is an iron law that everyone must abide by. Including me. After assigning the tasks, Li Tai's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at the crowd and said, "In a moment, General Dugu will assign guards to each group. Our actions must not be out of the line of sight of the Imperial guards. In addition, General Dugu will distribute signal fireworks to each group. If there is an emergency in the city, you must immediately use the fireworks to signal for help." In order to arouse everyone's vigilance, Li Tai emphasized, "This is not alarmist talk, nor is it making a mountain out of a molehill. This is for the sake of the Academy's mission and for everyone's safety. Please remember that the war between the Great Tang and the Turks is imminent. Taiyuan City may not be as safe as before." Chapter 1851. With the war between the Great Tang and the Turks imminent, Taiyuan City might not be as safe as it was in the past. This short sentence instantly made the originally tense atmosphere a little more dignified. Everyone present was an elite student or teacher of Yanhuang College, so they were naturally no fools. They could all sense the danger lurking in Li Tai's words. "Qingke, be at ease. Everyone understands the severity of the situation. We will be careful in all matters," Meng Wenhao said. The others agreed, "That's right. We will be careful in all matters." Li Tai turned to Mo Chui, asking with his eyes if there was anything he needed to add. Mo Chui lightly shook his head. Li Tai took in a deep breath and said, "Okay. Everyone, begin to move out according to the tasks you've been assigned. Remember, safety comes first." When he had left Cloud Mountain, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the other esteemed teachers of the academy had repeatedly urged him to ensure that all the teachers and students returned safely. As the commander of this operation, Li Tai felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. This was especially true after Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying had informed Li Tai of the treacherous situation in Taiyuan City yesterday. Li Tai had sensed a thick sense of danger, so he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety to the members of the academy. Since he was the commander of this northern expedition, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure that everyone in the academy returned safely. Yes. Everyone clasped their hands and then left to carry out their respective tasks. As Li Tai walked out of his room, Dugu Xian walked over and clasped his hands to Li Tai. "Your Highness, this general has followed your orders and divided the Imperial Army into 8 teams to protect the 8 teams of the Academy. In the future, no matter where the teachers and students of the Academy go in Taiyuan City, the Imperial Army will follow. We will not give the enemy a chance to strike." This morning, the teachers and students of the Academy had all slept in. Only Li Tai and Mo Chui had woken up early to discuss with Dugu Xian and the other generals about the arrangements and deployment for the safety of the teachers and students of the academy. Li Tai nodded and clasped his hands. "Very good. Thank you for your trouble, General Dugu." Li Tai knew that the 2 brothers of the Dugu clan had a close personal relationship with Li Zishuan, so he had always been very courteous to these 2. Moreover, the safety of the 32 teachers and students of the academy all depended on Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, so Li Tai had no choice but to treat Dugu Xian with respect. "Your Highness. This is this general's duty." Dugu Xian clasped his hands and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Taiyuan City is currently in a state of chaos. Your Highness, with your precious status, is putting yourself in danger. For the next few days, to ensure your Highness' safety, this general will have to stay by your Highness' side and protect you. No matter where your Highness goes, this general will have to stay by your Highness' side and protect you. I hope your Highness can grant my wish." The members of the royal family had been subjected to all sorts of restrictions since young, so the members of the royal family did not like restrictions when they grew up. This was also the main reason why Li Tai did not like to bring guards with him when he went out. Dugu Xian also understood this point, but with the current situation, if he did not stay by Li Tai's side at all times, he had no confidence in bringing Li Tai safely back to Cloud Mountain. As such, he could only try to reason with Li Tai. Li Tai frowned. He did not like restrictions. If someone stayed by his side 24 hours a day to protect him, he would feel uncomfortable all over. However, seeing the faint pleading look in Dugu Xian's eyes, Li Tai hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then. I'll have to trouble General Dugu for the next few days. I'll treat it as giving face to the Yamacho." Li Tai secretly added in his heart. If it were anyone else who asked to stay by his side and protect him at all times, he would definitely reject without hesitation and send that person away. It was not that he did not care about his life or was not afraid of death, but that no one would like to have someone by their side at all times unless it was a matter of life and death. However, this person was Dugu Xian, Li Zishuan's good friend, so it was a different story. Chapter 1852. In the history of China, there were many famous temples in Taiyuan, such as Yongzhou Temple, Chongshan, White Horse Temple, Longquan Temple, Kaihua Temple, Jingyin Temple, Bu Temple, Mingxiu Temple, Qianfu Temple, Fuguang Temple, Puguang Temple, Tongzi Temple, and so on. However, most of these temples were built after the Tang dynasty, or to be precise, after the Jingguan temple. What Wang Liaoyuan said was completely true. In this era, only the Puguang temple and the Tongzi temple remained intact in Taiyuan city. You said that the Tongzi temple is located at the top of Longshan, which is very high and has been abandoned. Does that mean that there are no monks living in the Tongzi temple now? And there are no incense offerings? Li Tai frowned when he heard Wang Liaoyuan's explanation. However, after hearing Wang Liaoyuan's introduction of the Tongzi temple, Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Tai knew that there were no tall pagodas in the Puguang temple, which did not meet the requirements of building a telegraph relay station. Even if there were, the abbot of the temple would definitely not allow Li Tai to bring people in to build a telegraph relay station. This was because the process of building a telegraph relay station, as well as the guards and logistics, would greatly affect the lives of the monks in the temple and the pilgrims who came to the temple to pray. After all, after the telegraph relay station was built, it would not be left alone. First, the technical staff would be responsible for the daily maintenance, and second, the army would be stationed there to protect the telegraph relay station from being destroyed by people with bad intentions. Although Li Tai was a prince and bore the emperor's orders, this action was related to the iron rice bowl of many monks in the temple. The other party would definitely not give in. Even if Li Er was here, he would not dare to do anything to those monks who disobeyed the emperor's orders. Otherwise, it would cause a huge public uproar. Therefore, compared to the Puguang temple, the Tongzi temple was undoubtedly a more perfect location. It could meet the requirements of building a telegraph relay station, and it would not involve the complicated demolition problem. Yes, as far as I know, the Tongzi temple was abandoned in the late Sui dynasty. The monks in the temple were nowhere to be found, but the buildings in the temple were not damaged much in the war. It was just that no one took care of it for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. Wang Liaoyuan nodded and replied. Hearing this, Li Tai could no longer hide his excitement. He stood up and said, "That's great. Governor Wang, please send someone to bring this prince to the boy temple to take a look." Although Wang Liaoyuan didn't know why Li Tai was in such a hurry to go to an abandoned temple, he knew that it had something to do with the important mission that Li Er had given Li Tai. Thus, he didn't ask any further and stood up to reply. "This lowly official will order the accompanying guards to bring your highness to the boy temple. However, Dragon Mountain is located in the southwest corner of Taiyuan City. It's a remote location. The mountains are high and the forests are dense. There are very few people there. If your highness insists on going there, please allow this humble official to send a group of elite troops to escort you. Otherwise, if an accident happens, this humble official will die 10,000 deaths." Liao Wang Liao, Wang Wang, 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 Liao Yuan, and Wang Wang Wang, and Wang Liao, Wang Wood, and Wang, Wang Wood, and Wang, of course, of he. Wang Wood. Wang Wang. Wang Wang was. And Wang Wang Wood. To was Wang Temple, Li Wang was.